like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. Listen to my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. Listen to my kingdom, and you can take my freedom.
Party to the sun. See you vibing with me, I just wanna see what's up. We just started dancing and I think I fell in love. We won't get this moment back, so please lift up my cup. Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love. But we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? DJ keep playing the music. She throwing it back, she too thick. The way she moves, she ruthless. She straight to the point like a toothpick. She asked can we take us a photo, only if I can take you to Ruth Chris. She laughed and said that's funny though, we got a deal if you bring the music. We put our cups in the air like we don't care, like we in the 90s. Stars in the sky, I'm feeling so high. The lights on the screen are just blinding. I don't even care, caressing your hair, enjoying the night cause we vibing. Not worried about tomorrow at all, cause we gonna party to the sun. See you vibing with me, I just wanna see what's up. We just started dancing and I think I fell in love. We won't get this moment back, so please lift up my cup. Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love. But we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun?
And welcome, VDC Nation. We are here. It's time. Season 10 Grand Finals for the Apprentice playoffs between 808 Seraphim and Kingdom Coffee Cold Brew. My name is Omni, and I'm joined here by the lovely Aki. How are you doing here today?
It is such a pleasure to be casting Apprentice Grand Finals tonight. I have been tracking not only just Apprentice, but every single tier so far to the best of my extent, obviously. But I have just been seeing a lot of the number 1 versus the number 10 matchup, I believe, is the numbers tonight. So it's a big night for both teams. We're going to see who gets the crown in a few hours. So, I mean, how do you feel about this matchup tonight?
Oh, it is a true David and Goliath matchup. I am feeling absolutely phenomenal with this matchup. One team who should not have been here whatsoever decided, screw it. One team fell out due to rules, and the one came in and now is going on the life run. Absolutely steamrolling through the bracket. They have yet to drop a singular map from the round 1 play-ins all the way up until here. And now they go up against the team who has also actually dropped the map in the semifinals against Gur and 808 Seraphim. But still, 808 is the number 1 seed for a reason. They are not to be taken lightly, but neither is KC. Even though I say this is a David and Goliath matchup, KC is looking more like the Goliath in this situation because of the fact that they haven't dropped the map in this playoffs.
I mean, it's a toss-up for both teams. I mean, of course, as you said, Seraphim is number 1 for a reason, but Cold Brew just kind of coming through the bracket, the 10th seed. I believe, yeah, the last seed, not truly that the buns of the hamburger are coming to meet up in grand finals sort of situation, but it is truly going to be a match of the century. I am super excited. I know a lot of these players personally, and I was part of KC a long time ago. So, I mean, anything is on the table tonight, and I'm just really excited to see what these two teams bring.
Indeed. As well as before we get into the stats, it is one of 3 grand finals happening here today. We have 3 big matchups going on at the same time. As far as the mythic one will be starting a little bit later, but that's still going to be the case. We're going to be crowning a champion in 3 different tiers here today, and I am super excited to have all of you guys from VDC Nation here and watching with us as we now can get into the 808 stats, the number 1 seed for a reason. As you're looking at the stats, I mean, everybody here on this roster with above a 1.0 KD, with Zoopals leading the way with a 1.23, 229 ACS, IQ with that 1.09, Chickenson 1.13, Miko 1.12. And here's the thing though, Zoopals and Miko, if I'm not mistaken, both of them are the ones that make the calls around in this team. And they're both frying. It means that there are fragging IGLs out there, and these two definitely put up the numbers as well for that. And now for that, I mean, that is 808. This is the reason why they are the number 1 seed. But now, Aki, take it over for the KC stats.
I mean, the number 10 seed, but you wouldn't be able to see it from these stats. Once again, all of these people frying on all these cylinders. Everyone on this team is above a 200 ACS except for Brew with the Hemi, but I know he IGLs. So, and I know he's been frying. I have been at the brunt end of his utility usage. So that's ACS is by no means any indicator of his gameplay at all. I hate getting stunned and 2 blind and 2 aftershocks. If you're watching this, I hate you. But either way, once again, a truly wonderful matchup here tonight. These two teams definitely have their strengths going for them. So again, I think it's a pretty even scoreline all around.
Yeah, indeed. And also one of the things that I want to point out too is this is Brimming with the Hemi's last season of VDC, which means like this is the last series of his career, and he wants to go out with a bang. Obviously, going to a grand finals is no easy task, as you got to get through the gauntlet of the playoffs. But with that being said, we are now going to go straight into the map bans for this best of 5. This is not a best of 3 anymore. This is where your teams can showcase is your map pool as defined as you want it to be. The first bans come from each team. As we see, the first ban is going to be Breeze from KC with their perma ban. Definitely one of those maps they don't want to go into, especially with how absolutely dominant 808 is on Breeze. And in Haven as well, another map that KC has been very solid on. Very targeting bans for these two teams. And obviously, it's a best of 5. You need every single aspect of your game to be on point. And with the first map, it's going to be Lotus, with KC picking it, now 808 on the defense. As we go on to the next one, Summit. I very rarely have seen Summit in this season so far, and it's coming here in the grand finals. A perfect time to bring it out. Ascent, one of KC's home ground maps. They've been very good on this map throughout the playoffs. Has been one of their home grounds. But the thing is, though, it seems like every map is their home ground because of the fact that they just don't lose. As we get into the last pick before the decider, it will be split. That means that leaves the decider to be Sunset. If we need to go to distance, Sunset will be the decider. And Aki, what are you thinking of this map pool?
I mean, I'm a big fan. I mean, besides Ascent, but I've always said that Ascent is kind of a white bread snooze map for me, but I'm sure the teams will be able to make it an interesting map nonetheless. I am personally excited. I hate Breeze and Haven. Actually, I hate Haven a little less, but I hate Breeze, so I'm glad I don't have to see it tonight at all. And either way, maps aside, I am not 100% familiar with these teams. I have caught VK's Twitch streams a few times, but I have no information on 808 specifically. So, I mean, again, am just here for a good time. I'm here to bring the energy. I'm here for both of these teams. I really hope we make it to all 5 maps, because that is the epitome of a truly interesting series. So, I mean,
Yeah.
We gotta go into it soon. I fear.
Obviously, real quick, looking at the map kind of stats for KC, they have played Ascent and Lotus the most times. They played Ascent twice, they played Lotus 3 times, and they played Summit once in this playoff run. And all maps except for two Lotus maps went 13-6, while every other map they have played, or in other games they played, have been within 2. So which means they haven't really gotten blowouts. They're always right there with them. They're always sticking around and always going into these games with a battle. But with that being said, Apprentice Grand Finals, no more delay. We are going to be going into Agent Selects here in just a few moments. For the first map of this best of 5, it's going to be Lotus, KC's home ground, 808. And I've been struggling on this map for a little bit. Let's see if the scrims will come into play here, Aki.
I mean, looking at this so far with Agent Select, all of these agents, I think already for 808 especially, are not specifically agents that you would be seeing in Lotus or maybe in the meta in general. I'm seeing Mix, I'm seeing Gecko, I'm seeing a Brim. Is Brim? I don't even know if a Brim. Oh, it's double smokes in general. That I think is something that.
Let's just hope 808 actually picks a realistic comp, because Mix, Brim, Gecko, these are all those 3 agents right there you don't see unless you're playing on Bind, and when Bind's not in the pool. Brim is or Fracture, now the Fracture's in the pool. You don't see Brim very often.
But I'm back.
Welcome back. You're good. That's good. That's why I cover for you. That's all good. Miko on the Omen. This is more like it now. No way to go Bleach Tejo. Wow.
I mean, I'm with it. I'm truly with it. And like, at the end of the day, I'm here for a good map. And sometimes, as a personal Mix and draws, I'm a little disappointed that they didn't go the Mix route. But that's okay. I didn't want to see it anyway. Too scared of the power of Mix. Truly.
Scared. 100% win rate on Mix.
Man, if only.
If only. But obviously, same for KC though. They do have. They're trying to test the comp. They run this every time on Lotus. The Brim, the Fade, the Vice, the Omen, and the Raze. VK running on that Raze. You have Brimmy on the Breach. You know he has very, very good util. As you have said before, you've been on the receiving end of that kind of unending util usage from Brimmy. And now for the side of 808, it's a big thing they have though, is that Veto could probably kind of help them out a little bit.
I mean, especially, in general, Vito is a very interesting pick. I don't see a lot of Vito in general, not just in Apprentice, not just in any tier. But I am a big fan of the unexpected. And in general, I'm a big fan of whatever's going on in these games. So truly, hashtag having a good time. Hashtag here for a good time, here for good vibes. So.
Indeed. As now with just 10 seconds left to go before the pistol round starts. We are now going to get underway with the first of 3 grand finals here today. The pistol rounds going underway as we're having a little bit of difficulty. It's all good. We'll get into the action as fast as A-Rumble fight. Chickens is going to find the first kill. Find the second on the Gojira. Immediately the fight going in their favor as I try to do my best to paint a picture for you guys. 5v3 already within the first 15 seconds of the round. And KC are going to have to pick the bones, pick the remains off. Trying to see if they can make miracles happen if they've been doing so far. IQ, so far, it's gonna take that aggression. Now has to back away and give up the space into this bend position. It's Yang, Brimmy, and Desi coming in. It's gonna be trying to use that. They cannot do it though. Yang finds the kill with the bandit. Now in the 5v or the 3v4. Trying to take this quick. Desi gonna fall down to Zupal still, down to a 2v4. Yeah, Zupal is relatively low. Miko, though, is going to be walking up, trying to get the space. The Aftershock coming in, but Yang's going to find the second on the Chicken's in. Trying to do all he can, but Yang is trying to do miracles happen. But Miko is there. The blind. So blind from Ferret. And they confirm the round.
Oh my gosh. I am just so very, very shocked by that entire round. I mean, going to that first round, it's important to know that both of those teams expected that sort of aggression from both teams. But I mean, either way, I was looking at minimap earlier, the only one that wasn't on A that entire round was, I believe, IQ, but everyone else in the lobby was going to fight for that A. I'm not sure if Seraphim did any sort of recon on what KC do on their pistol round, but either way, it was a really good, solid fight, especially from Chicken going for that aggression early, getting those 2 picks, I believe, off an Omen Paranoia or maybe a stun. Either way, a really, really solid fight through, and a really, really good really good time for both teams.
Yeah, as we are going to be in a little bit of a tech pause. It's on our side this time, not any of the players. We're trying to figure out some little technical difficulties on our side, but hopefully we'll be getting right back into it very shortly. But as the pistol round, maybe unable to see it, 808 did take the pistol round on the back of Miko getting 2 on the end, and also for Yang getting 3 with the bandit. Got it very, very close in the end. But yeah, like you said, that A fight, it's very, very tough to withstand because of the fact they have the breach, they have the Tejo, they have the Omen blind, Neon stun. There is so much utility they have to worry about in that A rebel fight, and frankly, it's very, very difficult to even get past it. Maybe an Omen TP if you're lucky enough to get across all the util, but you have to worry about the main thing is those salvos. I was trying to figure out what it was. So it was the salvos and all that stuff. But we are going to be getting ours here in just a moment, as my producer was unfortunately getting crashed. So that's why we weren't able to see all the action just yet. But now he's back in the game. We're going to be going right back into it here in just a second, as we are calling the live now. Yeah. All right.
We're back in it.
We're back in it. As now, for the side of 808, they do win the pistol round. Now KC is going to be on that eco buy for Classics and a bandit. IQ with that outlaw is going to try to get the kill, but nothing he can do. Lining up and stunned up the interceptor. Try to stall them out as much as possible, but now they're going to go right into the C site where he's all alone. He's going to back away. They'll give up the space. Looking like probably going to get 5v5 retake for the side. This is going to benefit for 808 because they do have 4 SMGs in their hands, so this is going to be their territory. The flash, the arc rose is going to deny them, but Casey wants to take the space into CT. The outlaw making it sing, nothing they can do. Chicken's just going to be here with their stinger, finding 2. But it's going to try to be Yang with 2 pounces on that backstab. They're finding a kill, but now it's down to BK to 1v4. Take the swing out. Cannot settle the shots. The running gun will not happen. And despite the damage being done, 808, they walk away with a round victory. Now that's going to be the case here for the side, as my co-cast is having a little bit of technical difficulties. All the technical difficulties here for the time, but that's okay. We're having a great time. So while that, you're going to be hearing my beautiful voice for a little bit longer, as a really good fight coming out from the side of KC, taking a lot of space. It was just the shots weren't falling for the side of KC and the other side from 808. Chicken was able to hold down that CT position with the stinger, but now it is the bonus spot. It is the round that is the most important, and looking towards that A rebel positioning again. But again, it's going to be an absolute mauling of util coming in. As I say, no, they just use the salvos and take the space. That means that their util is still in their pockets. So now KC is looking straight towards the C side again. It's going to be on to Aki with his outlaw, but there is all full armor. Aki is going to get out with that teleportation. Give up the site once again. It's going to be a 5v5 retake again for the second round in a row. As VK looking to take the space, and Yang might have spot a pixel out of place, and IQ falls. Now Chicken's in with this Spectre. Relay Bolt's going to come in with the flash to stall them. 4v5. This retake. Chicken's in though. If he finds 2 kills, he can find his overdrive online. The stun onto VK though, but no one able to capitalize on. His teammate has his back. But Yang again trying to find his strong suit, but Miko takes him down and finds a second. Finds the weapon upgrade. 3v3 now. Gojira is going to be here with the running gun action. It's going to be too strong, but now Miko finds 3. You can find a second, but no, it's going to be Ferret. But no, Desi finds the 1v1 victory. Miko did everything he could. And that is a round for KC on the board.
Woo! Oh my gosh, after my Discord crashes, media is in shambles today, but I am back and I got to witness that last round. A really, really close round there in the meantime. But yeah, I mean, a really good round. Definitely a lot. Made it very expensive for Cold Brew, so certainly a lot to look out for there. Very, very solid start for Seraphim, up 2-1 so far.
First off, it was, having the crashing from our producer and now our caster. Next thing you know, it's going to be me and our observer, Frosty. But as we get back into this round again, it's going to be the A-Rebel take once again. But KC, they're slowing it down. They're just waiting for any kind of aggressiveness from the side of 808. And it looks like the call has been made to re-clear into Rebel. And that's about the best call you can make. But right now, slow and steady, they're waiting. The jump spot, Sing onto 1. Might have saw onto 2 as well. Ferret still has 2 blinds and Aftershock, as well as for the side of Chicken Sin, who's playing off that contact, Aki. And this slow play from KC, though, might be the downfall of 808. As waiting into this round again, slow affairs. But KC, the doubt's starting to creep in just a little bit. They don't want to go towards Rebel because of the fact that all that util that they didn't use could come back into their faces. But VK looking to make some noise. The Roomba coming in. Now the Satchel's coming in. But IQ just swings out wide. No util to be found. And that is down out of the round. VK once again will fall. And now it's coming in. As my co-casters, BC just crashed. Once again, I will be solo in our endeavors. But it's okay. Having a fun time in our endeavors. The stun, but this is going to be clear. No, Chicken Sin's going to fall. Gojira finds a trade, but Ferret is there. Yang's going to find the trade, though, down to a 2v3. These 2 players left alive, and Yang and Gojira have to do it all. 11 seconds left to go. Miko's going to be the one to hold it down strong. Trying to see if he can get the kill, but Gojira trying to transfer. Nothing can be seen, nothing to be found. And 808 started off strong with 3 rounds with our 3rd round. As my co-caster looks to try to make his a speedy recover. We're not going to pause it just because, we don't want to do too many media pauses, especially for grand finals. I can destroy my voice. That is okay. I'm perfectly fine with that. But 808, once again, just being very, very steady in their defensive holds. Despite VK running straight into the C side kind of on his own, no real util, 808 didn't really react to it because they trusted their Senti. They trusted IQ to get that kill. Next thing you know, they still had 2 players in Rebel ready to withstand them. But Chicken Sin with that overdrive in his hands. There's a lot of ultimates on the line for both these teams. You got the Rolling Thunder for both sides. The Nightfall for the hands of KC. The overdrive as well. A lot of ultimates on line. And now going into the C site once again. It's going to be VK with just a classic in his hands. Not really big weapon range to be found. Going straight in though. Miko with this Phantom in his hands. Trying to find anything he can do. Yeah, he's going to find the first onto IQ. But Miko again. Steady as ever, finding 2 quick kills with the Phantom to bring it back down to a 4v3. That weapon unrecoverable as well. As Yang is going to pick it up though, but Zupals instantaneously takes his head clean off the shoulders. And once again, it's a 4v2. Rifle picked up by Brimmy. Desi and Brimmy versus the world as Miko ready to fall off with the fault line coming in. Desi waiting in the smoke, waiting for any kind of push out, but these 808 players are playing their lives, playing their discipline. Desi looks to back away, but Brimmy now looks to tap the bomb. They're waiting for it. The flash absolutely blinded up. Desi again with that stinger in his hands, but Brimmy cannot find a kill. It's down to a 3v1. Make that a 3v0. And 808 continue their stoic momentum, finding their 4th round.
Holy! Okay, so hear me out, chat. Aki Nation has been in crumbles tonight, but I did catch the egg of that round. I mean, 808 are really showing why they're the first seed in this entire game so far, up 3 rounds. I mean, of course, we're still in the first half of the first map of the first series of the, not the first series, the first map of the whole series. So anything can truly happen, but surely, truly, a good start from Seraphim. However, it is important to know that we have so many ults on the line this round, so who really knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, there's still 2 big ultimates I'm looking at. The Armageddon in the hands of the Tejo and the Rolling Thunder in the hands of the Breach. Very, very potent retake ultimates as well. So from the side of KC, I would like to see him take a little bit more space, a little bit more aggressiveness in their endeavors when they do take the C side, because right now 808 has been very good. And now here comes the Rolling Thunder, but IQ is not going to get hit by it whatsoever. The flash coming in, the Rolling Thunder coming in, or the Armageddon coming in at the same time. VK's going to find a kill though. Yangs is just outside the Armageddon's pathway. And now VK trying to get warmed up in this series so far, having a slow start, finding his first frag, but now the rest of it's going to come in. The Paranoia coming in though. Gojira's going to take his space and take it well. Finding it 2 as well. That's now Miko. They're trying to find his kills. Zupal's alongside on VK. Taking pop shots through into Waterfall. 4v2, the Paranoia coming in, and they want to start this retake as fast and loose as possible, but Gojira is stoic in his hold, and BK has his back. And finally, KC finally yet another round on the board.
Oh my gosh, as I just said, everything is still up in the air, and Cold Brew proved that fact that last round, putting a lot of the pieces together, pushing that CT space. BK, I believe, getting that kill on IQ, whose TP was a little too shallow and not quite in that corner, giving them that initial pick, as well as that Armageddon getting used to flush out sight in and of itself. A really solid side take, and they still have 2 ults going into this round, so truly still anyone's game leading into the 7th round.
Yeah, and now it's like might be a fight over towards A again. The C's coming up though on the tickets in, who only has a classic, looking to try to use the overdrive to his advantage. As Gojira is going to be forced out wide, and no, Zupaus is going to fall him, take him out of the round with that Sheriff. 4v5, but the weaponry still in their favor. The overdrive now is going to be Pops, ready to go forward. BK left alone on an island. The Chicken's in. He's going to pick that rifle upgrade. Yang with the Guardian in his hands, going to find a kill on the Chicken's in. Look to make the upgrade, trying to find something happen. The flash coming in at the same time. But Zupaus again, stoic in his endeavors, holding strong with his teammate. Finding another frag. Yang. It's Yang and Desi left alive in this round to recover from a 2v3. Weapons down on the ground. Only Ferret, the one to find the upgrade. The other 2 guns unrecoverable, as now these 2 players are looking to rock forward. But again, it's Zupaus who opened the round with the Sheriff, and now looking to use the stun. Look at the fault line coming forward. Zupaus and Ferret find the 50 together after a beautiful 1-2 punch.
I feel like every single time we've seen Seraphim on a lighter buy, they seem to just come out on top every single time. I remember the other time they were on an eco, or maybe just a lower buy in general. Miko got 2 or 3 on C, and this time it's Zupaus getting 3 on that A fight, and I just feel like KC so far have not been proving themselves particularly successful on this A push, which is probably why they're going to see this round, seeing as they failed last round. But in general, just a really good refight, especially with Zupaus being pushed up in that corner. A really good job from Seraphim.
Yeah, and once again, it's just an A fight, A rebel take. As they look to just go right into it, but the dog coming in to clear out C Mount, but there's still 4 ultimates in the hands of KC. 2 of them 3 of them very big in taking their sights with the Steel Garden, as well as the Nightfall, but they're going to try to use the last of it, and then the Steel Garden's going to come in now at the same time. The Showstopper coming in at the same time as the Steel Garden. Now it's going to be that C-side under siege, under wraps for the side of KC. Showstopper's going to go wide, no targets to be found, but look at the trying to take forward. A lot of space forward, BK trying to find the shots as KC looking to go forward, but Gojira just nowhere to go. The Rolling Thunder now coming in, sending them high and wide as there's nowhere they can go whatsoever. Desi did his best with the Stingers, down to BK in a 1v3, and Chicken's in is all over it. Too much util, too much firepower.
I mean, Casey on the initial site take, I was a little skeptical of the use of that Showstopper and the Steel Garden on their site entry, but they got sight and they got a really good push into CT, so I was actually starting to think that it was going to be going in their favor, at least for 1 or 2 picks. Unfortunately, 808 being able to get that space back with that Tejo concuss, with that Rolling Thunder going back into site, made the retake just as fast as the original site take from Cold Brew. So just a really good refight on the hands of all of these players. I mean, they're playing together. I unfortunately just think that comes down to an issue of space as well as guns. Casey was on an eco, so they just didn't have the same firepower that Seraphim did on paper. So unfortunately, not quite the round they had hoped, but with a few guns, hopefully it is a different story this time around.
Hopefully, and now they're looking towards this B main positioning for the first time in this half so far. But 808, they know this style. They know what they want to do. Potentially, they hear that trip, looking to potentially break towards it and look to go towards some positioning, maybe towards breakable, maybe towards waterfall. But Miko is not going to be here. He's going to hear all of this. The Paranoia coming in. Maybe Zupaus is going to get stunned up, paranoid up, nowhere to go. He's looking to take the space. Miko's going to be under a lot of pressure now. The pre-firing coming in. It's going to TP across, trying to get out of Yang's positioning. But Yang wants him dead. And dead he has it. And now the retake coming in and potentially. Now it's going to be Desi finding a kill on the lurk. The running gun not happening. As the evolution was popped by IQ, left in a 1v4. The flash will not work. The thorns will not work. Nothing will slow him down. The Terminator could be coming forward, but this is a tall task to do in a 1v4. Running forward and not taking any damage because of the ultimate. Evolution allows him to avoid all util. Are they going to give him ones? Are they going to give him the respect? Brimmy wants to take the swing, take the fight, he will, and they get their round.
A third round on the board for Cold Brew, indeed, with Yang getting that first pick, pushing up into C-Link, as well as that pinch into the people in that breakable door area from, I don't remember who it was on site, but it's definitely Desi coming in from backwards, making sure that they weren't able to even start a retake. A really, really good round. I think Cold Brew just need to keep pushing that momentum forward, just keep needing to work together more, because it has been shown with the 6 rounds that Seraphim have on the board that they are capable of doing that on their own, and it is time for Cold Brew to answer back.
Yeah, and I will just say, I know one thing real quick while we're in the slow part of the round. I think some people were probably pointing it out on the top left. It says Season 10 Expert, but it's actually Season 10 Apprentice, but that's okay. We're just here to have fun with it here in the Grand Finals. But Brew with the Himi does find the first onto IQ. A beautiful fight to find as he took a little bit of an aggressive fight. And now looking towards the C-side down to Miko, who's all here. He's going to take a little bit of damage, but has to back away out the paranoia. 2 of these players from the side of KC are ridiculously low. But that tripwire also down. That means Desi's going to find a beautiful timing. The Armageddon coming in for the Sun Palace again, trying to force this retake into their affairs. The flash coming in, though. Now their fast retake coming in. Desi has to go fast, has to go now. They look to stop them dead in their tracks. His first shot's not going wide. Nothing able to find, but Yang is the one to find him. 16 HP in a dream, and he finds the third onto Ferret. Low HP be damned.
I thought initially that it was going to be Desi with a backstab going to win that round, but instead it's just Yang. It's just Yang getting 3 on site instead. Again, a really good solid round. I do believe Cold Brew is trying to get the rhythm of Seraphim. It does seem like they're doing a lot of fast rotates in order to set up these fast retake scenarios that they've been doing. But with Desi with a backstab in through B, especially with that veto and IQ gone, definitely gave Cold Brew a lot more breathing room, a lot more space, again, for another pinch on the back going into this 11th round.
Yeah, but the scary part is, again, is 808 is on a weaker by VK, walking straight into a blender of all these players, waiting for him in their waiting arms. But Brimy's going to find the trade onto Fair this time. IQ looking to walk up, but Brimy with the hit is so aware, but it does not matter. IQ's going to find the kill with the bandit, look to get away now. So now that's going to be 2 guns down, but look at the positioning that Yang has, also known as Cassius, with the bomb in his hand. This is very risky in their endeavor, but the A side is opened up, ready to go. Yang is going to clear out tree, but now there's going to be that bomb going down from the shadows, looking to go forward, but the salvos looking to deny the positioning going into tree. Let's go, Jira. Desi, as well as Yang here on this retake potential. As the flank coming in here from the side of IQ, but not able to pick up a rifle upgrade just yet. Even though it kind of fall just a little over past it. But it's going to be Desi again to find a kill. The bandit looking to go wide, but Desi's going to deny him. He's going to get stunned up. But Yang, the hero of the previous round, looking to try to do it again in this endeavors. And he will find the wall bang. Zoo Palace cannot do it. 1 round away from tying this scoreline back up.
Last round.
Truly, I mean, I do believe Casey, that puts Casey on a 3-round win streak, and I mean 808 looks a little concerned by it, judging by that time up, but overall a really good solid fight coming in from these Cold Brew players, especially after kind of being beat up a little bit in the first part of the half, especially with them just kind of, I mean that last round it was an eco for Seraphim. They have been pretty good with their ecos before in the other rounds where they've been on sheriffs and pistols, but a lot of those round wins have been off the backs of 1 or 2 players getting that pivotal 2 or 3K. And in this round, I just don't think anything really went their way. Of course, IQ did get that pick outside of C with the bandit early on. And there was that 4-man push outside of B main that I believe got VK, but VK managed to get 1 and get damage onto another person. So it truly was a pretty good trade-off in general. And being able to, Cold Brew's biggest strength so far has been able to regroup and pick a site, whether or not it's been stacked. Usually the site that they do rotate to has not been pretty stacked. It seems that Seraphim has been able to, they have been able to read where Seraphim is rotating to, and Cold Brew have been able to exploit that. So in general, really good reads off of the back of Brimy with the Hemi is just doing a good job. #bang. But in general, going to the last round of this half, I mean, again, we're just going to see if it's even, or if Seraphim comes out on top with a winning half.
So we'll see a neutrality half or 808 will win this half. 3 big ultimates in the hands of KC with the Steel Guard and the Nightfall as well as the Rolling Thunder. If they can get away without using all 3 of their ults, maybe just using one of them and then saving the last 2 for potential retake stall, that'd be great. But Brew is going to be the first one to use the first ult. The Rolling Thunder coming in, but Miko's not going to get blinded up at all. He's going to get blinded by the TP right into his hand. But Yang again is there to find the trade, but falls to IQ. The Steel Guard now has to be committed. One of the ultimates is going to be down out of the round, no longer of use in this half. The Nightfall. It's going to be Desi looking to go forward, but that relay ball just a little bit wide. VK is going to find a kill, but Brew with the Hemi finds the trade down to a 2v2. Desi going to swing out a little too wide. IQ is going to punish it. Brimmy has it all to do, has a singular flash left to go. He will use it, but the pre-fire from Zupals, knowing exactly what he's going to swing, despite both of them being blinded up. 808. They recover a 7-5 scoreline.
An unfortunate round truly for KC there. Truly the entry itself was not the problem. Unfortunately, the TP from Gojira a little bit too out in the open. I do believe that Seraphim were able to get those picks as they entered into sight. Forced a kill pick onto Gojira. I believe BK was down on the entry as well. So just a lot of picks that went the way of 808, and unfortunately that led to a pretty weak hold when the bomb was actually down. And unfortunately, that full blind kill onto Brimmy is just happens. That's just how Valorant works sometimes. Truly an unfortunate run for KC. A truly good try, seeing as how it invested 2 ults into that site take. Excuse me. But as the sides are swapped now, it looks already different from the first round that KC had done. So let's see what these two teams bring to the table the second half.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, KC is not strangers to being down. They've been down virtually every map they play in, but here is now the benefits of having that interceptor on the veto is now the A rubble fight is just very difficult for the side of KC to take because no util, no C's, no nade. You can flash, you can stun still, but all the other pieces of util are going to be out of the question. But Yang taking first contact, the relay bullet's going to come in now. Now here comes the Salvus as well, but now Vika's going to give away his positioning. He's going to come right into the flash, trying to stop the shots. Yang is going to be the one to find the first kill, but Chickenson again is going to find a kill alongside Zupals. VK cannot settle his shots just yet. Slow start to this map. Now going into this 3v4, the 2 players falling early. Gojira waiting and drop. Desi as alongside Brimmy with the Hemi looking to potentially make this retake happen in the 4v3. But now the bomb comes down from Zupals. But Miko is going to be there. The timing in his favor. Desi's going to fall. And Miko's going to reposition, look to see if he can find another frag, find another kill. The Aftershock's going to have to force him back just a little bit. Zupals, who's been on a heater so far, 14-6. Default line, not enough. Gojira has to do it all he can. Brimmy does get one with the right click. But it's down to Gojira and a 1v3, and they know exactly where he's at. They're going to pencil in on his position. But the time not going down. He's stuck between a rock and a hard spot. It's looking like a second missed round for 808. Gojira, unless a miracle happens. Now the Aftershock, nowhere to go, nowhere to be seen. Miko pulls out the knife. Stabby, you fall to my knife.
Oh my gosh, sealing that 8th round with a knife in the back. Truly, I just want to point out how different those rubble pushes were for both teams. KC just kind of trying to force their way out on their attack side, but on this defense, a lot less util was used from KC trying to get that rubble space. But if we think back on that very first round, there's a lot of util, a paranoia, a blind, a stun. And I think KC were just kind of missing that firepower in that first round. And that kind of just led to Seraphim falling into that round, so to speak. But on the second round, we'll see if things change.
Yeah, and now instead of throwing the util first, they just wait to break that interceptor and then throw the util. But from the side of 808, they want to go towards the C side again. No player. There's only 2 players here. It is going to be in the hands of Desi and Gojira as well. As Brimmy is going to show a shoulder, but Chickenson is going to get stunned up a little bit. Trying to run forward, trying to find a chicken kill, but nothing he can find. And Chickenson is going to find the kill on the Desi. As the C side opened up once again. But it's already basically potentially a done and dusted round unless these 3 players can make miracles happen with these classics. VK walking up into CT and Yang, who's been doing his absolute best to keep his team alive. VK though, with the classic, Chickenson isn't gonna find anything though. But now that's going to be, yep, the swarm. Flawless round, and a flawless round for them indeed. No guns to be lost.
I mean, truly a clinical second round of the half, a clinical anti-eco buy from Seraphim here. It's just unfortunate that a lot of the util, I don't think there really was any util besides that smoke in C main, and I think Casey were just kind of hoping that the closer proximity with the classics and the lighter guns would be able to at least grant them one pick. Unfortunately, all it gave them was chip damage, and Seraphim were just able to play off of each other afterwards. But heading into Casey's first buy, this round might look different, for sure.
Indeed, indeed. The fault line again coming in. IQ is not going to throw the interception just yet. BK's going to get a little curious, and Curious kills the cat. This time it's going to be IQ to fall to that curiosity. Yang is going to be here ready for it. The relay ball is going to come in. They want to go towards the B side, and that is going to be the case. And Salvo's going to have to stall them back just a little bit longer. They're going to take this place right into Waterfall. So, the C's going to come in now. Yang is going to get a lot of pressure, but Chicken's in is going to get synced up. But Zupap's going to find a kill on the one. There's not going to kill on the second. And a lot of damage, so Chicken's in. Look at the running gun action onto Yang. Going to get the kill, but Desi is there. The Flood coming in. Ferret left down to 1v3. The Flash coming in. It's going to blind up 3 of them and nowhere to be able to capitalize on it. And VK is going to be there. You'll find a clean shot, clean crosshair placement. And Aki, VK is the last player you want to heat up in this situation.
Oh, don't I know it. VK and I have been friends for years, and when he starts on a heater, he does not back down. A 6th round, I mean, I just complimented 808 on their shooting on that anti-eco last round, and this round, I gotta do the same for KC. VK getting that clean opening pick onto IQ on that A-hold. I mean, truly a testament of the better gun weaponry at some points, and truly, KC showing, hey, you got some guns too, and really showing why that they deserve to be in this grand finals, getting them that 6th round, getting that first round of the second half, and 9-6. I mean, anything is possible, knowing that they came back that first half. So let's see what happens on this 17th round.
Indeed, as now it's going to be the fault line as well. A lot of util used, a little bit of damage done, but not enough to warrior any kind of worrisome. But VK getting a little bit of spam damage on the Chickens in as well. Barely missing out on a kill. Now the aftershock coming in though. A lot of util being used early on. VK again getting more damage done. This time onto Miko here. There's all these players getting littled away with these damage, pelted with bullets. There's 3 players from the side of KC here ready for this potential hit, but they want to go towards the B side now. They're going to leave IQ inserted. VK looking to hold strong. Potentially might ready to go and clear out the lurker. And yeah, that's going to be the case. Is his spidey sense is tingling? Yes, they are. They will take out IQ, and now that's the breakable position in their favor. But it's going to be Yang to find a kill, but Zupap's going to find the trade, but Ferret is going to find a kill again. 3v2. It's going to be 3v2 efforts. It's going to be Desi and Brimmy having all to do, but this flank coming in from the side of Desi could be the difference maker. The fault line is going to be used in breakable, now giving the positioning away. And now it will take the kill. It's going to be down to a 2v2. They know exactly where these 2 players are. Flash coming in, though, is going to blind them up. It's going to force them off the bomb. And now the Armageddon has to be used at the same time.
So much util.
So much util, but does it matter?
I believe
they do. Look at it. And yeah, there is enough time. What a beautiful retake coming out of KC off the back of Desi and Brimmy.
I mean, a beautiful run, especially working together, especially despite that Armageddon and that Aftershock getting used to stall, that both of those pieces of util getting used at the same time might not have been the best call for 808 there. Maybe a little bit of a misplay, maybe a little bit of antsiness, seeing as the timer was ticking down, but either way, going to that, I believe that was the first full gun run for both teams. So definitely a good showing from Casey, being able to pick apart that retake, especially with Desi coming in B main, once again coming and shooting Seraphim in the back a lot of these times and forces them onto that eco for this upcoming round.
Yeah, indeed. And now it's going to be back in this round. They're not going to want to go towards the A side. They want to go towards C. They know that the Sentinel is going to be here. They do have the overdrive and the Hunter Chickens in. But all of the Sentinel util is here, though. Both of the Thorns, the Sheer Wall, the Arc Rose as well. It's a lot of util they're going to have to get out. But Gojira's going to find a kill. But now the overdrive's going to be popped up. A little Desi is going to stop it dead in its track. The Bear's going to find a kill on the Gojira. Now Desi has it all to do. So definitely low. The Steel Guard is going to have to be used, but there's nothing you can really do. They're all just pistols. Now it's going to be the bomb coming down, but that haunt is beautiful. As VK and Brimmy are going to support off of it, and VK finds the second. What an eye from Yang, confirming the retake in a 3v3.
at Yang as a Fade player 250 plus hours. I'm stealing it. Anyway, I mean, other than that, maybe the Steel Garden on Seraphim's eco, on 808's eco, was not exactly the decision I would have personally done, seeing as they were already on sidearms. However, whatever it does to disorient them, maybe take away the possibility of them using guns for another few seconds, is definitely not a bad idea, seeing as how Miko was unable to use that, I believe, whatever rifle it was he picked up, or they picked up. It definitely led to another round win. Pretty solid retake overall. Very good teamwork.
Indeed, and once again, it's going to be this 808 attack going straight towards C. The final shadow is going to be used, and Desi is going to hear that from the shadows and has to give up the space, does not want to stick on site. As there is a showstopper in the front of the shadows in the hands of the sides of Kingdom Coffee. If they want to use it in the retake, VK is going to have to wait. It's going to be coming forward a little bit late, but the bomb hasn't come down yet. Now it will be going down now. As the eye is going to come in, but it's going to get broken this time. The paranoia already locked and loaded, looking to see if he stalls the retake, but Gojira's going to find a kill on Chikazina once again. But Yang with this Odin again, but the util is so elite. Life's just going to find a kill into Yang to bring it back to the 3v4, but the showstopper is going to be easier from the side of the door. Are they going to clear the box? No, he will not. It's down to a 2v2. It's Brew with the Himi and Gojira versus IQ and Ferret.
Right there.
I'm on their side. TV's going to come out there, but the bomb is not planted for them entirely. But Brimmy is going to wait for Gojira. Is going to swing out. They know where both is at. Ferret is going to have to do it all in a 1v2. But it's going to run forward, Gojira. Bullet's not running out, but time not on his side. Ferret did his best, but Brimmy sticks it all the way through. And they find their tied scoreline.
Oh my gosh. A tied game off of the bomb unfortunately not being planted in the most open of spots. I got a little concerned for VK there, considering how Fair was able to catch him off guard with that showstopper flank, but it didn't matter. Again, the teamwork, especially in the 2v whatever scenarios for Cold Brew, proving to be more efficient than whatever retake 808 has planned, getting them to that even scoreline, getting them the rounds that they need.
Yeah, now we're going back into the fault line is going to be used to stall them out in rubble, but there's nobody going to be following up on it just yet, though. As Yang and VK are waiting and lying and waiting for the side of 808 to finally go towards A, which is one of the things they've been lacking in a little bit. They've been going C the past 3 rounds, and now they want to go test their A pressure. As the salvage are being used, only one of them being used to try to clear out that cubby position, but now the paint shell is going to be locked and loaded to stop them from being able to go into tree. The stealth drone coming in now at the same time to clear out all the question marks with VK just being in such a rat roaming around the maze. But look at this lurk again. This positioning on the side of Desi is going to catch out onto IQ before he can react with as we look forward towards the side. Yang's going to find a kill with that Odin. It's going to be Chicken Let's go forward. Chicken's going to run in gun action. Going to come in, but Yang again holding it strong. Holding steady. Once again with the Odin, and now the bomb. Completely and utterly unrecoverable. But IQ is going to find the first on the lurk, though. It gives him a chance, but that aftershot's going to force Miko into a position where he has to go out wide. He knows one is flank. But now, Desi looking to get closer. But the timing not on his side for Miko. Desi finds the kill. It's down to IQ in a 1v3. But they know exactly where he's coming from. The smoke came in. So waiting potentially for a time swing, waiting for him to make a mistake. They have to plant the bomb with 13 seconds left to go. Now he makes a sound in tree.
10 seconds.
But Yang sitting in a devious off angle. But IQ is going to clear it out though. But now with 5 seconds left to go, Brimmy can just swing. And he will take the swing and timing. Take him off the bomb. And they do finally find their first lead of this map. 10-9.
Brimmy with the Hemi showing why his tag is #bang! Getting that 10th round onto that board for KC. I mean, once again, 808 are definitely a little concerned. I want to point out a few things though. 808, unlike KC, I feel like there's some sort of disconnect between their util coming in, signaling to KC, hey, they're here, there's so many people here, versus when they actually entry. Whereas KC on the first half, the thing that they did so well in the second half of their attacking half was that they were able to differentiate, hey, there's a lot of defenders on this site, we should leave. And I think that's one thing that 808 is struggling a little bit, finding that sort of timing and deciding, hey, we made a lot of noise here, maybe there's a lot of defenders here already. Just that last round alone, there were 3 defenders backside on A when that entry happened, and Yang being able to get that 3K, and VK being able to cause enough commotion, throwing his paint shells into tree, throwing that boom bot in the direction of tree, really stalling the brunt of the push that was trying to come through that choke. So again, I think Seraphim, it's a combination of Cold Brew being able to get all of that util to be able to stall long enough for people to rotate over, but it's also a kind of the issue of Seraphim isn't able to get the spaces they need fast enough to either prevent that sort of stall util or just getting enough info to be like, hey, there's too many people here, we should leave. It's forced them onto this weird buy. We got a Bucky, we got a bunch of shares, we got a Ghost. So again, it's not the best of looks for them, but hopefully they're able to get a 10th round on the board themselves.
Maybe, but right now you're already seeing from the side of KC, they do have the Rolling Thunder in the hands of brimming with the Hemi once again. But they want to go towards B side because of their weaponry. Like you said, just a Stinger, 3 shares, a Ghost, and they do want to potentially go towards B, but the smoke coming down is going to force a reaction out of KC. Triggers in, looking to see if he can find that sheer wall. Nothing to be seen, nothing to be found. So now they're going to wait, but look at how much space also the VK took. So they can afford to go stack towards B, but IQ is going to keep it forward with the bomb in his hands, and Gojira is going to take him out of the round. And try to recover. The flood might be coming in at the same time. They're probably going to lash onto one, but now they have to go full. He's going to find a kill, but Ferret again with that Ghost. Going to find that trade. Ferret again with the Ghost. Finding instantaneous trades, but Yang and Desi is there. It's down to Miko in a 1v3 with the Sheriff in his hands. Has to break the dog, and Yang can just free fire with that Odin. KC, the underdog storyline will not die.
Let's go.
My gosh, maybe, I mean, of course, maybe 808 going B on their eco was a little bit of a read that a lot of teams would expect on their eco. Hey, let's go B. Hey, let's do a lot of these earlier, closer angles we have with our maybe not less than ideal guns, but I mean, if 808 does that, then KC is more than likely to be able to read that as well. Just being able to mow them down on their entry. Again, on that plant, 4 people around that side already, so that retake took less than 10 seconds. So once again, though, another buy round for 808, and let's see if they get a 10th round on the board.
Yeah, I want to go towards the C-Sniper once again, but look at how proactive that KC is being right now. They just hear the noise, they hear all of that noise, all that util usage. And now they want to go towards that C-Side once again. That's going to have to force low score off up the line. Desi coming in from the round. It's going to come in, waiting. And now, yeah, go right into the smoke, wait into his raiding arms. And now, coming in, it's gonna be that Odin spam again from Yang. Yang doing so much damage with that Odin. The flash coming in, the high-low peak. Zupals had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and no chance in hell of winning the round. Brimmy finds the final, and now KC is on map points.
Holy freaking moly. I mean, if there's one thing Cold Brew are good at doing, it is pressuring the map. I mean, the highlight of that run definitely has to be Yang or Cassius on that Odin just spamming 2 through those walls. But at the end of the day, even if he had managed to get taken out for some miracle under above, there was VK with that pinch through the door in Mound. Whoo, my English. But it's, again, a lot of this push and pull that Cold Brew are really good at. Hey, let's pressure this, let's pressure everywhere, so Seraphim has no breathing room. And, you know, sometimes you might just need that Oculus to get anything going.
We do have the map back up now, as I didn't know about the hotkey, but that's okay. We love to out here. Anyway, we're going into this round. It's going to be the fake towards A. It's drawing a lot of rotates, a lot of attention. That sheer wall gonna go forward, but only one player got forward. That's a delay. That can cause KC to rotate back over. Now they realize they've been duped, they've been faked. Going straight over now, the retake's gonna have to come in quick. Zoop House is gonna be one to get the bomb down. It's a paranoid coming into CT. They want to take the space once again. Flash coming in though. They're gonna have to re-clear this CT position. The flash again. IQ staying in a position, but he does get the kill onto one. Can't find a second. That's going to be a trade. And Knife's going to come in and still going at the same time now. It's going to be a lot of people coming in at the same time. Miko has it all to do. It's going to be down to Prowler, but he can't see a thing. Desi, that Army is going to have to use to try to stall them out as much as possible. But does not have a gun. Gojira falls him down. It's down to Ferret in a 1v3, but no one can be seen. Nowhere to be found. Gojira has the bomb, the Rolling Thunder to use to stall him out. But Gojira was not tagged whatsoever. They have the Shark now, have to force him off. Ferret, a miracle on Bourbon Street in his hands, and 808. They continue again off the back of Ferret.
I'm great.
Just like a biblically accurate angel coming down from the heavens, fared with a 3K to get a 10th round on the board for Seraphim, but they're gonna need so much more, so much of that and more from all 5 players of Seraphim if they even want to think about getting to OT. A really good solo round. I really thought with the combination, I don't even remember which it was. I think it was a Nightfall and the Steel Garden. Yes, that's what it was. Hashtag memory. Just those two, I thought that would really seal the deal, especially when a lot of the members of 808 were stuck, almost caught out in these more open positions. I believe there's one waterfall, there's one CT, so a lot of different positions where Cold Brew were able to isolate these fights. However, none of that really matters when you've got a gun, you've got good positioning, and you just shoot them in the back. You just shoot straight, spray, transfer. Holy my English. Spray transfer 2 of them in the back. So, I mean, really, again, it's a really solid round, but I just feel like a lot of the rounds that 808 have been getting on the second half have been off of the heroics of one player. And granted, that was happening a little bit on their first half too, on their defending half, but I just feel like it's been a lot more noticeable the second half, as especially, of course, they've been shooting great, but I think at the end of the day, Cold Brew's teamwork and synergy has just been a little better, as well as their ability to push and pull and extremities around the map, be able to pinch everything. I mean, especially on that first half too, excuse me. Desi able to lurk up. I feel like Seraphim is also missing a lot of that lurk potential, which is how Cold Brew are able to push and pull in so much of this space exchange almost. And again, it just feels like 808 is missing a lot of map control and a lot of map information, which I think is why a lot of their takes have been lacking in one way or another. Like, they've been able to get a lot of the site space for relatively free. I mean, that last run, I believe they all were able to use that fake on A in order to get that space on C, which is why they were able to get to the bomb. I believe that's the core reason why that there was not so much time left. But at the end of the day, Seraphim are going to need a lot more than that in order to be able to even think about OT. Granted, they're only 2 rounds behind, so it's not the end of the world, and it's definitely something that is very doable. But they're going to definitely need to dig in their bootstraps to be able to find those 2 rounds.
Indeed. And obviously right now, as you may have guessed for the viewers, we are in a little bit of a tech pause. One of the players on the side of 808, internet went out, so it might be a little bit before they can come back. Hopefully they will be back very, very shortly. I would hate to have to play out the rounds in a 4v5. Not something you want to see in the grand finals, but I'm not sure if we do have the tech pause scene two-way. Do we have that? I'm going to talk to my producer. Do we have that? Yeah, I think me and Aki deserve a little bit of our voice to calm down, so we don't have to talk the entire time through the tech pause. But we will be coming back shortly, hopefully when they come back. So we'll be taking a break, so don't go anywhere. Hopefully we'll be right back.
I chat soon.
Chasing shadows, fighting battles. I've been on my own for a while, let them say I'm doing better. I've been broken, but now I'm going. I've been on the road of fire, made it through. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. Listen to my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. Listen to my kingdom, and you can take my freedom.
Party to the sun. See you vibing with me, I just wanna see what's up. We just started dancing and I think I fell in love. We won't get this moment back, so please lift up my cup. Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love. But we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? DJ keep playing the music. She throwing it back, she too thick. The way she moves, she ruthless. She straight to the point like a toothpick. She asked can we take us a photo, only if I can take you to Ruth Chris. She laughed and said that's funny, no, we got a deal if you bring.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from our tech pause. We had a little internet issues from one of the players, but they are back in the lobby. It's not a 4v5. There is no timer needed to keep going. Back into the action, round number 23. If they are one round for KC away from winning this map. The Outlaw from VK, though, is going to go wide, but he's going to have a spare Phantom on his side. But from the side of 808, they're trying to find any answers. They could force overtime because that's the only way they can win this map, if they could force overtime. 2 rounds left to go, though. An uphill climb if you missed out on the last round for our tech pause. Ferret had a amazing 1v3 to win, to close it out and continue on in this map. But Yang, oh, what a spam with the Odin. Chickens in, caught completely off guard, but IQ's gonna take this position and take the space. Is he gonna turn around? That's gonna turn around with the knife out though. Yep, he's not gonna be aware of that possibility whatsoever. Desi now's gonna have all the 2 paranoia though. Blinded up, stunned up, can't see a damn thing. And now that Alphas are coming in, nowhere to go. Cannot settle the shots to find one with him. That's going to be the Seaside under wraps. It's going to be the Rolling Thunder, though, in the hands of Brew with the Hemi. Once again, 808 is looking to take the space into CT. IQ down to 47 HP. The stealth drone coming in now. As BK is going to open the door. Looks to take his space, but Zoop House denies that instantaneously. But the Rolling Thunder now is going to come in now. That's going to stun onto a lot of players. And Yang wants to move forward. But the bomb is planted in a very good spot. But the Tika's coming in, though. Nico sitting on top of the box. Now it's Brimmy. Let's all do it all, but a jumping right click from the heavens, like an angel stepping down. Miko takes him out. 808. They're 1 round away from forcing overtime.
I mean, I think 808 is in this call because I literally just said that they're gonna have to do stuff like that, and then they did it. So yeah, what the heck, man. But on a more serious note, that default definitely worked out for them with IQ getting that pick onto, I believe it was Gojira and C-Link. I mean, Brew with the Hemi, hashtag bang! It's a fun name. It's a fun name to say, sorry. Maybe a little slow on that rotate through CT to C, but either way, a really good pinch, a lot more side control, a lot more space.
There's a flash coming in on VK. There's a Spectre in his hand. Chickens in though. He's gonna have to give out the space, but the Spectre not really the gun you want for that fight. But IQ, who's been on this lurk again, looking to take forward. But Yang is gonna get that information. But 808, they are defaulting. They're not taking the bomb just yet. They want to potentially go towards C. But IQ, who made that lurk very, very strongly in the last round, I'm not gonna allow him to do it again. But they do trip the wall. And it's going to force a reaction out of KC again. They're going to force 3 bodies to stay over towards C. But these players, though, on the side of KC, they're just waiting. Yang out wide with the Odin. IQ realize he does not want to do anything with that. Especially with Yang sitting at 28, 18, and 10. Lighting up the stat sheet, lighting up the board. As I say that, though, IQ is going to get curious again, thinking his timing is in his favor. But Yang is so aware of the possibility. Ooh. But IQ hits a banger shot onto Yang to take him out of the round. And now, with 33 seconds left to go, they want to potentially go towards A. It's going to be from the shadows in the drop. They have to give up the space. Miko going all the way towards A with 25 seconds. That is the call to finish A. 4v5, but KC have been very good at bringing these back from a man disadvantage situations. That's going to be VK look to walk forward. Zupao is the one to plant the bomb. Gojira looking to hold it strong as Miko sits on top of the box. Nowhere to be seen just yet, but VK is going to find a kill. Running in action. Gojira's going to find the kill onto Miko. Now down to a 3v4. Make that a 2v3. They make that a 3v0 within a blink of an eye. KC, the underdog storyline continues. They take map 1.
Oh my gosh. Definitely a really, really close map. A good way to start off an absolute banger of a series. I was definitely about to praise 808 for their slower take there. I mean, a lot of the push and pull, I think they got definitely correct, especially the last 2 rounds. I just think the adjustments on their side came a little too close to the finish line for them. And KC able to close out that map in a 13-11 fashion. I'm not sure I don't remember what map 2 is, but it's going to be a banger of a map. Summit. A map 2 of Summit. We're going to see you there after this break. Hold up.
The break will start here in just a second. Just want to talk a little bit. As Ferret was subbing in for map 1, Auxiliary is now in for the rest of the series. So that means 808 will have their full roster going into this now. Even though Ferret was able to kind of hold this strong. But with that being said, though, KC continues the trend of winning maps by a mere 2 rounds or mere 2 rounds. Obviously, it can't be less, but mere 2 rounds again on Lotus. And they brought it back. I mean, what was the score? 6 or a 5-2 or at some point? But anyway, that's enough yapping from us. We are now actually going to send it to break real quick. So we'll be back in just 5 minutes time. So go get your popcorn, go get something to drink, or use the restroom. We'll be back here in just 5 minutes time.
Bye, Chad.
Chasing shadows, fighting battles. I've been on my own for a while, let them say I'm doing better. I've been broken, but now I'm going. I've been on the road of I made it through. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. Listen to my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. Listen to my kingdom, and you can take my freedom.
Party to the sun. See you vibing with me, I just wanna see what's up. We just started dancing and I think I fell in love. We won't get this moment back, so please lift up my cup. Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love, but we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? DJ keep playing the music, she throwing it back, she too thick. The way she moves, she ruthless, she straight to the point like a toothpick. She asked me to take us a photo, only if I can take you to Ruth Chris. She laughed and said, that's funny though, we got a deal if you bring the music. We put our cups in the air like we don't. Do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love, but we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun?
Welcome back, everyone. If you missed it, you missed one banger of a map one on Lotus, just like the tag and Burning with a Hemi. Yes, I will keep making that joke if you're here for the entirety of map one. But I'm joined with my co-caster Omni here today. If you missed it, I'll do a quick recap. We had our map one on Lotus with the 13-11 in favor of KC on their first map pick. We will be heading into our map two of Summit, which was 808's map pick shortly. But Omni, how have you felt about these games so far?
I am feeling phenomenal. I mean, this is a map that KC has played earlier on in the playoffs. They did win out. I'm not sure who it was against, but I can always go look. But one of the things that I saw a little bit of questions about is why was Breeze banned and not like Abyss? Because VDC does not update the map pools to the current map comp pool until later down the road after. And since all grand finals are happening right now, that means they're all on the old map pool, which means Breeze is still in and Abyss is still out for any of those questions. I know I might have saw that a couple times, but back on the fact of case, they went into Summit in their first round matchup against Nat 20, and they won 14-12 which was a very, very close game, and it was just a banger effort from everybody on the squad. I mean, for KC. So Summit and 808, both these teams have been playing very well.
I mean, yeah, again, the 13-11 on map one, especially with 808 having an, I don't know if it's an E-sub, an emergency sub for auxiliary, or just a sub that they already had processed. Either way, both teams, I believe, now have their full rosters. We have a few locks on the side of 808 so far. Harbor and Yoru. That is a little interesting. Actually, no, I take that back. That's not interesting at all. I'm kidding. But I feel like Yoru isn't an agent that I see a lot anymore. Harbor, I would say maybe a little unorthodox, but I definitely understand with how funky with the longer angles are on side for sure.
I will say 808 have a very, very unorthodox summon comp. As you already can see, the Yoru, Waylay, Harbor, Viper, Fade. I scrimmed against this lineup before. It's very potent with the double entry comp. Some of the things they like to do with their entries is they will throw a cove down in a certain point. The Yoru TP will go in, and then Waylay dash in, and then all of a sudden you have a double duelist dive into the cove. You flash out, you take space, and you go from there. It's very difficult to stop if you don't expect it. But if you can expect it, then you can throw util in, or you can even wait in the cove, and then you can kind of punish it from there. But it's very difficult when you don't expect it to stop it, because they can flash out the cove. Next thing you know, you're blinded up by a Yoru. You have the Harbor blind to come in on the right side towards like a cubby area that can really give them space to work with. Fade Han, there's so much util they can use on their side hits. It's a matter of do they have the same coordination they have in scrims into matches, because scrims is a different thing sometimes.
Oh, for sure. And going over to the other side onto KC Cold Brew here, I think this is maybe a little more of an orthodox comp. Cypher, Fade, Jet, Phoenix, Omen. I wanted to say that Gojira was hovering the Clove for a little bit. I don't know if that was a joke or not, but I was initially a little concerned about that. Clove smokes are notoriously about 0.5 seconds long, and yeah. But it looks like Gojira opted to swap for more of probably his usual on Omen instead, going into this map. But either way, perhaps a maybe unorthodox comp, an insanely unorthodox comp versus maybe something that you would see a lot more commonly. So it's truly a battle of which comp, the funky versus the not so funky, the fresh, no, maybe the funky versus the fresh. No.
Something like that. Who matters? It's here. It's Apprentice Grand Finals map number 2. Casey's up 1-0, 808 on the back burners. This is a best of 5, so this means they still have a chance to move forward, even if Casey wins this map. But it'll be a very uphill climb if you do fall down 2-0, though.
Yeah, moving into this first pistol round, it looks like Seraphim or 808 onto this attack side are going to be heading into this A site, straight into the clutches of this Cypher in Brimmy with the Hemi. That clone maybe going to never mind, it's not going to catch out any Cypher trips at all, but both the duelists coming in for this entry. That Haunt will get the sightline, and Miko with an assist from everyone else on that team, getting that opening pick onto Yang. The TP's coming in, the rest of the team coming in. It's just a matter of, will Brimmy be overwhelmed, or will he get treated out? So far, getting that first pick onto Miko, a good sign, packed maybe with the teammate of his teammates, maybe not for long. Auxiliary finally getting that pick, but Desi and VK both there to pick up the slack, but Auxiliary showing why he needed to come back with that 3K. It's all onto the battle of the duelists, but Auxiliary is so low, and VK will need, unless it's a headshot from Auxiliary, it's going to be a headshot. But as both shots miss, the tap goes to swing, possibly coming in maybe a little later. But again, all VK needed is one shot that landed onto the body, getting a 3K of his own to pick up a pistol round for Casey.
Yeah, and the first pistol round of the series for Casey as well. They lost both pistol rounds on Lotus, and what a time to come alive for VK. He had a very slow start on the first map. The flank coming in because of the fact that this comp does not have a Senti. So that is one of their big weaknesses, is the flank they have to be worried about. But Brimmy with the Hemi, hashtag bang, shout out Aki.
Bang!
Just doing a very good job at staying alive. Did so much damage, got the kill onto Miko, got the head dink onto IQ, and fell to Auxiliary, who did a phenomenal job in that position to get his 3. Just wasn't enough because of the health pool being so low.
Absolutely, but going into the second round, it looks like there's going to be a lot of pressure on on mid, sorry. The only pressure on A is actually a singular Yoru clone, but it looks like that'll get cleaned up very nicely. Looks like there'll be a smoke there, but they've got smoke for days. Desi maybe whipping a few shots onto Miko, getting a lot of shots, only chip damage onto the Yoru there. Heading into the B site with Brimmy, who has switched over from the pistol round. The question is he going to be able to slip the net of everyone in sight? So far, getting that first pick is a good start, but it looks like Miko will be there for the trade. Yang, though, with a return of his own onto IQ. The question is, got a good damage, especially VK taken down to 10, Yang down to 15 as well. Thankfully, they both have the regen shield, so it's marginally less scary perhaps, but at the 3v3 and everyone on KC is low. Again, Miko with the 3k, but Gojira answering back with his own. Miko's going to have to ace if he wants even a chance, but on the 4k with both players so low, it just might be doable. But with those the Spectre run and gun getting the ace, getting that thrifty round on the board for 808.
Yeah, just a beautiful round from Miko. He opened it up early on, and then just playing the Yoru to perfection. TP'd out after the fight, the earlier engagement into B main, and then TP'd in the drop. VK just doing his absolute best. He got his one, but could not transfer over to Miko, who just used the Spectre running gun. I mean, me personally, I hate the gun, but I love seeing it in action like that, especially when it gives you the round, just nullifying that pistol round for the side of KC.
Going into this third round, I mean, it's a very weird one for KC, especially considering that they lost that anti-eco round that I'd say majority of the time was supposed to go the way of the ones with the guns, but that Jiggle's going to get that pick, going to get that information from Yang. But Auxiliary with the classic, he gets that first pick onto him, opening up the A site, closest one being VK in that link position, but ooh, maybe a little bit of an accidental shot there, but either way, getting that return frag onto Auxiliary. Bomb goes down into a 4v4, and once again, it's an eco, so a lot of the weaker gun range is on the side of KC, but it doesn't matter if Chicken's going to get caught off guard with that bandit in the hands of Brew with the handy. Say hashtag bang! Getting that 2-pick, but getting traded out by IQ, Miko getting one more of his own. IQ to answer back with a 3k to pick up a second round for 808.
Yeah, just the shots were falling with the bandits from the side of KC, but that lurk from IQ caught them completely off guard. He lurked through mid-bottom into window because they did not close that door when they pushed through mid. And then IQ was able to get into link position because VK went all the way through cave. And then despite the triple flank, as well as Chickens in falling, it just wasn't enough because IQ was able to swing out confidence as ever with that Phantom. And was able to deny potentially giving that re-thrifty back. But now it's the third round, or fourth round, excuse me. It's a full buy for full buy once again.
Yeah, going into this fourth round now, looks like 808 have gone for their first B main hit. I'm not sure if I don't think there's been a lot of this commotion so far. A lot of the hits gonna come through, especially with that Dimension Drift from Miko coming in, along with those Waylay dashes coming in upon the back of that hindrance. But looks like Brew hashtag bang getting to even out the numbers as IQ and Miko getting 2 picks on their entry. Now, Brew is still around, and VK is already on this B main position. That Neural Theft going to come in, reveal all the locations. Now, Chicken being able to get the kind of pressure that they need, especially off the back of the first skin of that Neural Theft. And VK getting a first pick, I don't think really Seraphim expected that sort of angle, but IQ playing in that smoke, in that Viper smoke, getting that pick, but a 1v2 in the hands of VK out on site now with both of these players tucked into different angles a little farther back. IQ maybe just trying to pop in and out of that smoke. First tap coming in, VK trying to suss out where anyone is, but it is all just noise as IQ picks up a third round on the back of a third kill.
Yeah, and it's these entries that Brimming is getting, and VK as well on the flanks getting a lot of value. It's just they were able to recover so late into the round, and then getting the bomb down. If VK maybe went a little bit quicker on that flank and try to deny the plant from going down from Zupals, might have been a different round. But once that bomb went down, it was up to IQ and Chicken Sin who were able to play their crossfire, as well as Chicken Sin just baiting that noise, forcing VK to have to look one way, then turn the other way, and then a bullet right to the back of his head.
We've seen this story before, though, coming into this round. A lot of 808 pressure in this A main, but looks like it's all just, maybe they're not locking, maybe it's a little bit of noise, but it doesn't matter as Yang gets that first pick onto Auxiliary and A main, a Phantom drop, but I'm not sure they might try and go for that gun, seeing as KCR once again on the lower guns. Looks like they see that one more person is there, maybe to guard that gun, maybe just to make some more noise, but either way, that means that gun is irretrievable for the time being. But VK with the Blade Storm for now, offsetting the cost of the guns a little bit, and I guess it doesn't matter. Desi's going to get another kick onto IQ, but Miko to answer for the kick on his own, make that 2 with the A site maybe completely cleared out, maybe maybe hashtag bang is not the quite the word I'd use for Brimmy, but there to cause a little more noise in CT regardless, as his teammates both come in through that link space area. But it looks like all of these 808 members are going to try and go for this double aggression into CT, making the retake just a little bit more uncomfortable for all of these remaining Cold Brew players. But either way, the spam coming in from Zupals, connecting onto Desi, all onto Gojira in a 1v3. Miko is maybe a little less than half HP. That's all really that is going for him in this round, especially with the Cove locked and that Haunt going to seal his fate. A good pick onto Zupals, but the trade from Miko there regardless. A 4th round on the board for 808.
Name of this map already within the first 5 rounds of this game is the entry that KC is getting. They're getting the first bloods, they're getting those picks, but then they get caught off guard when 808 decides to make a hero play by walking through mid or swinging into a smoke or taking space in the cave or whatnot. They're just catching themselves completely off guard. And right now, they need to find an answer when they are down. When they go up in numbers, they have to try to double up, take space together, or give up space and be aware of the possibility of that space being let go.
But speaking of space, looks like 808 is going to be taking a lot of that A main space once again. Got a little bit of a different trip setup here coming from Brimmy. But once again, Yang has proven himself potent with this Odin. He'll have to prove it again, seeing as he's the only one nearby on site. Getting that first pick onto Miko is a good start, but it seems like the rest of the 808 squad says, hey, actually, I'm gonna hashtag dip. Like, especially seeing as it's the good call here, seeing as how all these rotates have left an open B site. Maybe if Desi is able to catch these rotates off guard, especially with this grand pick, but only being able to get one before Auxiliary trades out that run it back, going to be able to get that second pick onto Desi's body afterward, but down to half HP for his troubles. It's a 2v4, but able to get that second pick onto Yang. Ooh, it makes it a 2v3, but once again, Auxiliary 14 HP, and I do not believe Chicken is necessarily completely healthy either. And speaking of, looks like hashtag bang isn't gonna come into effect, getting one more pick before getting traded out by Chicken. A 1v2, not at all a hard round, not necessarily the most evil of odds for Chicken, but certainly the third player. It could be a 1v3 with the time ticking down, being that third player in the favor of KC. Looks like he'll be able to get the plant down onto a relatively open A site. But that does mean this will give the KC players time to regroup. It also means it'll give time for Chicken to be able to get into a more maybe off-angle sort of situation. But looks like he'll choose to be backside instead. Playing off his useless now. He does have his ultimate available if he'd like, but looks like they're going to be just both members of Cold Brew just taking it easy, going together. As long as they stick together, surely they'll be able to play that numbers game. But looking like that Harbel's gonna come through. It's only going to hit one though in Gojira. Question is he gonna be able to stick? And the answer is yes. VK securing a second round on the board.
Very risky from the side of VK to do what he did there, but it stalled out long enough for the side of Gojira to get that diffuse down. But the 2v1 got kind of scary once that ultimate came on, was in play. But they were able to avert disaster with the Reckoning at the same time. But one thing I want to say from Desi was a little bit kind of awkward, was using the run it back in that position to try to get one and then got instantaneously traded after using it. But at that point, you know, you got to do what you got to do. It's grand finals, baby. You got to do what you got to do.
And speaking of doing what you gotta do, looks like 808 are gonna do something a little different this round, going for a little bit of a mid-B split, perhaps, with the main brunt of the push possibly coming in through mid. Now, the only one really here to receive is Desi so far, but with that Molly is going to be a little bit of a different game, getting that first pick off the back of that, behind that clone. Maybe a little more pressure from Miko getting to eventually get that trade onto Desi. But in the meantime, looks like they're trying to be able to work into B. They do have that B link space, but I'm not quite sure how that space for now is a little strange. Just being able to slip the net past Yang in that trophy area, excuse me, and being able to get that B, but bang! goes Brimmy's gun as he gets that first pick onto Chicken in CT, but just as equally, Zupals and Yang both answer back at 3v2 this time in the hands of KC, and IQ is so low. Question is, IQ managing to get one before getting returned back to the spectators. But question is, once again, Gojira able to defuse. I think I've seen this one before. VK protecting his teammate. A third round on the board for KC.
I mean, Desi just taking such an aggressive spot, taking an aggressive fight into Link towards mid-bottom onto the hands of Auxiliary. And then Miko just ran him down, knowing that the importance of his death needed there. But on the side of 808, one of the things that they've been doing very, very well in is the fact that they've been able to kind of group together and start being able to crawl the round back. It's just one of the things that they've been unable to capitalize on is now that KC, well, it is VK, but KC is able to dial it back. That's something I wanted to see from them was when they went up main advantage, they were able to get the kills, they were able to play together and not allow them to lose the main advantage. They were more aware of the lurks, they were more aware of the timings that they were potentially on them because of the fact that this comp that 808 has is a very push and pulley comp. When you push on one side, you pull on the other side, your lurkers get the timing up through mid into a position where you don't expect them. And next thing you know, it kind of just creates that ripple effect where you just don't know where the Viper or even the Harbor is in those positions. But one of the things I want to pay note to is the fact they have 3 big ultimates. The big ult I'm looking at though is the Waylay ult and the Convergence Path and the Dimensional Drift as well. That is a very, very tough combo to use because the Dimensional Drift just finds them, the Waylay ults them, the Yoru comes out, you're dead on the ground and you're crying.
Well said. Going into this 8th round, though, I mean, I don't believe KC has changed much of their setup. I believe a lot of this is positions we've seen before, but on the side of 808, it does look a little different. Looks like there's going to this eco round, I'm not sure a lot that'll go different, but unfortunately, plans mean Jack squat when VK can just get a kill through that smoke, through the spam. 808 being able to get that link control more or less in return, but a man down on your eco is already a tough ask, but being able to get that space regardless. Auxiliary going for those dashes into sight, maybe breaking VK's legs, but it doesn't matter as Brimmy will answer back. IQ being able to get one pick onto Yang in main, but that means the rest of KC are there to guard that bomb and also guard that main chokehold. Brimmy with the Hemi, hashtag bang, goes his gun. I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep doing it. But either way, tying up the scoreline both ways.
If only we were on Twitch, we can do a gamble on how many times Aki will say bang in this grand final. But one of the things that VK finally was starting to get a little attest to was spamming in that smoke or out the smoke because 808 has been walking up kind of in that position. He finally took the timing to spray through it. But also Auxiliary, I mean VK, I'm sorry, but it goes back to the gif of the car crash sequence. It almost looked like that. Luckily they were on a roll by, so it did not come back to fruition. But now it's a tie scoreline, and it's always the thing I just say, you just can't count out KC at any point.
I mean, going into this round though, once again, Brimmy has been able to mix it up again, going B, going A, and this time we've once again picked the right site that 808 want to go into. That Dimensional Drift going to be able to spot out where he is hiding. But it's a different question of, can I find the trips? Looks like both of them will get breaking at this point without much return from KC. Bomb will go down as well. But the question is, a lot of KC is already here. 3 people already in CT with Gojira in that mid area, possibly looking for that space from... Oh, good use from that wall. Auxiliary managing to get one despite the odds, but getting traded out immediately by Gojira. Miyuki getting one more of his own onto VK. But in the meantime, looks like Gojira's been able to get this link spot. But IQ with the late lurk through mid says absolutely not. But oh, okay, as I say that, actually Desi also says absolutely not. But looks like Yang trying to get that timing into length, but Desi managed to get that into trade onto Miko. It's a 1v2. It's not necessarily... But the time is ticking down. Manages to full blind both, but unfortunately a team ace on the side of 808 grabs that lead back.
Hashtag words are hard. But yeah, it's again just the lurks from IQ has been so perfect that he just waits and waits and waits. He also gives the information to his teammates that, hey, there's a potential flank. You guys should be careful of that. I heard the fade going through A main, or someone going through A main. And then now he just waits and waits, and Gojira was aware of it for a little bit, but the timing just wasn't there for him. So he looked away, turned around, and went back towards the retake, and just nothing they can do after that.
First of all, shout out Chicken's Phantom. Hashtag Aura by One Taps Truther. I prefer the purple one, but that's okay. We all have mistakes. But in the meantime, speaking about mistakes, looks like VK might have swung out a little too wide past that one way. Miko getting that first pick, and Gojira also low for his troubles. IQ and Auxiliary both being able to clean up picks, making this a 5v2. Now this does leave Auxiliary and IQ in relatively low to extremely low HP capacity. So, by all means, it's not necessarily a bygone round, but it seems like Yang and Brimmy have both decided that they don't want anything to do with this round, especially with the Viper's Pit invested in this retakes and in this post-plant scenario, excuse me. But a lot of the time, looks like they're just gonna say, I want nothing to do with this, seeing as their econ is quite terrible. I don't think it's necessarily a bad call either. So definitely going to be going into this 4-6 round. But looks like Chicken might be happening on this position. But either way, a solid 6th round, being able to get so many of these picks quite relatively quickly, for sure.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing just waiting for any kind of Brimmy is gonna find one on the makeup, but there's gonna be the rest of the players there. But I mean, yeah, Yang just no good timing whatsoever. Brimmy's gonna try his absolute best.
Oh,
wow. He got his kills, but the round does not matter. But I mean, it's one of the things that 808 is very good at is changing the pace. That's one of the things they did very, very well there, was they were able to absolutely change the pace. They were playing it slow for the most part. They were able to recover, and then that time they just said, screw it, I want to go straight into the face of the defenders and run them down on the B side. And right now it looks like they want to switch it up just a little bit more now and have potentially try to bolster the B side defense just a little bit more.
I feel like we've seen this picture before with a heavier presence in one of the mains, this time being B main, with a later lurk coming from oh my words, coming from IQ in mid, but it doesn't matter as the initial hit with Chicken getting that first pick onto Gojira in main. Desi being able to answer back with 2 picks of his own, making it an even 3v3 with IQ being able to get that pick in mid. But so much space. IQ getting one more onto Yang, opening up the mid area. Both people from KC in this area in the B area being able to get that with the wall, being able to get the site, getting the plant down. Brimmy eventually able to shut down that lurk from IQ, being able to pop that neural theft off the back of that pick. An even 2v2, and they're aware of the location of both the people, but it doesn't matter if you know where they are if your gun doesn't. That your gunshots just go a little wide, as Zoopows proves exactly that. But all onto Desi, already has, I believe, 2 picks on the round. Will need to yeet a 4K in order to even think about getting this round, but the 4K comes in. A clutch on the side of Desi, a 4K to wrap up a 5th round for KC.
I was gonna say the blunder from Brimmy with the Hemi, peeking out a little too wide, trying to take a 1v1 instead of just letting the run it back happen. But instead, we're talking of a different story. Desi was 4, the 2 kills with the Bulldog, stoic on the double entry from the Duelist, and then gets the rifle upgrade and uses that bomb plant positioning to his advantage and recovers the round from an almost certain loss to now all of a sudden they're knocking on the door of once again this being potentially a 6-6 half or a 7-5 scoreline.
I want to point out that Auxiliary here being a lot of people being poor, but Auxiliary opting for that Bucky in the last round that happened instead. VK with the op, popping the Blade Storm maybe as a last resort, but either way, a few op shots missing. But the right click is better than the Bucky, proves its worth, gets that pick, but getting traded up by Zoopows. Chicken answering with one of his own onto Yang, and into the deep. That's Harbor ult coming into to deafen Brimmy, but I'm not sure if they know that he's here. Answer is yes. Chicken finally clearing out that backside area to get a solid plant in for 808. Coming to the last round, a good shot from Gojira, putting them into a 2v2, and the pinch does come in as Desi is coming onto this flank side. Now, it looks like both people on 808 have opted to go for that CT area. I'm just not sure if Chicken is going to be able to do this wrap fast enough, especially with both people on KC so far up already. The smoke coming in fully blinds Miko, but with Gojira once again diffusing, and Chicken's so far away, it just means that they're going to be able to defuse that bomb. Chicken being able to get that third pick onto Gojira, but at this point it is nothing but consolation as Desi manages to trade his teammate, leading to once again another even half.
I mean, the hero of the last game was by far Yang, and he's having a slow start, but that doesn't matter when your teammates who were having a slow start last map are picking it up. Desi, Brimmy, VK, they were all having a slow start, and Yang was the one who kept them up and lifted them up with him. And now this is the second map. This is where you need it. This is where you are forged iron into gold. Because right now it's grand finals. Last game of the season for these two teams. And right now, Desi 15-9, Miko 14-9. Auxiliary, who had a hot start, cooled off as well. Like now, they're going on the attack half where KC, they've been very strong on attack half on this map.
I mean, for sure, but if we're gonna talk about minerals, pressure makes diamonds, and they're gonna have to be near perfect if they want to be able to get the second map on 808. But speaking of, it looks like the hit is going to come in rather quickly for the first pistol round. Not the first pistol round. The second pistol round of this game. Gojira getting that first pick, and Yang being able to get that bomb down relatively quickly. So many people around, but Zupal's being able to get that first pick onto Desi, maybe swinging a little too wide compared to his teammates. Zupal's there for the trade for two of his teammates, though. Yang being able to get that pick onto IQ, though. The 2v2. But what a transfer from Chicken, and a good solid 3K from Zupals to once again clear up this pistol round.
BK, just caught in no man's land, I would say, because he jumps back into main to like look at flank maybe when there was a trip there, and then it kind of just left his teammates kind of on an island. And then when he tried to re-swing back into the position, it was already taken up by Zupals, who ended up getting 3, but Chicken's in with that clean 1-2 transfer. I mean, it was a little whiffy on the first kill, but the second kill was a lot cleaner. And sometimes that's all that matters. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And that's exactly what 808 did there. And once again, that is their third pistol round of the series. They're 3-1 on pistol rounds. I mean, it's super dominant on those pistol rounds so far.
I got TMI, but a burp got caught in my throat, and I thought I wouldn't be able to speak. Anyway, looks like Casey's gonna be going for this mid aggression, but Auxiliary with the outlaw in hand says absolutely. Oh, maybe the TP a little misplaced, but Zupal's there to pick up the slack onto both BK and Brimmy. Looks like the hashtag bang will not be on his side this time, especially with the C's coming in to seize a third player in Yang, being able to retain the outlaw, but being deafened, unexpecting that close corner from Zupal's, picking up yet another 3K. Chicken there to shoot Gojira maybe in the back there. A very comfortable anti-eco for Seraphim.
I mean, one of the things that I'm just noticing a lot is the experience factor from these teams. 808, obviously a couple players here are, have been here for a while. I know Miko has been here for a couple seasons, and I know some other people have been here for a little bit, but you have VK and Brimmy. VK knows what it's like to win. He is a champion himself, and as well, it's just a lot of experience could be the factor in terms of who will rise up. And right now, 808, because they've been able to get the lead, they haven't been able to hold on to it, though.
Coming into this first full gun round on the side of KC there, the Cypher Dart as well as that Haunt coming in, kind of sealing the deal for IQ, getting that early pick. Chicken location noted, as well as that Dog will be able to catch speed perhaps as the bomb goes down once again in a pretty fast manner. BK once again being able to pick up that pick onto Chicken, being able to get Rico being able to get one for his troubles, but it doesn't matter as the rest of 808 fall like dominoes, getting that first round on the board for Casey.
He was Desi was full blinded by the Dog and still managed to transfer over and kill both. The next thing you know, we're already here on the full buy, excuse me. English is hard apparently. For the side of 808, first round of the attack half of the side of KC. And like I said, I mean, 808 have been able to get the lead and able to get some momentum, but they're unable to kind of hold on to it because KC just will not die. They will not go out without a fight. And it's a matter of, does 808 have the stamina to keep up with KC's fight?
Time to jump.
Going out without a fight? More like going out with a bang! Okay, anyway, going into this round, is going to be going for once again, their classic fast hit going in through B. Now, the only difference really here that Brim is going to be going for that late mid lurk, but it seems like they're already on it. Chicken expects this mid aggression almost, and Looks like Brew's gonna get that fight out regardless, but Miko getting that CT push in, getting that return pick onto VK. Zupaus as well being able to get a pick onto Brimmy. Yang and Desi though, both there to pick up the slack. But Zupaus, once again, a 3K, will have to make it 4 in order to clean up this round. But the C's just a little too shallow. And the blind comes in clutch. Just like how Desi cleaned up that 8th round for KC. Once again, an even score.
Desi again. In the clutch situations, just will not say no. Will not take no for an answer. Another 1v2 clutch. This time, I think, was a little more impressive than the other one because IQ had him dead to right with util in hands. Just unable to settle the shots. And then after that, Desi, I thought, was making a blunder as well, denying or delaying the flash a little bit too long. And then the flash came in, and it just caught Zupaus completely off guard. And now, once again, I mean, this is going to be a low buy for 808 here.
I mean, if Lotus is anything to be judged by, certainly these low buys do not mean anything on the side of 808, as they've been able to selfily get a few picks, at least a few picks, if not a round win. But I'm not sure if it's going to be the same deal on a different map. And so far, the answer is no. Brimmy, VK, Yang, all being able to get picks of their own against these teams. Once again, the bomb getting down, VK getting one more onto IQ. And just in a matter of what feels like mere seconds, it's a 1v5, and all Chicken has to his name is that judge. And unfortunately, I don't feel like Casey has any plans to move from this bomb site anytime soon. So it seems like there's going to be a pretty rough idea here. Looks like that smoke might alert some people. Just a few sprays from KC through that smoke. I mean, looks like but it looks like either way, it's a pretty set and done deal. Shaking his head at the maybe possibility that he might be able to weave his way in, but I'm not sure. He won't have time, but he will maybe scare KC a little bit. Brimmy coming in just to
they know.
They know.
Yeah,
they know. But either way, a good try on the Ninja defuse. A 9th round on the KC for this.
Yeah, I understand. I respect it. Obviously, you're it's a 1v5. They're already running away. You gotta do something, to make it happen. But unfortunately, just time wasn't on their side. But yeah, it was just a tried and typical, just fast hit from KC. They knew the guns were in their advantage. They did not give ones. They did not allow them to pick them off one by one. Instead, they just took the fights together. And I mean, as you saw on one of the kills, I'm pretty sure that was on, I think it was on Miko or whoever it was, just swung into a complete firing squad of 4 players ready to take their head completely off. So right now for 808, they just need to fight more together.
I suppose that is the strengths of doing an orthodox comp. You can do orthodox plays. And speaking of, looks like they're just going to go for another orthodox play into this B site, being able to get that first pick onto VK, possibly oversending a little bit, but that C's there, that C's coming in, as well as the neural theft on the side of Brimmy here. Again, it's a 4v4, so it's not necessarily out of the count for this retake, but Yang getting that second pick onto Auxiliary is definitely not a good start for this retake IQ. Being able to try that out, Brimmy though, getting a return pick of their own onto Miko, all up to Chicken, unfortunately. Looks like he was just kind of running around with his head cut off, perhaps, getting KC up to double digits.
I mean, it's just the fact that right now everything is going KC's way. The spam onto, who was it, Zupaus, who had them lit up, and he was spamming with a Phantom. And KC just spammed back, got the kill, and next thing you know, that's the site opened up. And then in that post plant, just another 2 kills through a smoke. And right now, it just seems like 808 are faltering a little bit at the finish line. Right now, they're just getting smothered by this attack from KC after losing the first 2 rounds.
Looks like 808 have picked the wrong side of the map to aggress, seeing as all 5 members of KC might have possibly read into this plan and gone for a 5-man hit through B main. Again, it looks like it's pretty standard compared to the last few rounds. A pretty heavy hit into the site. Looks like they're not going to get it without any fuss, but saying, hey, it's an eco. They might have walked up on our flank, perhaps. Getting a lot of damage onto Brimmy, but that is just about it. Being able to set that there's a lot more commotion in the ocean there. Maybe a Phoenix Slash to stave off that sort of hit in B main. But although Miko and Chicken able to get picks of their own, Chicken make that 2, making it a 2v3, and the Harbor maybe about to be invested, especially coming into a 2v3 retake, 3v2 retake scenario in the favor of 808. But it doesn't matter how many people there are if they're both going to fall into a spray from a Phantom. A thrifty round in a 9th round for Seraphim.
Beautiful shots from Chicken Sin. I would really like to see when they saw the amount of people flanking on them, just don't fight them. That fight cannot be in your advantage with how many bodies there are. And you only saw 3, maybe you saw 4 if you've seen it. Try to take space somewhere else and deny that flank getting any possibility. Instead, they try to face the head on because they oh, we have better rifles, we have the gun advantage. And next thing you know, Chicken Sin says, I don't care. My sheriff will take your head clean off your shoulders. And that's what they did. And that sometimes is all the momentum that you need, is getting that one big thrifty round.
I mean, it's really important to know that even though they lost, KC still has more than enough funds to buy this round again, but it doesn't really matter if you can buy, if you die with the gun anyway, as both, respectively, Desi and Zupals have been taken out of this round. VK the third to fall, Auxiliary to follow up with one pick of his own onto Yang, although Brimmy is there to hashtag. Use the gun to hashtag bang! The trade into the nth realm, I suppose, but leading them into a 2v3. It looks like they're both a little unsure perhaps of where to go next. They have mid control, but they don't really have much else. But looking, they're going to go into this A-Link control, but unfortunately it's where there's a lot of pressure from 808 here. Looking like Miko is just going to peek off of his teammate, but it is something expected. Gojira and Brimmy both with picks of their own to put Chicken into an unfortunate 1v2 scenario that Harbor ult possibly going to get both players getting that clutch. They're getting that ult, a huge clutch for Chicken. A really, really good solid way to tie up the game for like the 3rd time this game.
I mean, both teams are finding ways to win rounds that does not seem like they're winnable. I mean, first off, 808, slam dunk, it looks like. They got their mid-fight, they won it, they had a crossfire with Miko, sitting there ready to play off IQ, and next thing you know, just a tad bit too late on the swing, IQ falls, and then Miko swings to the 2, and he falls, but then all of a sudden, Chicken's in out of nowhere with the Reckoning, throws it out, Brimmy's caught out in no man's land, and at the same time for Gojira, just nowhere to go.
But even either or, once again, another good usage of an ult with the conversion pass from Auxiliary, being able to get so many picks, but they're not expecting Desi in this corner behind this cage going, and all of a sudden, 10 seconds at the round, it's in a 2v3 with both the duelists in VK and Desi still alive, but a lot of util still here on the side of Seraphim of 808 here with the pit and with the Nightfall still online if they choose to use it here. Again, a lot of pressure here, and look, they're expecting this flank, this pressure from behind from IQ. Do they expect him to be in this corner though? It looks like they're about to clear. Answer is yes, but the answer won't matter if you can't land your shots the way you expect. Going to take some molly damage. Oh my gosh, onto the 4K for Desi. While he's been good in the clutch before, an ace might be a little too tall of an order for him this time. Seraphim onto an 11th round.
I mean, VK got so close. He had the read, but I think he second-guessed himself when he looked to turn that corner and look straight into the eyes of IQ. It seems like in his head, like someone's here, but then when his eyes actually saw it, he couldn't believe his eyes. So next thing you know, but then Desi just almost pulled a rabbit out of his hat. Something he's been doing all map long. But luckily, just the util coming in was able to deny him from confirming the ace, but still, what a round from both teams.
I believe it's IQ more like, but IQ is on A and is therefore quite far away from where KC want to go currently. So I'm gonna clear myself from that thought. But it looks like there's gonna be a B split coming into on the side of KC. However, Zupals though clearing out the entirety of that mid presence. Instead, Desi trying to get to that run it back, trying to get anything going, but unfortunately that will get shut down as well. Now, thankfully for Casey, that only means that the ult is gone and not actually his life. But Gojira TPing up into that unexpected position, getting that first pick onto IQ, but unfortunately that's quite it. Once again, Desi is going to have to ace for a chance in this round, but unfortunately a 1v4 with the smoke in his face is a little too tall of an ass. Getting two for his troubles, but seems like that'll be about it as we put 808 onto match point.
808 is finally finding the answer right now. For the first time in the series, they're on match point. But AC had been here before numerous times in the early rounds, in the semifinals, and in the quarterfinal. They were down 12-10, 12-11, and they always brought it back into overtime. So now 808 have to find the answer that no other team has been able to find. Close out the map and hand KC their first map loss of the playoffs. And right now, it could be off the back of, again, off of Zupals being able to just withstand the pressure that KC has been giving them.
Truly, the question is, since 808 were on this back foot last map and they weren't able to close it out, so really the issue here is, will KC write a different story? But seems as so far for now there will be no picks exchange in this open page of this round, but a 5v5 retake, a lot of ults, not a lot of ults actually, a Bladestorm and an Earl Theft, both not exactly the most ideal of retake of post-plant ults, but with the Dimensional Drift coming in, it'll spot out VK, especially with the spam, but VK and Brimmy both being able to get picks of their own with the Fade Haunt scanning one more. Gojira getting one more pick, but Miko answering back instead onto Brimmy, but time is so low, and there's not a lot of it in the hands of 808. Unfortunately, Miko blinding himself, making it an easy pickup, and Gojira there to clean up an 11th round. One more round between KC and OT.
Desi has to have like some sort of plot armor attached to his armor because of the fact that he was scanned up behind a box and they were spamming him and he still manages to live, and then his teammates got his back, get their kills and trade out before he even falls. Now it's the last round of regulation and the buy for 808 is atrocious. Two Phantoms, a Spectre, an Ares, and a Bucky going into the last round of regulation.
I mean, I've said it once before, I'll say it again. Just because 808 has the lesser weaponry, it doesn't necessarily mean they're out of the round. Surely, definitely not necessarily the round that they want to be having this lesser weaponry and Yang getting able to get that spam onto Auxiliary, but Zupals answering back to the spam of his own onto Desi. The big playmaker out of the round for now until OT. If Casey managed to get that barrier, get past the barrier, then I know that's gonna come in onto that body behind those boxes, being able to spot out that so many people are around this A site, but surely both 808 and Casey, but it looks like they're going to say, hey, what we made noise, surely they didn't leave, but unfortunately this reek doesn't seem like it's going to quite work on 808. They say, hey, actually sticking around, so they're going to be, little do they know, they're going to be hitting into the stacked site in terms of what 808 have in store for them. Once again, so much noise out. So they're trying to get this site, they're going to try to get that bomb down. Yang getting off the bomb just in the nick of time to kill Miko, and the Reckoning going to come out just to be able to get some space, anything really. Looking like this man going to come in on the side of Zupals. It's a 2v3 in the side of, if 808 make that a 1v2 all onto BK with his Bladestorm, but unable to close it out. And for the first time in this entire playoff run, KC have dropped a singular map. 11-13, but this time the teams are swapped for map 1.
What a series so far. It is going back and forth once again. A 13-11. There's no 2-0. There's no running away with it from either teams. These teams are fighting to the very end until they have no more left to give. But with that right there, KC finally falling. I mean, 306 ACS, 27 and 15 from Desi, did everything he could to try to bring this back, and they were at a point where they had the lead. They were up 10-8, and then they faltered, and now it's down. It's tie scoreline, but we're going into Ascent, the next map for KC. Is one of the things that 808 has been struggling on. So one of the things that some of us were saying is 808 needed to win their map pick, and now they go into Ascent. Only time will tell, but with that being said, we are going to be going to another quick 5-minute intermission. I know it's a best of 5. We don't really want to go into a lot of breaks because they could be taking more than 3+ hours. but trust me, we need it. So we'll be back in just 5 minutes time. So go refill on your refreshments. We'll be back here in just 5 minutes time.
Hashtag bang.
Chasing shadows, fighting battles. I've been on my own for a while, let them say I'm doing better. I've been broken, but now I'm going. I've been on the road of I made it through. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom.
Party to the sun. See you vibing with me, I just wanna see what's up. We just started dancing and I think I fell in love. We won't get this moment back, so please lift up my cup. Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love. But we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun?
We are back once again from our 5-minute intermission little break after a thrilling, once again, map number 2, falling at 13-11. But you would think maybe KC is the one who got 13-11 again. No, 808 is the one who got 13-11 this time. That means the series is now tied 1-1. These two teams are battling for this title, for the Season 10 championship. As obviously I'm joined here once again with Aki Nation, bringing you coverage here once again, as it is not Breeze. Thank you to it is Ascent, as it would have been awkward if we go to Breeze. But I got to call out my producer every once in a while.
RIP 2A.
We love 2A.
Anyway,
we love 2A.
Live, laugh, love 2A. We say as we bully 2A for having things not set up in map 1, but also same. So it's okay. But either way, truly a banger set of maps. Hashtag bang or set of maps, I should say. But yeah, once again, we're going to this map 3 of Ascent. I mean, if you were around since map select, I did say that Ascent in general is kind of a hashtag white bread, hashtag boring kind of map. But I just kind of mean that in the sense that, hey, everyone knows what's going on in Ascent. It's the OG map. It's everyone. I feel like everyone is pretty comfortable on this map. I think the real question is, are 808 especially going to shake it up a little bit? I have a feeling that KC might go a little more on the orthodox route. That's what they've been doing tonight. That's been what's given them the win on map 1 on Lotus as well. It's what brought them to 11 rounds on Summit. So I'm a little less I'm a little more of what's going to go on with 808, but either way, I'm expecting a really good match from both these two teams. I mean, every single person from every single team. I mean, Desi, especially from that last map on Sentiment, really coming in clutch for so many of those rounds for KC. And on the other side, we see Miko for 808 coming in. We saw Zoopows. We see just everyone firing on cylinders. Auxiliary, I remember the first pistol round that he came in after on map 2, really setting the tone for 808, really just being able to be like, hey, I'm here now, guys. Don't forget about me. But either way, really good, solid match from these two. I expect nothing less from the rest of this map period. But we're gonna be going into map select. They already selected the maps. Agent select for map 3. Now let's see what they're gonna do. So when I say they might go a little funky and they immediately hover relatively normal agents,
the most tried and tested comp on this map that has been doing it for the past 3, 4, 5, however many years has not been in the pool. But in other news, real quick, we all saying, if you guys have been watching to other streams, currently NB is up 1-0 against WS in the Mythic Grand Finals, as well as Cha is up 1-0 on the Recruit Grand Finals against FV. As well as right now, we're here with 808 versus KC at a 1-1 scoreline. So that is your rundown. Also, just a little shout out to everybody joining here on a beautiful, beautiful Saturday evening for some VDC Grand Finals as well. With the shout outs out of the way, the Agent Select is now coming in, and I'm already seeing an Astra aside from an Omen.
Ooh. It's fun. I mean, once again, 808, when I eat my words every single time, literally, maybe the only thing I could consider maybe a little unorthodox would be Miko on that KO, but even then I wouldn't consider that necessarily anything crazy. So again, I mean, sure, man, make me eat my words again. Why don't you? But on the side,
Miko's the definition of hard flex, apparently.
I suppose.
Was he playing on first now? He was playing Omen. He was playing Omen, Yoru, and now he's on KO.
Hey, we love a versatile king. Period. Love you for that, Miko. But not speaking about going to KC, holy English, but looking like it's gonna be more or less something very similar to that last map. Maybe a few minor agent changes from Burmy and Yang, swapping from that, I believe, Cypher to KJ and then that Fate to Sova, but otherwise the same agents. So nothing crazy there. Nothing I'm like, wow, this is new and innovated. But either way, it's gonna be a game of the tried and true, I suppose, this time around.
No, literally it is. Yeah, it's just like both comps are tried and tested. The Phoenix meta that we're in right now, and it's also the old meta of Ascent, which is still quite strong, even with the changes that has been made to the meta.
Oh, for sure. I mean, either way, it's just, I feel like just Ascent has been here for so long that so many people, regardless of the rank, regardless of how they play or how long they played or who they played with, it's just been, yeah, this is kind of the comp that works really well. And even through all these agent changes, everyone has kind of agreed that, hey, this is what works. And this is the route that both these two teams have opted to go with for this game, which I definitely respect. And I'm looking forward to a solid map 3.
Yeah, indeed. But now we waste no more time. The pistol line scoreline is 3-1 in the favor of 808. with KC starting on the attack and 808 starting on the defense. You're already seeing that test right there. They're waiting for the knife from the side of Miko, and I think he already threw it somewhere onto the map, not sure where, but there's a cam and a one-way as well. That's a slow default out, but the trip was not broken by the shock dart. It might catch him off guard. The flash coming in from Miko. One-way not there, but now the trip wire is going to get activated there. It's going to run out into the site, though. 2 players are already on site, and Desi and Brimmy. Miko, under immense amount of pressure, has to take the space, has to fight forward with his teammates. That the smoke goes down here in just a few moments, but these players on the other side, there is 4 players watching this side, but Miko's going to take the peek. VK's going to find his 2. But Iko's going to find that trade. Now down to a 1v2. Desi, who's been here numerous times in the last map. Miko, 47 HP. IQ, living healthy. As Desi looks to walk up, the pixel angle from the side of IQ isn't going to fall. The bullets aren't going to land just yet. This is the swing. Oh, but Desi's going to get the kill. Is he going to be aware of it? He is aware of Miko in the lane position. And once again, in the clutch situation, he does not die.
I mean, Desi does not miss, especially in those, I feel like, 1v2, 1v3 scenarios. I was initially, that round for me was a lot of flip-flopping, because I initially like, why is there 3 people on the same side as, not 3 people, why is the stack side on the side of the Cypher? And then I was like, but wait, they're kind of mowing down Casey, but I do think the spacing there, I don't believe they saw multiple people slip the net onto the B side, so I think that really gave Casey a lot of space. I was, again, a little concerned when the bomb got dropped in B main, but VK as well being able to get those 2 picks really opened up the round in the site for that space for the rest of, and Desi being able to clean up just really good shots, man. Hashtag bang. Except it's Desi hashtag bang and not Brimmy hashtag bang. But I'm sure Brimmy did a great job too. Speaking of Brimmy, he's the one who's Discord crush. Everyone point and laugh. Just kidding. Don't do that. That's a little mean. Either way, it looks like we're all good. We're coming back into this round. It's this anti-eco on the side of KC. So, once again, we'll see what's going on.
Yeah, off the back of Desi and VK. You can't credit out VK, who did get those 2 magical sheriff shots to allow that 1v3 to be or 1v2 might have been 1v2, 1v3 at some point
1v2
for Desi to accomplish, and that makes the Piston on scoreline 3-2. As this slow creep up, the slow contact Auxiliary on the line, jiggling has now to give up the space, and now that's going to be the bulk of the offense going straight towards A. VK leading the charge with the dash. Auxiliary with the classic. Remember the last time that KC did win the pistol round, they got E-code. Are they going to happen again here? But this Nano Sword, so much util to stall them out, and Gojira is going to find the kill. These 2 players in heaven are so ridiculously low. But out wide goes Zupals. But they're not going to allow themselves to get E-code this time. They're going to fight together, take their odds, and do it together this time. Tickets in, left in a 1v5 with the classic in his hand. And they're running them down, the damage done, but no kill to be found. KC, they don't allow the haunting efforts of last map to come to fruition.
I mean, a classic contact play up A main. Nothing crazy, just going, hey, we got the guns. We might as well just run them down through A main 5-man style, and that's exactly what KC did. Auxiliary getting that early info was perhaps maybe good, but other than that, maybe just a lot of the gun advantage coming in for KC there for sure, getting them that second round. And going to the first gun round for Seraphim for 808, going to really be the first true test here.
Yeah, indeed. And now it's going to be going back into this. They're going towards mid. That recon dart is going to get broken. No scan to be shown, so no info really given to them just yet. As Auxiliary looking to get curious now in trees. Gonna see Wanting take a 1 tap to the head of Gojira, taking him out of the round. As VK wants to try to jump squad, trying to get a swing, but Auxiliary confidence as ever. And Zupals watching his teammates back will get the kill off the bomb. Out of the reach. Miko did pick up the Odin.
They know though? Oh, they do.
Yeah, they do know because that tripwire was broken. So Miko is fully aware of this possibility. Desi though with the Bulldog in his hands, but IQ is all over it. Brimmy with the Hemi. Waiting so patiently, trying to see if he can wait and take his chance, but not that he can see. No bullets to be found. And that's a anti-bonus round flawlessly averted for the side of 808.
I think Miko seeing Yang use that Odin to so much efficiency the first 2 maps has led him to purchase an Odin of his own, much to the detriment of Burmy there, trying to push up into that into that defender spawn area. But either way, Auxiliary being able to get those 2 picks off of the back of that attempted top cat push, or that cat push from KC. Zupals being able to get a third of their own in the same area. Definitely a good solid round for 808.
Indeed, and now that allows their economy to bolster just a little bit more because of the fact that it was a flawless round for 808. And now the shock dart coming in is going to break that first tripwire. As now that no point comes in, it only scans on the one onto Yang, so they don't know that there's potentially more than one. But now the rest of KC VK taking a little bit of firing towards Zupals, but no damage to be found on him. As Self from Auxiliary, he's sitting in one. Are they going to be aware of this possibility? That's the paranoia coming in from Chickazin. Auxiliary, though, that hot hands will definitely clear him out. Another one effect's going to be used here towards A. They get that ace bomb site into their control. Miko with his Odin. No recon darts that we've seen just yet. As the Odin's going to be singing. Desi, just to run it back, it's going to fall back towards his original position. Trying to find anything in the post plant, though. It's been something KC has been very, very good at, especially with how deep entrenched their positionings are. As Chickazin trying to see if he can find any kind of damage through the wall, but nothing he can find just yet. Miko, the splash, combo with the recon dart. He's gonna find one, but no, Gojira and Desi are there. Zupals left in a 1v3 now. Can he make a miracle happen? Brimmy with the Hemi. Shot going wide, but Yang, safe pair of hands. Luckily, we didn't catch that on video, Brimmy. It's all good. KC in their 3rd round.
I mean, somehow 808 just managed to peek in ways that they always peeked into 2 people of KC just looking right at them. So unfortunately, I do think that retake just kind of came down to maybe a matter of slight timing issues, or something just happened when the retake happened and was unable to really set the tone for the rest of the retake, unfortunately. I mean, Zupals being able to get 2 at the end of the round there proved to be nothing but a consolation prize, and unfortunately, almost getting that 3rd onto Brimmy or whoever was on that left side of Amy. Whoa. But either way, yeah, just like a really good try, but a gun can only mean so much when you're peeking into multiple people on the enemy team, I fear.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say anything on what's going on my screen, but that's okay. For we are in another little bit of a tech pause this time from 808 side, so hopefully we'll be getting back into it quickly. But 3-1, and Ascent being known to be very, very defensive sided, as we are getting the R's now from 808. So we're gonna go back to them just a little bit shortly here. But 808 has been kind of struggling a little bit to stop this default because of the fact that they're getting into positions where they get picked off very, very quickly before KC even have a chance to entry onto the site. So one of the things I want to see is if they're going to do that, they need to be able to take the fights together, I would say. But as we get into this round, it's going to be Auxiliary again, back on this position. The A main one way coming in, and Brimmy with the Hemi will get a good amount of damage onto Auxiliary to force him back. But from the side of KC, they're going straight towards this B side. The dash proc from VK. Miko with his Odin again. Wyatt ready and waiting. VK. No dash. His dash just barely read out by 3 players though. And Odin trying to be singing, trying to make it loud in presence. But no damage to be found. No kill to be seen. Miko trying to see if he can take a peek. And as that hot hits go in, Desi sitting in a position where he is in a very unorthodox off angle. If he does get the kill onto Auxiliary, but now Miko wants to try to get this trade. As Odin once again. That's the thing, but Desi just does not want to die just yet. Zupals finally gets the trade. Now the 4v3. It's going to bring with the Hemi being on this late lurk through A main. But they're going to be aware of this possibility. Bring with the Hemi again, trying to spam out into this position. Let's get the kill on Chickens in. But Miko with that Odin once again. Zupals to find that trade. A 2v2. Paranoia used. Time not on their side. The blind coming in. But blinds Miko up himself. Zupals trying to do anything he can, but VK is the one to stop it dead in its tracks. And Gojira closes it out as KC get their 4th round on the board.
Unfortunately, I do think 808 not having any real site presence there really bit them in the behind that round there. I mean, the only real pressure, of course, a lot of their players were mainly stacked up on A, expecting that A hit, especially from that spam front that Auxiliary received at the beginning of the round. Unfortunately, I just think KC were able to capitalize on this and the fact that maybe 808 were hoping for a retake scenario on B instead. Were able to hop up into those defensive positions early and just never left, giving them that fourth round on the board.
Yeah, and KC, once again, they're going back to their slow depot auxiliary. He just took matters in his own hands, and he takes out Desi completely out of the round. And now, going straight into it, and VK is going to get the scan onto IQ. Let's take him out of the round, and we can bring it back to a 4v4. Zupaus, though, with the util in his hands, and Yang will take him out. Completely nullifying any kind of efforts with these sheriffs, despite the open and auxiliary had. Here in a 4v5, the thing is that I'm looking at is the fact they use no ultimates they still have. Now the drone coming in, auxiliary scanned up though. Miko's when he gets scanned up. They still have the paranoia if they want to flood onto the site, but Gojira is holding strong in this position, but Brimming with the Hemi's there. The paranoia now in. They want to flood onto the site and go quickly, but Brimming with the Hemi over in A main says, not today, sons. I am here to hold the line for my team. As he will, as it should, finds the last bullet right in the dome of Chicken's Inn. And KC, for the first time in the series, their biggest lead yet.
I mean, I'm not sure what's going on with 808. I feel like the first two maps, at least the first few rounds of every map, no matter what side it's been on, 808 have been pretty securely able to get a good amount of rounds going in the beginning, whether it is just being able to catch KC off guard or with a good retake or just being able to regroup together. I don't know if it's fatigue or if Ascent is just not a map they're as comfortable on compared to Summit and Lotus, but it's definitely different. It feels like they're taking a lot of these one-on-ones which just aren't working in their favor. Just that last, and just a lot of smaller mistakes too. I mean, just that last round, Zupa was caught out with that shock, and Auxiliary even being able to get that opening pick didn't really matter because the brunt of the hit was on the other side of the map. So I think just a lot of tiny adjustments here on the side of 808 that just simply aren't going their way. A lot of one-on-ones that they're taking that just aren't going the way that they expect or hope. And even then, just KC being able to slip the net, I just feel like a lot of the site holds in general have been a little on the weaker side, and KC are just kind of able to exploit that, get a little bit of space, get enough info to be able to say like, hey, let's go here instead, let's do this instead. And unfortunately, it's just not working out for 808 currently. So I'm not sure what's going to come of this round. We're going to be guns, but there's a lot of regen shields, there's a lot of light shields going on. So it's just, I do think that 808 just kind of needs to regroup and refocus themselves going into the 7th round.
I mean, one of the things that I'm noticing is the fact that 808 only played Ascent, including playoffs, twice. Regular season once, playoff once, and they're 1-1. But that playoff game, that map they won, was off the back of Auxiliary going 30-9. He's right now 4-5. It's one of the things that 808 has been able to attest to. But here comes the lockdown. But the Hunter Fury is going to be used in an eye. But this is a clean fake up towards the A side. Now they've been known, they've been bamboozled, and Brimming with the Hemi's the one to find a kill. They threw from tiles towards Cat. He wants to find more, but bullets are not gonna fall just yet. But Desi is here. As IQ. Oh, you're out here in the open with a dink. Ooh. Desi falls, and that's giving you know that's online. Gojira trying to see if he can stay alive, but he cannot find any solace in staying alive there. Miko holding the charge, and it's going to be Yang to fall. It's down to VK in a 1v3, and they have him dialed in. And finally, 808, they're finally back on the board after 3 rounds in a row.
I mean, once again, I was like, KC have a pretty good read. They have a lot of momentum. They're going to go into this A site that is free, but a lot of picks. I just honestly think that 808 just had a little bit of the sharper guns. Whether, I don't know what was said in that timeout, but whatever it was, refocused them, I feel like. And a lot of good shots, especially coming from IQ and mid, trying to get that neural theft, and Killing Horde was trying to lurk in the process and then get the neural theft off. So truly good shooting from 808 and a good second round on the board for sure.
Yeah, and now they want to go back to it. Auxiliary's going to run the pot. The Blaze wants to go in, investigate a little bit towards mid. It's going to be Zoop House here holding a little bit. Now wants to back away. As a knife is going to scan onto one and bring it to Hemi, but they don't really have a full idea of where these players are at. As IQ is going to be holding down strong, but now they have an idea that they're potentially going towards the B side. As BK wants to go, ready and waiting. Zoophouse is going to find a kill on the bring with the Hemi, the lurker. Taking him out of the round, but Desi is going to try to get the kill. Gojira is going to find a kill onto Miko, taking him out again. The chicken's in. He's going to be there, Exili with the Blaze Storm. Taking him out, Yang with this tried and tested Ode and VK. Holding strong, but Yang swings off of it together. 3v3, but the bomb needs to be escorted onto the side. As it's going to be Gojira who is on the side, but IQ is waiting. Potentially waiting for it, but the timing might not be on his side. But Chicken's in, it's going to be IQ's going to find a kill, but it's going to be Zoophouse to hold it strong. But Gojira slips to net. Finds an insane timing past these two players. There's no chance to have an idea that they're here.
30 seconds left.
And Gojira is going to find the first. He's going to play it patiently and find the second indeed. And clutches the round. A beautiful well played from Gojira. And timing on his side.
Oh my gosh, once again, I do think that 808 they might have had the extremities. They had that B main control outside of B main control on lock. But once again, the lack of sight control is what is getting them right now. Like, if someone had been on site, they would have been able to spot Gojira slipping that net in and being able to walk through stairs and through CT. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's the route he took. But either way, once again, a really solid take, a really solid hold, but unfortunately, maybe holding the wrong spots. And a 6th round for KC.
Yeah, Bremen with the Hemi though, holding his tiles position. He's been doing so well in. It takes a little bit of fire, but now he just swings out right into the waiting guns on Zoophouse. Now he wants more against Auxiliary, but Auxiliary is going to find the kill. Now it's going to be IQ who's going to be going forward, but let's guess who is waiting. It's VK. Lying and waiting for him to go right into his waiting arms, and now that's the A side opened up again. Chickens in though. He gets scanned up with a dart. They're going to try to walk straight towards him, and there is a weapon upgrade for the side of Auxiliary in Cat because of Zoophouse falling. As he is looking to get this, just the Stinger though, he's not going to go further than to get the rifle. But now he's going to come in, the flash coming in though, the stall, the hot hands again, Auxiliary looking to try to make a magical moment happen. And that's the first start, getting the kill onto VK. Now the Flood's coming in as a 3v3. Auxiliary, look at the hold strong, but Desi again is there, Gojira, the hero of the restaurant again, Chicken's in. Under immense amount of pressure, 20 HP to his name and has to run away. Tuck tail, run away with his life. And for the first time in the series, KC have won the half, getting their 7th round.
I mean, I think it's the first time this entire series either team has secured a first round 1/2. I believe it's been 6-6 both other maps.
7-5 Lotus. It was 7-5 on Lotus.
Never mind, I hashtag lied and don't remember things correctly. However, still, even then, it's still very close. I mean, I feel like this is the first time that either team has been granted the opportunity to really widen the gap in the first half in and of itself. And again, it just feels like 808 is missing something. They're missing, I don't know what it is, but again, I feel like the sight hold is just not the strongest it could be. And of course, that could be a mix of them simply getting picked off on KC's sight hits, which, credit to KC, has been really solid. They've been able to get those picks, being able to work off of each other. But I think it's a mix of 808 just not having the right areas to like it in mind. But never mind.
Auxiliary, I'm pretty sure this is the second time in the series either team has pulled out an operator. VK did it a little bit on Summit for one singular round, but now Auxiliary is the one to bring it out and does get value, immediately taking out Brimmy with the Hemi. And the jump spot from Zoophouse is going to get some information. Now it's going to be the go button, protection from KC to go forward, but VK is going to get scanned up with a dart. Nobody's able to capitalize on it just yet though. Only person with a share of it is Zoophouse, but IQ, but from the shadows all the way behind them as well. Is Desi going to be aware of this? He's looking to wait, he's looking to re-clear his back. But Chicken's in is there, but no, Desi's just that much quicker on the line, and that's going to be one out. But IQ is going to get one kill onto Yang. That's a big one to find. But IQ again, that's a second big one to find. IQ finds a third, and now it's VK. All left to do, nothing he can do. And off the back of IQ again, he finds their round. 3rd round on the board for 808.
Wow, a really set of good shots from IQ, really pulling 808 across the line there. But I think my concern is that if we're looking at the rounds that 808 has won versus the rounds that KC has won, it just feels like KC's round wins are a lot more cohesive versus where 808, I mean, just that round alone, while IQ's shots are more, they were really impressive and they were awesome, but it just feels like sometimes the team play is sometimes a little behind, and it's just like, I just know they can do this because they've done it on the other 2 maps. I just do it on the map 3, yo. I believe.
Yeah, as a smoking cat. The smoke also top mid. It's gonna give Chicas in a little bit of pressure. Now the flash show's coming in, though. He is blinded up, can't see a bloody thing. And that's the first blood in the favor of Desi. But it's gonna be Odin in the hands of Miko. Seeing everybody go by him. He does get the kill into VK somehow, some way. He falls out of the round, but Desi again just being absolutely a nuisance. As he does get the blind on the 1, but not able to set up the shots. And Miko's under immense amount of pressure. Shock dart left him down to 27 HP. Has to go. The Y straight from Desi. Can't find him, but Miko is there. But so is Desi. One-man wrecking crew to get the round. And the second ace of this series this time goes to KC.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm not even surprised with how Desi was shooting that last map on Summit. I mean, it was only a matter of time before he would be able to kill all 5. And it happened on map 3, but either way, again, it's just unfortunate that 808 are getting picked off Desi. Of course, that ace is what ultimately gave KC that 8th round, widening that win lead on the first half, but it's just, you know.
I mean, it also knocked the economy down. IQ and Miko are the only people with guns in their hands, while the other 3 have a Sheriff, a Classic, and Auxiliary's hands. Might have forgot to buy, actually. He could have definitely bought. Might have been AFK. So that means he's only coming here with no armor, just a Classic. Could potentially make this a 4v5 right off the bat, but if anything we know, Auxiliary can make magic happen right now, as they are going to get the orb. As they're going to look to scan out everything. They're looking and clearing out all the shock darts as much as they can. They're going to break the first shock dart, and then the shock dart does not break it. That tripwire is still there. Still there. And now but it's going to look at VK's positioning over towards Cat. Is he aware of this player? Zupal's in the corner. There's a Sheriff in his hands. But Asai needs to go away from it. Zupal's sees this positioning, sees this potential of a timing.
No charges.
But nothing to be seen yet. He has a Sheriff in his hands, the recon dart, the flash. So much util use, but IQ's gonna find Desi. That's a big kill to find. That's the North Theft Online. And now VK gonna take the swing, take the fight. Get the 4v4 back in their hands, but now they know exactly where these players are at. 22 seconds left to go. There is no Hunter's Fury online, though. They're denied a lockdown, so that means the site will be in their possession. And Gojira, they want to take out Chickens in again. 3v4, make that a 3v3. IQ is the one to find VK. Now here comes the no command, denying the Hunter's Fury. Taking it out of the round, but Yang with that Odin again. It's going to be down to a 2v2. It's Miko and IQ. He sees the shoulder, but he takes the swing. Yang is the one to find it. It's Gojira versus IQ. 1v1 from a 9-3 half or an 8-4 scoreline. And ladies and gentlemen, Gojira will not miss in that position. KC go up 9-3.
Switching sides.
I mean, in general, this is just something I noticed. I thought it was really fun. I just want to point out Desi's gun, absolutely phenomenal, but also Desi's util. I mean, a lot of the time we've seen his wall, especially, just push 808 out of these corners that they really want to hide in and just catch them off guard. But there's no corner to hide them. There's a wall of fire right in front of your face. But either way, I just also think that 808, unfortunately, I do believe Miko's KO blind out of CT caught his teammate off guard, which kind of disjointed their retake as well. I mean, if anything, if 10 season in VDC has shown anything, however, it's that no half is truly in anyone's favor, and especially with the 9-3 curse, especially in fact this game, who knows what's gonna happen this second half? Not to me. Not to me.
Not me, indeed. I've seen crazier things happen. We've seen one team in the expert playoffs throw or lose out a 12-3 lead. So miracles can happen even when it's 9-3. But right now it starts with the pistol round, and he's seeing these KC players. They are mainly stacked towards that A side, and VK is going to get a rude awakening here in just a moment. Zupals, yep, a singular bullet to the dome. Takes him out of the round, and now that's going to be the A side with an A split coming in. Now it's going to go Jira under immense amount of pressure, trying to take one with them, cannot find it. It's Desi, the hero that pissed around previously, trying to make a miracle happen again, but no, not going to come to fruition. We're just found a kill with that Nano Swarm, but look at the backstab from IQ. Secures the round. No fuss, no worry. 808 find yet another pistol round.
I mean, I think from there, it's just, we're seeing a little bit of the 808 that we saw in previous maps there, just being able to peek off of each other, swing off each other. I do think that Casey did overextend a little bit over their swings, but it's just pistol round. Sometimes that is just the name of the game, so no fault to them, especially with 9 rounds on the board. They might be like, we can test, we can push or pull a little bit on strats that we might not otherwise do. So for sure, either way, a really solid round from 808. Putting that piece together, that pistol round, is the first step if they even want to think about winning the map.
Yeah, indeed. And now for the 4th time in the series, Casey is on an eco buy after losing a pistol round. They are going to get the orb. Look like potentially towards Miko to try to get closer to that null command, as now the smoke comes in. Is that drone going to do his diligence? It might have saw him. It did not. Gojira does get the kill onto Auxiliary, but instantaneous with the trade. A lot of damage done onto Miko. That dart does land into smoke, so it's not going to scan onto anybody. That's Brimmy. That Nano Swarm is going to get a little bit of damage on the Zupaz. A lot of damage has been done already for these players. Miko down to 15 HP. The Paranoia coming in though. Are they going to float onto the side? They are floating, but Zupaz is there to hold it down strong. And now it's down to a 3v2. As these players, VK, Brimmy with the Hemi, trying to find a shot, trying to find any kind of damage done to them. They're just playing with their food, seeing if they can do anything with Brimmy with the Hemi. He's there with the Spectre. Or excuse me, Zupaz is there with the Spectre to deny Brimmy any kind of heroic efforts. And despite it getting a little costly at first, 808 still managed to win the round.
I mean, yeah, I was a little worried for 808 there. Losing 2, especially on that retake, and a lot of chip damage from various amounts of mollies and util. Definitely didn't really bode well, but at the end of the day, longer gun range is longer gun range, especially versus, I believe it was just 2 classics or nothing better than some sort of sidearm. So again, I think just a really classic, hey, we have better guns, let's take longer gunfights. So 5 on the board.
Yeah, it's what you should be doing when you have the eco advantage with the weaponry. As IQ is the one that's going to take the fight on the VK, but VK wins out the fight. Guardian versus Vandal. He's put down the 20 HP, but he still comes away with a frag. It's a recon dart. Oh, time! That's a lot of damage done through the wall. That's going to put a hurting on these players, especially Miko. Auxiliary with more damage done. It hurt a little bit of pain from the chaos, sounds like. But it's going to be VK who is the hurt one of the bunch, but he's going to take the fight. Just the kill onto Miko, and Brimmy in mid takes the kill on the Zupaz as well. This slow effort, this slow methodical pace from the side of 808 is just not going to fruition. Shots are just not going their way. Auxiliary has to tuck tail right away and hope to God he can settle a shot. But now there's next big 3 players. They're ridiculously low, but it does not matter. Gojira with the pre-fire, with the spam, finds his kill.
I mean, if 808 had a gun differential that previous round, that round before, Casey gave it to them tenfold in that past round with the full buy. And VK being able to get that first pick, being able to get that second as well in tree, or getting 808 trying to push up, especially on, I believe it was 20 HP, since Miko had him tagged twice with that Guardian. But really, either way, a really solid showing, being able to group it together, being able to use those guns to their advantage, giving them their double-digit rounds.
Yep, they're now 3 rounds away from going to series point. Now it's going to be Desi. He's in the Molly lineup to see if he can find a kill, but he missed it just barely onto Miko. Miko is safe in that position. And once again, this fight. But look at, the dink again. Desi now has to run away with these 2 players. There's 2 players on the side of 808. Half HP, one a singular low HP on the side of Auxiliary. And IQ sitting at 70, so much damage done, but no kills to be found from any of these teams. As Yang is going to throw the recon dart. Wasn't broken again. More scans. Brimmy's going to jiggle. See 2 players waiting for him. But he knows how important his life is. He knows he needs to keep his life. But the Hunter's Fury is going to throw it down, and Brimmy has the dance, do the tango, and he does live, but Auxiliary and Chicken Sin are gonna find a kill, one apiece. Big kills to find, and VK trying to get on site. He's gonna sit there and wait. As he waits patiently, finds one, finds two. Can he find another? No, he cannot. His teammate's just a little bit too slow.
30 seconds left.
But if there's any two players you
Spike
want for the
planted.
side of KC alive, it is Gojira and Desi, who's been magnificent so far. Gojira, though, tagged up. No risk of dying, though, as Desi. No ultimates to help. They do have a paranoia. They might have a flash as well. Auxiliary left on 10 HP. The rest full HP.
Revealing area.
Now here comes the dart. Here comes the flood. But no, the dart forces them back. They have the time. They don't have the time in their favor. The flash, nowhere to be seen. The spam, the time, not in their favor. Gojira can only hope and pray to do damage, as that will be 808, finding another round on the attack half.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I think the brunt of that hit from 808 just happened to come through B main, but I think there was enough confusion in mid, especially with Brew trying to dodge that Hunter's Fury, that I believe KC's defenders on that side of the map were just a little caught off guard, allowing 808 just enough time and momentum to get that site. VK getting two there, especially though, kind of putting a little bit of a mix in the situation for 808, but being able to bring it back, being able to give them that 6th round, maybe a little more of the cushion that they need to bring this game back.
Yeah, if BK's teammates were just a little bit quicker on being able to recover, might have been a different case. But instead, that recon dart again just seems to be the bane of their existence. Every time it gets a scan, immense value with that recon dart. As VK pop that dash, not gonna see any fights just yet. He does break the cam, so they have an idea that now the Jet is in towards bottom mid, but he's going to reposition towards tree, expecting a tree hit from the side of 808. But right now he's saying they're just putting pressure, making KC think just a little bit. That's what you have to do on Ascent. Make them think, make them doubt their setups, make them doubt what they're doing, and then you can go into an open site. And yeah, the null command is going to be used now. It's going to leave Desi having to retreat towards Boathouse. He does get scanned, so they know he is there. And Miko's the one who's going to find a kill. VK is going to find that trade on the IQ. Auxiliary's the one to take out Yang. Down to a 3v4. Brimmy, Gojira, VK, seeing if they can continue on their path to forcing another map with them in the lead. But Auxiliary says not today. He takes the swing on the VK. Trying to wake up, trying to do anything he can. The flash. And that might be the call already. Yep, they are backing away. There's not a chance they're able to do anything. 808s are starting to find their momentum. Their 7th round in a row. They are going to have to save.
I mean, a really good round from 808. I know I was a little on 808 for not really having any side presence, but I think we're seeing the negative effects of the opposite happen from KC's defense here. I mean, of course, this round was a little special because we had that null command in play from, I believe it's Miko, and that put a little bit of the schmicks into Desi's attempt to hold the B site, especially on his own. But in the flip side, if you do have that sort of, if you aren't unable to hold that space and you get picked off, that does put your teammates in the retake situation in just a little bit of a tighter position and a little more of the worst to wear. So truly, it's just kind of a push and pull. You kind of need a balance of both, and I do think finding the balance is where these, especially in your defending half, because I do feel like this is where both these teams are struggling currently. I mean, KC with a strong first half for sure, but 808 so far, we've had 5 rounds in the second half, and 808 have won 4 out of those 5 on their respective attack. So truly, just again, that push and pull. But once again, we're going to be heading to yet another tech pause. Tonight is the night of tech pauses, truly. Holy. But yeah, we'll be heading another tech pause, but
we started off the first one, the first tech pause.
So many tech pauses, media, from me, from 2A, from people.
Our observers AC went out. Our observers AC went out. But you know what? Other news real quick. LG, or not LG, MB, excuse me. I don't know why I said LG, but MB versus WS Mythic is currently tied 1-1, but Cha versus FV Recruit. Cha is up 2-0 on the series. Unfortunately, I did not have anybody else added on any of those teams, so I don't know who is up 4-7. So maybe someone in the chat could say it, but it's a
hold on. Cha is okay. So what is Recruit playing against Cha?
It's Cha FV.
Okay, so FV is up 7-4 on map 3
Oh,
for
okay,
Recruit.
okay.
I don't know about Mythic. I don't have anyone on Mythic added. LOL.
It is. I have it as well. It is 2-0. It's 2-0 on the pistol at the pistol round win for WS, and they just got bonus. Oh no, sorry, excuse me. And B won bonus. They're 3-0 right now.
Oh yeah, but speaking of so many numbers, you know what number we're about? We're at 7-10 for this game. Hooray! As we were about to be off of this tech pause, off of this hooray. Hashtag bang. That had nothing to do with it. But hopefully we are going to be heading back into this game shortly. But either way, 7-10, definitely 808 being able to bring this game back a little bit, going from I guess not as much if you know. Yeah, it was a 6-round deficit. 808 has shortened to 3, but we'll see if they can do any more closing in.
Yeah, we'll see. Once again, 808 going towards mid. They think they found the weak point of KC's defense, but that recon dart finally broken before any scan. And oh, back is turned, Auxiliary. Ooh. Your back is turned to the worst player.
Bang!
And the back shot's coming in straight to the dome. And now Miko try to go forward. Remy holding strong with the safe rifle in his hands. DK was going forward, but Miko finds the kill on the one, but the spam coming in. She gets in. Finally come the perimeter here, but Gojira's gonna find that trade. But look at the positioning from VK. As IQ, timing is not on their side. IQ is gonna keep going forward. As getting scanned. IQ though, he's gonna get cleared out. Flashed up, but he dodges it. Desi, is he gonna be aware of this? No, he is not. And now, Zupals is gonna fall. Is VK gonna make a miracle happen? No, he will not. Neural Theft Online. Gojira, if he can find the first on the IQ, this makes this round a little bit more winnable in a 1v1. But no, runs away. IQ plays it perfectly. Finds 3 on the round. And 808 are marching the kingdom so far.
I mean, they've shortened that lead deficit to 2 rounds and make that 4 out of 5 rounds won on the second half, 5 out of 6, and genuinely, it's just so good. I mean, I was a little, Yang getting that first pick in mid surprised me a couple seconds into the round, but I just think 808 being able to rally together, being able to come back, I think IQ as well being able to slip the net a little bit, get that pick in on, what was it, Desi in mid, and, you know, kind of just snowballed from there.
Yep, and now once again, AC are trying to avoid the 9-3 curse. It is 10-8. As top mid presence known, Yang jiggling does not want to fall to those rain of bullets, pre-firing to his angle. But here comes that recon dart again. It's been causing them a little bit of trouble. But no information given to him whatsoever. A little bit of damage done to Zupals again, but IQ, who's been such a menace on these lurks in this mid position, is KC trying to see if they can muster up another round and avoid any potential comebacks on their hands. 808 looking to play it patiently again. Ascent, known to be the slow pace map. You don't want to give an inch. You don't want to do anything that can risk you losing. But looking from the side of 808, they're going to go towards tree here. Desi is going to hear that drone. He's going to give his light or give his position away with the flame wall. Gonna get the cross. Auxiliary though, good amount of damage done to him. Gojira sitting an addict. He's gonna take the swing and he will take it well. Takes down Auxiliary and he's gonna live. But IQ again on the lurk. But Desi's gonna find that trade, keeping the numbers in their favor again. The run it back, now gonna be used, but Miko's gonna find a kill onto Yang again. Run it back, 13 seconds left to go. Not before Desi gets the kill again. Zupals needs to do it all as IQ falls. Desi again coming alive at the crucial points. KC 2 rounds away from taking Ascent.
Holy moly, I mean, I think Auxiliary getting caught out a little bit too open on the A site there, just being able to get picked off, really set the tone of that round for KC, and I do believe kind of fell into that category of 808 just kind of started peaking on their own, and KC being able to exploit those sort of gaps that 808 are leaving and being able to pick them off. VK with the op going to this the upcoming round. But either way, just a really solid way to hold A side.
Yep. And now VK immediately popping the dash. Not finding any kind of pressure though. This is a fast mid to take here. The Molly, no flash. Yang is gonna take his head clean off again. But that recon dart, beautiful. But, oh, IQ. Trying to play patient, trying to keep the time and keep it cool, but cannot do it. Yang holding strong in market. The fast push from 808, not enough. KC thrive in the chaos, and Chicken Sin has nowhere to go. KC, the underdog storyline on match point to potentially go up 2-1.
I mean, 808 trying to mix it up, going through that bottom mid area, but Yang says absolutely not. Getting a 4K, VK making sure that B main was covering for that off, picking off that 5th for his troubles. And just, I mean, an 808, unfortunately, I do think while the blind hit onto Yang there for a second, so did the recon. And Paranoia doesn't really matter if they're scanned anyway, so putting really Casey onto map point off of that 4K.
Yeah, and then the Paranoia coming in, Bladestorm's coming in, Auxiliary wants to go fast and loose. He wants to try to kill BK, take him completely out of the round, but the recon dart again! Their worst enemy! Their arch nemesis! Coming to fruition again, VK throwing a late shot through the smoke from Yang again! That's IQ out of the round, the Hunter's Fury coming in! This could be done and dusted! Yang with 4 on the round! Does he want it? Is he gritty enough to find the ace? As they're looking in the wrong position, though, Yang is going forward, chasing and hunting down his prey. But the position has been known now. Miko shot in B main, potentially known as Miko, wondering where did it all go wrong? What did we do? What did we mess up? We were on the comeback and now left to stew, staring down the barrel of a shotgun. 1v5. Miko holding strong, and he's waiting. The jiggle, the information given, and Yang hot on his trail. He's coming, rumbling and rumbling, but they're not going to give it to him just yet. Miko is going to run forward. VK denies it. 4-piece chicken tendy meal to keep KC going to a map win. 2-1.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you asked earlier where 808 is, wondering where it all went wrong, and I think the answer is 4 letters, and those 4 letters are Y-A-N-G, Yang. I mean, those last 2 rounds alone, I believe Yang picked up 8 kills. So, I mean, the answer is really written in the scoreboard with those 18 kills, 11 assists as well. Really pulling up, really said, I'm tired of them winning on the second half. Let me close it up for KC real quick. Really putting them onto 8-13, the most divisive scoreline we'd have tonight, and I wouldn't even say it's all that far, to be honest. I mean, I think it's just, unfortunately, it's just not as close of a map as we've seen tonight. And, you know, I do think 808 are going to kick themselves for a few mistakes, but truly KC being able to play so well individually as well as together, truly put in the work, put in the pieces together, stopping them at the chokes, being able to use all of the tools in their kit truly to be able to get that ascent, get that second map on the board. If they get this 4th map, which I don't remember, but it's a 4th map, Split. The 4th map is Split. How did I know that? Totally didn't have my prod in my ear. But
wow, I also said it too, but you know what?
Sorry, man.
But that's all good. Yeah, like you said, KC, they're now on championship point. It is 2-1. 808 have to go the distance. They have to force a map 5 if they want a chance at lifting the trophy again. But for KC, one map separates them from a title. But with that being said, we're going to go to another quick intermission just to catch our breaths and get ready for map number 4 of Split. So go refresh on your drinks, go refresh on popcorn, whatever you want to refresh on. We'll be back in your seats and here in just 5 minutes time.
Hashtag bang.
Chasing shadows, fighting battles. I've been on my own for a while, let them say I'm doing better. I've been broken. I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. Live in my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. Live in my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom.
Party to the sun. See you vibing with me, I just wanna see what's up. We just started dancing and I think I fell in love. We won't get this moment back, so please lift up my cup. Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love. But we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? DJ keep playing the music. She throwing it back, she too thick. The way she moving, she ruthless. She straight to the point like a toothpick. She asked can we take us a photo, only if I can take you to Ruth Chris. She laughed and said that's funny though, we got a deal if you bring the music. Do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love. But we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun?
David versus Goliath. The number 1 seed taking on the number 10 seed. The Cinderella storyline for KC. They were not supposed to be in playoffs. They were not supposed to be here. But a lifeline was thrown to them, and they are running a marathon with it. The gauntlet of Apprentice playoffs they went through, and now they are here in series point 2-1 for KC. They went through the gauntlet. They took down Nat 20. They took down Inferno, the number 2 seed. And they took down Ash to be here against the Juggernauts. Map 4 on the cards. My name is Omni, and of course, joined here again by Aki Nation. I am excited for this map 4 of Split.
I mean, if there's any theme tonight, is that this is series is what? Hashtag bang! It's a banger.
It's a banger indeed. A Split could be the proving grounds where the Kingdom of Coffee will finally usurp their thrones once again with a trophy over their heads, raising it high. But Split is where it all begins for 808 if they want to make the comeback to force a map 5 of Sunset. With that being said, the pistol round is all where it starts, as we will be getting into it just a few moments as we're waiting for the R's from the teams. Aki, it's been a pleasure, as always, to cast with you. I think this is our first time casting together, actually.
Probably. I don't cast very often. Hello, chat.
Every time I ask you to cast with me, you say, I'll do it, and then something last minute comes up every single time.
Okay, because I'm hashtag busy. I'm a busy guy. I got so many things going on. And you know who's also got so many things going on? These two teams. As we're heading into map 4 for Split. I mean, the hovers so far, I think are pretty, and nothing particularly surprises me. I mean, Auxiliary on Waylay is maybe the most out there thing, but I mean, either way, I don't even think that's all that crazy. I mean, actually, Gojira on a Clove, I don't know if that's real, because last time he did that, he swept a Omen last minute, so hashtag don't trust that. But either way, yep, called it. Either way, yeah.
I do have the numbers on the map. Split currently for 808 is one of their best maps. They have yet to lose on Split. They are 4-0 on Split, including playoffs, including regular season. They won it against GER, and then they went 3-0 on the regular season for KC. On the other hand, once I pull up those stats, will be interesting to see how they play on Split, because I'm pretty sure there hasn't been shown very good results on Split so far this season in terms of their success rate. And I know they haven't played Split once this entire season, or this entire playoff run. And yeah, they're 1-1 for the regular season, and this is the first time they're playing Split this playoff.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't even know, but if there's any one team that has been known to beat the odds, it's KC. So I don't even know if any of these numbers are really all that important and compared to just kind of getting into the game and seeing the results for ourselves. I mean, yes, 808 has a lot of success on Split, but KC not having played Split at all means a whole other game. It means that 808 have no reads off of whatever KC wants to do. So in that sort of sense, it gives them a lot of freedom to try out new things, to be able to be unique, be able to give themselves a good perspective on this sort of game, on this map. And man, Split is such a funky map, man.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, like they said, like with 808, they have the VOD. They have the VOD from GER. They have replays of it if they wanted to go back and watch and really study the VOD of the Split game. For KC, for KC, there is no VODs on them. Like, yeah, they play Split in the regular season, and it could have been in the first 2 games of the season, could have been the last 2 games of the season. You don't know. So for 808, it's going into an unknown, and I know Brimmy likes to do his homework, but with the comps they have right now, the Waylay with the double controller for the side of 808, and then for KC, they're just running the typical comp with just VK on the raise, and then Brimmy on the KO with Yang on the fade.
Shadows traveling.
But going into this 4th map, going to the first round, pistol round of this 4th map, I mean, 808 have been pretty solid so far on most of these pistol rounds, but the question remains, is this going to be the same thing for this map 4? Answer so far is yes. Supals and Miko both being able to get those picks. Auxiliary being able to answer up with one of his own, a 5v2, and the sight squarely in the hands of these attackers, all up to BK and Brim with the heavy, arguably some of the more seasoned players on this team. But A 5v2 is a tall ask, and they're gonna have to go through so much resistance in order to be able to even think about getting any sort of purchase in pillar one. Have to make that peeking into literally everyone. Brimmy being able to find one for his troubles, but VK unable to find the same sort of success. Brimmy, I say success, and unfortunately that success is short-lived. Another pistol round in the hands of 808.
5-2, I'm pretty sure on pistol rounds for 808. Just dominating the pistol round. But the thing is, though, they're down in the series 2-1. But from a little bit of a difference I'm kind of seeing from 808 a little bit is now they're playing more loosely. It feels like Auxiliary is taking more space. Zoopows is taking more fights, as well as Miko just taking timings into B main and taking the space. Something that 808, I mean, teams go down and they're going down in the series, and sometimes that means they just have nothing left to lose, and those are the scariest teams.
I mean, coming into the second round, though, looks like they're going to be going for a split, actually, on their anti-eco, which surprises me a little, because normally you want the guns a little more together, but it looks like it's not going to matter too much, as the main hit and aiming is actually going to be the one to get picked off, with Yang getting that right click, but getting traded up by Auxiliary. Chicken to follow with one of his own, putting it in a 4v2. But, oh, Desi almost able to get that pick, but Auxiliary managed to pick him off anyway, all up to Gojira with, once again, just a classic in this heaven space. And while it looks like they're not, oh, they're right next to each other, but I don't think Gojira has any plans of moving anytime soon, so I think that we're just going to be sitting right next to each other for 45 seconds until probably IQ wants to move, but...
Oh, and there it is.
Oh. Well, there we go, another classic anti-eco in the hands of 808.
Yeah, I mean, once again, though, it's just a lot of damage being done from the side of KC, but just unable to really settle them when they needed it the most. Yang did a great job at holding down that top ramp position, but the nade just came just a little bit too late, I would say. I would much rather VK kind of just try to run up there and swing with them, because less of weaponry. You want to power in numbers. You want to try to fight together with those classics. And now for the side of 808, I don't think any team has converted a bonus round yet so far in this match.
No, I think you're right. But either way, bonus conversion aside, there's going to be a lot of commotion going around on the B side of the map this time around, going into KC's buy. Now the wall gets tripped pretty early, so it's giving a lot more mobility on the side of 808 to be able to get more freedom, but it doesn't really matter if you have mobility if your gun just misses a little bit, with Desi being able to get that first pick onto Auxiliary. Little do they know that
cover going out.
He's still got this fade Yang on this side here. Gojira being able to get one pick of his own onto Miko, I believe, in B main or somewhere around there. But either way, the site is not going. The site is now heavily bolstered by KC and all its constituents. For me being able to solidify that with that pick in heaven. Gojira put into the nail in the coffin, a flawless for KC, and yet again, no bonus conversion in sight.
No, still not gonna happen yet. But from the side of 808, they were able to try to pressure mid. It looked like they were gonna go back towards that B split with the paranoia into heaven. But instead of from the side of KC letting that happen, they decided to push forward and take space and not be scared. Like some of the things, sometimes when people are in this position where they're on, that series point, they need one more map, they're gonna play scared, they're gonna try to play perfectly, and instead you just gotta take risks. That's what champions are made of, taking risk. And KC, they're here for a reason.
True, and heading into the first real gun round for both sides, Yang is going to be able to get that first pick, really set the tone of the game. Getting that first pick, getting paranoid, but really unable to convert anything off of it. Really, the C's coming in, being able to denote the position of, well, I can't speak the position of IQ there, but unable to really capitalize off of it. Now that it has given them enough purchase to be able to get that B main control, but it doesn't really matter when an Auxiliary is going to be able to get that return pick onto Brimmy in, where was that? I don't even know. I think an A. But yeah, it'll give them the A heaven control, and Desi as well will be able to quite low, but Yang being able to get one more before getting traded out, being traded up by Chicken. VK though, with that kill with the paint shells onto Auxiliary, but IQ, once again, a lot of these trades are just kind of back and forth, but Desi, a nice shot onto IQ in spawn, all onto Chicken, who is in B heaven, picking the right side that neither of these defenders are on. It looks like the bomb will be planted without much
30
fuss, but
seconds left.
looks like the defenders will be noting of this site change soon. Oh, just walking straight into Thorns, unfortunately. TPing out, so not much damage done, but a 1v2 regardless is not the end of the world as long as they play their timings right. But unfortunately, both these KC players are I say they're kind of together and then they split off, so they're actually not together. They hate each other.
One enemy
But
remaining.
either way, being able to get that first pick onto Desi in heaven, all a 1v1 for BK and a clutch, a 3K for Chicken, hitting that emote 3-1 in favor of 808.
Just not a fan of separating, especially with one of them is super low, you know, low HP on one of your teammates. Much rather play together and go into the 2v1, especially where the bomb was planted. It kind of put Chicken in a really awkward spot, but he's able to isolate because they split up. So now it's the third round. It's going to put, still going to have full buys though, because of that bonus round was very, very clean. So they're able to still keep buying into this round, but they still have a big ult in the convergence path in the hands of Auxiliary.
I mean, the split that 808 are currently running is nothing new we've seen so far with a 4-1, and it looks like Yang, it doesn't really matter what split they do, if Yang is to be able to spam through mid with an Odin onto that Lurk and IQ, it looks like Miko a little too late to the party there to be able to unable to support their teammates. Yang getting caught out by the hinder right there from Auxiliary, getting traded out. Zupals and Miko both getting picks of their own, and the Neuro Theft coming in right afterward. BK being able to get a pick of his own before getting that trade out from Auxiliary. On a heater, half HP, but still got a few kills to his name regardless. All up to Gojira in a 1v3. Bomb will go down. Now the entirety of KC is poor, so it's really up to him if he wants to go for this 1v3, especially with that trip there. It's not going to look very good. It looks like he's going to opt to just save and spawn instead. A really solid round. I think Auxiliary really being able to get those punches and onto that site take. Really, even though KC were really doing a good job of getting poking and prodding where they were able to. So a really good try, but I think 808 just being able to have a little bit of the sharper of the guns this time around.
Yeah, I mean, Auxiliary was able to kind of hold strong. He's now starting to warm up into the series. Obviously, he wasn't here for the first map. Second map, he started off a little bit slow. Third map, he was heating up just a little bit more. And now he's here 7-2, but they're just waiting. I don't know what they're doing, but I guess they don't want to go any further past the trip, which, you know, understandable. They don't want to lose any weaponry because they want to keep their economy as bolstered as possible. But yeah, I mean, Auxiliary going in, I mean, VK caught on a timing with a nade in his hands. Next thing you know, Auxiliary with just perfect utility usage onto Yang, who was the person who really needed to work out for. Yang had one person I want to highlight though is Yang, who had a absolutely stellar map 1. Map 2 cooled off. Then map 3 had a beautiful last 2 rounds. I want to see him wake up a little bit more. It's map 4. You don't want to go to a map 5. You want to close this out as fast as possible. But again, it's here.
Wake up! It's the 22nd of the month, I say, as 3 gets suppressed in A main and Auxiliary is unable to use his TP in an open spot. But either way, that has pulled over a lot of KC, seeing as they're on this lower buy, so they want to be able to work together in order to. Oh, where'd that molly go? From the heavens, but either way, looking like the lesser weaponry is going to be a factor in this game, as Auxiliary and Zupals both getting picks of their own to put themselves in a 5v3, make that a 5v2. As Auxiliary get another pick of his own. All onto Desi on the site so far, as VK is not necessarily nearby, but it looks like the Frenzy will put in the work regardless. Ball will get down, but they still have this elbow positioning. VK being able to get a bit of chip damage with that Marshall, but Desi still creating problems on site, eventually getting traded out by Chicken. VK eventually being able to take out Miko's just spend with that Odin, but IQ not far behind. A 5th round on the board for 808.
Desi just kind of stood tall with the Frenzy instead of trying to going for the gun. Might have been a different story, but no. Desi did absolutely beautiful with the Frenzy, but it takes more than that to win. And right now, Split, one of the most defensive side of maps in the pool, is and 808 is making KC look like just rookies on this map. With how well they're playing right now, they don't want to die. They don't want to lose out on a chance to get a trophy to their names. But right now, KC They gotta find answer on defense. It's something that's been kind of eluding them a little bit.
Bring them down.
I mean, 808 for being either a new or a rebranded franchise versus KC, like, while they might be the 10th seed, the Orcs themselves have seen lots and lots of different stories and timelines. And VK is really showcasing that with that initial pick. Unfortunately, Yang getting that trade. And oh, never mind, I say that, and there's so many trades, and they're all in favor of KC this time around. And especially with Chicken at half HP or lower, it's definitely a good start, especially with Bomb down in B main. Not exactly irretrievable for now, but as soon as that smoke fades, it's going to be not exactly the hardest thing to hold for KC. Looks like they're going to opt not to anyway, in favor of playing together and playing for the sites instead. But the two remaining players of 808, they have mid control, but they don't have the bomb, although Chicken does have his From the Shadow, so they do have that in the back pocket if they'd like to use it. But BK it doesn't matter what they have in their back pocket if BK's got his gun in his hands. A solid 3K to clean up a second round for KC.
It looked like he was shocked at first when he saw the Omen, and then all of a sudden, his crosshair kind of just flicked over to Auxiliary, the full HP one as well. So beautiful shots coming out of VK, but finally another round on the board. They need to start rattling rounds together if they want to make this a little bit more competitive going into their attack half, because of the fact of how defensive side of the split is, especially with the comp that 808 have. They have that Viper, they have that Cypher. So a lot of stall potential on the side of 808.
I mean, talking about stall potential, Casey's got all 5 ults. So who even knows what happens if they're gonna wait. Yeah, they do. Hashtag getting my numbers mixed up and my I's dotted and my T's not so exhausted. But either way, a very solid way to be able to hold on. And they don't even need the ult so far though, as Desi and Yang both getting picks of their own in mid. And the rest of that is the split gone. So it's just that B main presence that is left, and unfortunately they're trying to come out, but they're gonna have to deal with so much Vice Util from Desi here. And if they don't clear it out, there's gonna be a lot to pay, especially with B being the currently stacked site here. Now the blind and the Waylay coming in as well. Getting the first pick from Auxiliary, but getting traded out by Gojira. Chicken to trade out onto that Omen counterpart, but Yang there to say not today. All up to Chicken. Now again, he's got the bomb, but he doesn't exactly know where the defenders are. Yang with a 3K to clear up a third round.
I think the adaptation that KC is starting to bring is more emphasis on mid. Take out the lurker, take out the people that have been kind of just poking and prodding in mid as much as possible, and then they can focus on the mains. And that's exactly what you need to do on split, because if you are forcing the attackers to solely coming out of the mains, it makes it very difficult to execute onto the site because of how narrow the choke point is. You can throw blinds, you can throw thorns, a nade. There's so many things you can throw into the choke point that will deny the attackers from even sniffing the site.
I mean, it looks like 808 though is going to be going for a little more of a, hey, we're on an eco, let's not do anything in mid approach, seeing as how it doesn't work. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter what works and what doesn't work if Gojira is just going to be able to get a spam kill through that smoke. And looks like Desi's going to do much of the same onto Auxiliary. Now Gojira going to be able to get out, getting a little spammed by a sheriff shot from someone. And while they're both tagged, they aren't necessarily dead, and at the end of the day, it's still a 5v3 in favor of KC. Now, they've got the walkout smoke going on in favor for 808, but the C's there is going to spell doom for Miko, and unfortunately, the other two being here kind of stuck in this corner. Zupas being able to get one pick onto Yang, but immediately traded by Desi.
I just have to point out, VK, we love you. The discipline just to stay in A main. He didn't move an inch. He stayed there the entire time, allowing his teammates to keep on fighting towards B. And that's what I'm talking about. The choke point is very difficult to come out when you don't really have the util to kind of force the defenders away from the spam angles, especially with that smoke on top of that box, where it creates kind of like a little bit of a one-way where you could see the feet of the attackers walking into the smoke, and then you could spam. And that's exactly what Gojira does. And now they want to go towards A again. This time, all 5 players again.
I mean, I was just talking about this round lead, but Casey, if anything, is really good at being able to suss things out at the latter end of the half. But VK with that showstopper getting that first pick onto Zoophouse. Auxiliary being managing to trade his teammate though. But taking some chip damage in the process, and that has dragged over so much util and attention from these defenders. Actually, I said that it's actually 2v2 split, so it's actually not all that much, but either way, again, the spam is connecting a good amount. Look at so many of this HP bar difference on all these attackers is not great. I mean, it just seems like Casey has been able to finally get a read on what these attackers want to do, but it looks like the auxiliary's gun is just working a little better in that exact moment, taking down Brimmy. He's the one that's saying hashtag bang this time, but looks like Desi will say, no, never mind, actually we're gonna trade you instead. So sorry, we'll get taken out of the run instead, and even 3v3, but once again, the HP on Chicken is not quite healthy. They have the bomb, but they don't really have any space, and it looks like that space is shrinking by the second as they've decided to re-clear a
30
main.
seconds left.
And they're not going to. Oh, but look at this positioning from Gojira. I'm not sure if they saw the back of IQ. I think they did, and if anything else is the signal, it's going to be the noise that definitely does it for them. Mix, or not Mix, Miko. It's a one-letter difference. Hashtag a little lost. But either way, IQ going to be able to get that pick onto Yang. 5 seconds left. The bomb will go down, but all the other defenders are here already, and Gojira is ready for that pinch through main as well.
One enemy remaining.
But it looks like they're aware of this as well, being able to double swing onto Gojira in main, and Desi a little late to the party, but I mean, only to arrive to find his head taken off. A 6th round.
One of the things that I'm kind of confused about a little bit was the fact that Gojira was in a great spot, saw the Viper's back, but Yang kind of just ran through mid into male, like thinking, oh, the Viper's going to go on site. But IQ has had a tendency of lurking, just getting into positions where you don't expect him to be in. And that's one of the things that's catching Casey off guard once again. We saw it on Summit. We saw it a little bit on Ascent. And now we're seeing it heavily again on Split. So one of the things they need to be worried about is those lurks and going back to kind of taking space on the map like they've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I think 808 have realized they need to switch things up a little bit. So they're going to go for a 5-man hit A main instead of their usual sort of poke and prod in mid. But BK being able to get one for his troubles, Auxiliary getting that trade out regardless. The dash will come in, the site will come in as well, but the Nightfall going to be invested, going to hit several people on these attackers as they plant. And the Steel Garnet as well coming out as, oh my, there's just a lot of ults. Holy moly, the null command coming in as well. Brimmy, hashtag bang, getting 2 while in the middle of the null command at left to 2 HP, and the Molly being able to stave off any sort of attacking util from a main for the time being. Looking like going to be able to get that first pick onto Brimmy, but Gojira there for the trade. A good blind though. Zupal's being able to get that kill in heaven. It's now a 1v1 all onto Desi, but Desi's not, neither are aware of the exact location of the other, but it looks like there's going to be no time. Zupal's being able to either hear the footsteps or just kind of suss it out. A 7th round and a guaranteed 1/2 this time for 808.
Yeah, and indeed it was. Desi was lagging. It was unfortunate in that 1v1. Zupals was able to get the kill onto the Omen after getting a beautiful flash after a heroic effort from Bremen with the Hemi. But we are going to be going into another tech pause because of that situation. Hopefully Desi will be able to get the lag situated. Hopefully, because they need it. All 5 players here. But with that being said, just really good round from both teams. KC was flooding with a lot of ults. They used 3 big ultimates though, and did not come away with a round victory because of the fact that Auxiliary got one with the instantaneous trace on VK, as well as getting another one, I'm pretty sure, in screens. And then the Steel Guard just wasn't giving enough time to kind of pop, so the guns get taken away. So by the time the retake was happening, it was a 2v2.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I think I've said this like 3 times at this point, but tonight is truly the night about tech pauses and computer crashing and things going wrong, and a few of them are media's fault, so it is kind of just everyone in the lobby, regardless of if they're playing or not, has been hashtag struggling mildly, except for Omni. Omni is fine. But either way, I mean, I think I've more or less resolved my tech issues at this point, minus some lagging, but
I mean, not you haven't DC'd yet.
Yet I'm waiting. I'm okay though for now. I'm hashtag chilling. Hashtag hopefully my internet doesn't go hashtag bang. That'd be bad.
That would be really bad. Because then Tui would actually get a chance to cast. Sorry, Tui, that was really mean.
That was uncalled for.
I'm sorry,
Uncalled
Tui. I love you,
for.
Tui. We cast later. It's okay. Anyway, but oh god, what's gonna happen to me now? My name's gonna get changed. It's gonna like.
This guy's being so mean to me, chat. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah, I forgot he just changed his voice. He just put his voice in. Hi, Tui. Welcome to the cast.
He got one sentence in. That's all you're back to prod.
Back to prod. We love Tui out here. Shout out to Media Team here today, real quick. Obviously, myself, Aki, Tui, and Frosty here today, giving you coverage as we're going to get out of tech pause once again. We're going back to the action.
Oh yeah, hashtag shameless shill. Join media if you want to join me and Omni and Frosty and Tui. But outside of media and actually playing the game, looks like the wall's just going to get tripped by Auxiliary dashing up pretty fast in the round. That wall's going to be gone for this round. The Seekers are going to get popped as well, being able to show at least a position of Yang pretty quick. The conversion paths also being able to pinpoint Desi's location in B Heaven. Question is he being able to slip the net? The answer is no. Zupa's being able to get that first pick onto Desi in Heaven. Gojira, though, being able to answer with one of his own onto his Omen counterpart in Chicken. Now the site is in the hands of these attackers in 808. The Vipers is going to go down as well, making that retake just that little bit more difficult for KC. But VK has made it to... Oh, I can't see anything on VK's screen. Oh, looks like he's made it there. Never mind, I lied. I can see now. Looking like Gojira is going to invest it in the shadows. A lot of ults this round. Going to have to get cancelled. Nico being able to get one pick of his own onto Yang with the neural theft going off, but Supals and Nico both cleaning up any sort of hope in a retake and a 5th round, clearing up an 8-4 half in favor of 808.
808, 8-4 scoreline here. And the fact of the matter is, we could be potentially going to a 5th decider map here today for the Apprentice Grand Finals. One thing that I just have to know is, like, what can KC do on the attack? I mean, you saw they're on the attack full side of 808. They're very, very just fast hitting. They were just stifling with their util, being able to get into the post plant and disallowing KC to retake at any point in those rounds. And now KC have to do the same. They have to start on a run on attack, the hardest side of Split, if they want a chance to close this out in 4 maps.
I mean, I wouldn't count it out either, though, because if 808 can manage 8 rounds on their attacking half, so can KC. But the answer so far is that, oh, that Viper wall has a little bit of a suspicious gap in it. But either way, the opening pick will go in the favor of these defenders, and VK is taken out of the round, which means a lot of their entry power is gone. Being able to get that ramp control in return, but Zupa's being not taken out of the equation quite yet, being able to dodge that haunt. The Viper wall down, that is a lot of people in ramp, and that is a lot of info given without Zupels not needing to give his life in return, dropping down in order to be able to be in a bit of, bit of a better position. That Molly almost getting him.
We're healing in the
that
open?
kills him. But healing doesn't really matter if they're not going to peek, as they're going to pivot to B instead, straight towards IQ, who happens to be the only one nearby so far. It looks like they got Miko in that B main control, but they're going to know that this main hit is going to be coming through to the site through Heaven. I'm not sure if that knife necessarily... Oh, it did catch Miko. I was like, if Miko managed to slip that, that would have been huge for 808, but doesn't matter. They know that he's there. But Gojira, though, answering back, getting 2 of its own before getting traded out by Chicken. But Miko, that backstep that I was just talking about, getting that pick onto Yang, all onto Desi, a little late to the party, but I believe it is planted for him. So if they're not careful, that doesn't matter if they're careful about it, if he unfortunately peeks into all 3 alive teammates of 808. But a very, very solid, nice round for 808.
6-2 pistol rounds. It's been a while since I've seen one team dominate the pistol rounds this much and still be down in the series. But right now is a 1 step closer to potentially forcing a map 5 of Sunset, which both teams are very unknown on, because of the fact that neither one of these teams, I'm pretty sure, has played that map on in playoffs. And I know KC has played the map Sunset on in the regular season, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The map count still has not hit 13, so it's still anybody's ball game. But right now, 808 are looking to cruise to potentially the largest map win margin so far of the series.
Speaking of map win margin, actually, I was gonna say I was gonna say something witty and then I lost my train of thought, so I'm just gonna say that auxiliary got to pick in A main, and we're gonna move on with the rest of my line of thought. But either way, it looks like it's gonna be a 5v4 in the hands of these defenders of 808 so far. But that Camber's going to be able to get a good amount of good amount of info. Sorry, BK being able to. Oh my! I was on focus on Migo, but IQ. Oh my gosh! It doesn't matter what happens if you get a knife kill onto a VK on site. I can't believe that's the kill.
Let's not have VK break anything in his setup. Let's try to keep him calm for once. Anyway.
Monitor's broken, over under 1, place your bets.
Let's hope not. But going into the round again now, this is where it has to start for KC. They need to make this bonus, this anti-bonus round clean. They cannot afford to lose one. They can afford to lose one, maybe. They cannot afford to lose more than one, but auxiliary.
Oh, but auxiliary with that first pick does not bode well for the site. And now VK thankfully will be able to make it in. The rest of his team will be able to do much of the same so far, as 808 doesn't really have much presence near site. Looks like they're going to be praying for that retake, but Brimmy getting that molly kill onto Zoopals in heaven is a good start. But they're going to have a lot more to work with, and unfortunately with Gojira caught out in heaven like that, that doesn't bode well for their chances. Now, although BK maybe caught up in a little bit out in the open with that shorty kill, but Desi and Brimmy both putting in the work themselves to put this down to a 1v2, and Chicken unfortunately is the only one that had been hurt. Everyone else had been healthy. And Desi getting that 3K on the board, getting that 5th round that KC desperately need.
A huge investment from the side. I'm not sure who's one who bought him. I didn't Miko, as you can see, the buy. Yeah, he was one who bought auxiliary, that operator. And he's gonna get another one too. Almost was the difference maker. It did a lot of damage to VK. Obviously got the kill onto Yang. And now he's going to bring it back up again, but I was saying how the bonus, that anti-bonus round needed to be clean, and that came down to only 2 players. That means these players are going to have to scrap up another buy to keep them going. So that means this round potentially is must needed for KC if they want to continue in this map.
I mean, we're talking about scrapping, but of course 808 might have the lesser weaponry, but when you peek into an op, who cares if someone's got a Spectre and light shields? It doesn't matter, you're not peeking into that. And IQ answering with 1 pick of his own onto VK. I mean, unfortunately, this round has already started to fall apart, and even with these rifles, I mean, Gojira's only got regen shield, and it's already looking a little dicey here. They have mid, but it doesn't seem like they're completely sure where to go. They've seen a lot of pressure in both vents and both B main, not B main, B heaven, but Miko here with that angle being able to get that one person, being able to get that first pick, but are they going to expect this close angle? They're not necessarily, but it doesn't really matter if IQ's going to be able to have his teammates back. Gojira being able to trade out onto IQ, but it puts him into a 1v3 situation with no one from 808 nearby, so there's going to be no follow-up, but that means there's going to be no picks for Gojira's favor so far. Now, the closest one is going to be Zoopals in vents, but the rest of these defenders are now surrounding Gojira. The real question is, are they going to expect them in this close corner? Not necessarily, but it doesn't matter. That pick giving him that from the shadows, TPing him all the way over to A, giving him safe clearance to plant. It's not in a necessarily open spot though, and both of these defenders are already in heaven to compensate. Now, the real question is, how is this retake going to work? Especially with Gojira being able to pick out the one with a rifle in Chicken. That paranoia doesn't necessarily land, however, and it turns out the op was the gun for the job, putting 808 to 11.
Oh, just a little bit unorthodox of a plant. Kind of cost him in that clutch. He would have been a lot more favorable if he's able to get a better plant spot, but obviously in a 1v3, well now 1v2, you just have to plant wherever you can, and he did the absolute most he could with what he was given. It was just unfortunate that the paranoia just went a little bit wide and does not catch onto auxiliary, who has been the difference maker so far, coming alive at 18 and 11, the operator coming into his hands. And as I said, that was a must-needed round, and now potentially, unless KC can make a miracle happen, this could be map point for 808.
I mean, although the ecos have been deadly for several people here, unfortunately, I just don't know if this is the right weaponry to do it. Scores down onto a lot of sheriffs and a lot of lesser weaponry on a round that could possibly dictate if they get to map point. But either way, regardless of the guns they have, it looks like they've made the pivot into sight fast enough that it doesn't really matter so far. It's a 5v5 retake though, and unless Casey played the closer angles correctly, but it looks like him whipping the shots. I'm not quite sure what this plan is, but looks like the Vice was gonna save Auxiliary for the time being, but so many whiff shots. It looks like Zupaz is gonna give Zupaz a lot more clearance to be able to get the site, but Gojira gonna get that first pick on the Auxiliary, and Zupaz whipping an entire bag as well. Oh, what is going on? Eventually getting a pick, IQ getting one as well, but Desi and Yang both doing well to make it a relatively close match. And getting a Bulldog, it's all into Desi, and this dog is definitely not going to help. Oh my god, maybe not the best spot, but either way, a thrifty round on the 3K from Desi. What is going on?
What is it to break down? It was whiff. It was warning shots, and then the action on site. Chickenson had a judge at some point, and next thing you know, it went in Casey's favor. That's one of the things I'm saying is they have plot armor, even when they are down in the dumps, even when it should be a done and dusted round. For 808, Casey miraculously just rises from the dead and says, "We're still here. We don't want to lose, and we're not going to just yet." And right now, 808 is now put on an eco buy. 5 classics!
This game confuses me. And this is just the latest example of what is going on today, you know? So, regardless, it looks like there's going to be a 5-man push with these classics down mid.
This timing, though. This timing.
Oh, but they hurt the rope. They definitely know there's one. But if
Hi, guys!
Desi takes the timing, they don't know that Desi's behind them. And he gets probably... Yeah. I mean, yeah. Looks like Desi's gonna get right click to death by Zupaz, but Brew is there to back up his teammate. A 7th round on the board for KC.
5-man walk down mid, 5-man flank, 5-man dive flank. Simple as that. But no, in actuality, it was a good call from the side of 808. It was just that Desi was in a very, very good spot, holding his spawn, expecting some sort of a push out, maybe towards B main, and he was holding his spawn. Next thing you know, Brimmy fell, or whoever fell, I think it was Gojira who fell. And then immediately, Desi just turns, and then Bulldog in his hands and gets the kill. So now, I mean, 5 ultimates on the hands of 808, though. Very tough to deal with.
But the Viper's Pit in mid is going to give 808 a lot of space to work with, to focus on the mains instead, which is, and speaking of mains, that's where B main is where the hit wants to be, but I said that, and they're actually heading to mid. Guys, I need you to listen, I need you to not make me be a fibber, at least once in my life. But regardless, it's the caster curse, man, happens every time. But either way, a lot of pressure is going to be going through this Viper's Pit, and looks like the Seeker's going to be there to offset a little bit of that trouble, forcing back KC somewhat. So looks like IQ is going to be not necessarily the biggest of worries right now. That Vice Flash is going to be a big, and a lot of picks going in, but a lot of shots exchanged. But Auxiliary, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade as Auxiliary and Desi managing to get picks of their own. But a lot of the people on KC tagged for worst, for the worst. Zupaz be able to get a pick through the smoke, kind of onto. Man, you know what? Sure, I'm gonna keep going. So looking like Gojira gonna get another pick onto Auxiliary, onto site. Desi to follow up with one on his own. A 3v2 all of a sudden in the side for KC. Desi, never mind, getting a 3rd.
Wow.
Make that a 4th. IQ getting one of their own, but Desi there for the trade regardless. An 8th round for KC after I don't even know what's going on anymore.
The timeout from 808. First time in a while either team has called a timeout. Actually, I think it was on Ascent they did call a timeout, but that doesn't matter. So we're here on Split. And KC, they're just avoiding Miko. They have not gone towards Miko's setup once. And they did, it was like in the mid round. So one of the things that they're doing very, very good at is avoiding the Cypher setup, going towards into like the more heavier stack site, and they're just winning the fights now. Instead of them playing how they want to play, like playing it slow, they wanted to play all methodical and defaulty. They're saying, screw it, let's just go into their face. If they outshoot us, they outshoot us. But we're confident. We are better. We are here for a reason. We are the 10th seed, technically the 11th seed in playoffs, in the grand finals, one map away from winning. Let's play like it. So that means I wouldn't be surprised if 808 tries to match the confidence, trying to brawl a little bit more in the mains, using an Omen flash, using the Waylay saturation, something to try to stifle the momentum. Because KC, once they get rolling, they don't stop. I've seen it countless times during the playoffs where KC is down 11-8, 11-6, and all of a sudden they bring it back, and all of a sudden we're in overtime. So one of the things you just can't count out is KC willing to die.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Casey's entire story has been bringing it back, so I would not be surprised if they managed to close that gap even just a little more on this map of Split. But either way, coming out of that timeout, it looks like 808 has opted for a little switch up of their setup. I don't think Miko's really been on A, correct me if I'm wrong, but...
He's on the A site last round.
Never mind, I hashtag lied. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore because everyone is lost and is making me confused. And yeah, but either way, look at that, the Boobot's going to clear out that A main space for KC. But either way, looks like that's it for now. Viper was going up, going down. But speaking of going up, going down, that Nightfall is going to be going up onto site, going to be able to completely clear everything out. Maybe a little bit of a bigger investment, especially considering that 808 is on a lighter buy. But either way, it does give Casey that sort of freedom to be able to get that site control for now. Yang being able to get that first, the 2 picks onto IQ and Auxiliary is definitely not a bad start for KC. Getting a 3rd onto Zupals in ramp, allowing the bomb to come down onto the site. And Yang onto a 4K. But it doesn't matter as VK is once again the one that steals the ace. This happened last map too. I'm watching you, VK.
I'm the same. He just wants to say 4-piece chicken tendy meals over and over again. But they slowed it down. They actually went into Miko's site, which was the weaker defended site, and they just ran at them and held it down on the post plant. Granted, it was the fact that the weaponry was not very good for the side of 808, but still, KC was able to meet them at the door. Yang was able to hold it strong, and that's what you need the most. They are now knocking on the door of potentially double-digit rounds.
I mean, yeah, going into this round, we've got KC trying to just do kind of 5-man split into B. That no command is going to come in. The Viper Molly the snipe bite might stall for a little bit. The op shot going a little wide, but a lot of ults used regardless. Zupals and Auxiliary both getting picks before that Steel Garden from Desi is going to be able to connect. So a 5v3 coming to the retake, but if there's any story before, Casey's been able to bring these backs before, but the convergent path, I don't know. I think that did hit Trigger the last second, I think, but I'm not sure what happened there, but either one is going no way. No way.
5v3. I mean, is there any more tell sign that KC is not meant to die? Is that round right there? 5v3, 808 has a great retake. Converges path into the position, gets the tag onto Gojira, who gets out alive, and then somehow Desi swings after killing Auxiliary, who didn't clear his corners, and then triple dinks Chickens in hell, and then Gojira just magically gets 3. Insane performance from KC so far. That puts 808 back on another eco.
I think we're getting to that point in the series where everyone in the lobby, including me and including everyone playing, is like, what is going on? What if we just tried to shoot people? Case in Exhibit A, Auxiliary peeking into several people and trying to kill them with the Sheriff. Me too, man, me too. But either way, looking like that Boombot's gonna spot out his position and gonna have to back away, but it looks like it was just noise as the rest of KC is going to back up. They might have read into the fact that they do have the lesser weaponry, so it's possible that a faster rotate was here. It was in play, but looking like they're going to just come to mid, so it'll give them the purchase to come back to B if they want. But so far, relatively quiet from the side. Looking like they'll get that positioning here will get spotted out. You able to managing to get out, getting a little bit of util out from KC in the meanwhile, but either way, still at 5v5 and there's 40 seconds left on the board. I think KC are trying to travel on over to A, but they might leave an insert on A in mid, but it looks like DK has opted to just hit the site with the rest of his team. So it's going to hit him. That from the shadows from Gojira going to be able to get that purchase that they need onto site, but But Chicken using his From the Shadows of his own, a walkout smoke in play as well to be able to give 808 the freedom into elbow if they'd like. Looks like the Prowler for now is going to give them the clearance that they need. But Auxiliary, a good set of shots onto Gojira and Yang. And the defuse is up! A third kill!
Last player standing.
My god, BK is so low! But the bomb is halved and BK has so much util to work with. And it doesn't matter! Auxiliary with so many good shots left on 69 HP. Nice to get 808 onto map point.
The shots from Auxiliary were exquisite with the Sheriffs, but it was just Brimmy with him. He had a timing in the smoke, and I'm not sure if someone cleared into the smoke or he just unfortunately whiffed his shots. And then after that, it was just the Auxiliary show. 4 kills going into it, and then VK just unable to settle the 1v1, unable to really try to just stall as much as possible. Instead of just playing in the mains where it's planned for him, he takes out the swing, and Auxiliary, who's been on a heater, will gladly take that fight.
I mean, going into this next round, though, it could be the end of this map if 808 play their cards right, but so far it's going to be just a little bit of chip damage onto Auxiliary. Tagged down to 46 HP. The blind going to come in, and Casey going to be coming in through this A main pressure. Now, the smokes are going to come up, but there's not going to be any sort of movement into the site itself. BK has been able to get ramp presence, but the spam through the smoke is going to be good. That first pick from Brimmy onto Auxiliary, and the site hit going to come in accordingly afterward, getting that site control. And the bomb is going to come down soon, I expect. Yes, from Yang. And the dog going to be coming in as well. Now, the rest of 808 here are already on site, or not on site, but around site. And Zubaz being able to get that first pick in the retake, at least, onto Desi. Being tagged down to 15 HP, a lot of his teammates are also relatively low, and they don't have heal in order to bring them back up, unfortunately. Yang proving once again that the gun is just a little too sharp for 808. Getting 2, Gojira getting 1 pick of his own, make that 2. KC says, you might be on map point, but we're not done with split yet. On to 11.
We've had 1 map end without going the distance of regulation. That was Ascent. But now, in the 4th map, this is the 3rd map that we go the distance again. And KC, after what felt like they should have won the round previous when the buy was low, now they're at the point now where the buy for the side of 808 is struggling. A Bucky, a Sheriff, a Stinger. But we've seen this before. On Summit, it was the same buy, and 808 still managed to close it out. Will KC learn from their mistake?
I mean, Casey says this is a last round of regulation. Let's do it the way that we dump every single piece of util ever onto our site, including a Nightfall from the hands of Yang. But, oh my gosh, looks like 808's buy is so rough coming to this last round, though. And I mean, with the bomb down, and it's a 5v5 retake, and the sneakers are going to get activated from Zoop House, but while a lot of util, at the end of the day, maybe the guns are just maybe not necessarily on their side currently. But the retake coming in just as fast as the bomb was planted, but VK and Yang both getting picks of their own, but Brimmy and Gojira to answer on their own. It's all onto IQ if he wants to hear it here and now, all with a Bucky, but it doesn't matter. Desi's going to shoot him in the back. And here we have it, folks, our first OT game of this series.
What was it?
Overtime.
10 to 5, 11 to 6, something like that. All I know is 11-6. Thank you, producer 2. I love you. What a comeback from KC. The storyline that I've been hammering home is the fact that this team will not die. And it's shown again. It's the same case in playoffs throughout the playoffs. Last time I saw it, they were down 12-6 in one of the playoff games, and they brought it back and won. When they need it most, I can keep going now because we're getting another tech pause. So that's okay. I can keep going about the storyline that's been building up here and just hit home how impressive this is. I mean, obviously, you've been here longer than I have, but in the past 3 seasons that I have casted, I've never seen a team this resilient. I've seen juggernaut teams go up against underdogs and they go back and forth, but I've never seen a team where saying, hey, we may be the 10th seed. We're getting smacked. We're getting pushed down, and we don't care. We don't give an F, and we're here.
I mean, if there's one franchise that really comes to mind, if there's one series that really comes to mind, this entire series has really taken me back to when I got my championship season 1, also on KC. It was 5 maps. It was only a six team bracket roster for playoffs, but I believe we were 5th or 6th as well, and we won. Obviously, I have a trophy next to my name, so try to fact check me. Try it, but either way, trophy check. But either way, it's definitely a story that I've seen over and over again, but it never gets old. I mean, it's always such a good time to see not only teams in the number 1, number 2 seeds. Obviously, they dominate during this normal season, so usually they give a pretty good fight. So, not usually. Sometimes they give a pretty good fight into playoffs. Sometimes they get eliminated in the first round and everyone is shocked and holy moly, everyone gets their hats blown off of them. But in 808's case, they've obviously done due diligence the whole season, and they're showing that by being in playoff grand finals. But credit where credit's due to KC, being the 10th seed, being kind of the not necessarily the team everyone counted up, but certainly the team that everyone expected to kind of fall in an earlier playoff round. Probably earlier in the bracket, but either way, the resilience is insane, especially going into OT on map 4. I am both of these teams, truly. I mean, I have been both casting multiple games in grand finals, but also I know how tough it is because I've been to all 5 maps in the grand finals before, and it is not fun. Especially, it is a lot.
Off real quick because I do have news from the Mythic show, the Mythic Grand Finals right now. They are also going to a map 5.
Whoa!
After WS obliterated NB on Ascent 13-2, they're now forcing a map 5. I don't know the maps, obviously. But for that being said, I'm also not sure about the other series. Maybe someone else, because the map I think just ended. Not sure Cha won or not. I guess we'll find out soon when I see if people start joining the calls for the interview. Because there is going to be an interview after the grand finals to interview the winning team. You guys don't know that. That is what we do. We interview the winning team. So with that being said, there is an R. We're back in the action for after our 9th or 10th tech pause.
Oh yeah, over under 10 tech pauses. I say over, but either way, looking like going into the first round of OT here with 808 back on the attack, KC back on the defense. They're going to be going for their tried and true, kind of poking and prodding in mid. Auxiliary going to get out that vice wall in mid once again. Looks like Desi didn't switch it up just to get that info, but either way, looks like they're going to just keep it calm, see what sort of util they can get out early. Looks like Auxiliary, util aside, going to be getting Yang out of this round in general, but doesn't matter if you're going to be able to spam through the smoke. All right, check Desi's PC. Check Desi's PC. But and looking like Zupao is going to be able to jump onto Desi though. IQ going able to do the same onto Gojira. It's a 2v4, and while IQ a little low, being at least at the very least being able to heal up to half HP for this retake or the post plant. Again, the spam going to be able to somewhat tag onto VK down to 70 now, and both KC players now coming through this heaven show. VK down, being able to get that first pick onto IQ. Brimmy unable to do the same as Zupaus takes him out. VK unsuspecting of the omen in CT, putting 808 onto 13 and onto match point.
And 808 has another chance to close it out and force a map 5. They had 2 chances in regulation. Now they have a chance again here in overtime. But it seems like so far both these teams struggle on the defensive side of Split. So let's see if maybe they have the answer going into this round. Excuse me, because right now all it takes for KC is one mistake, and it's map 5 for 808. It's a bigger one. One mistake. And that could mean the season's over.
I mean, the stakes are truly high for both teams, but the Prowler is going to catch out that timing onto IQ, being able to dip out before any sort of util is able to land onto IQ, looking like that second Prowler will clear out the same corner, knowing that IQ's no longer there. But IQ using that Omen smoke, being able to flip the net. Supa's getting one of their own before being traded out by Brimmy. Either way, I lagged a little bit, but it doesn't matter. I lag, and all of a sudden they've won 14-12. 808. We're going the distance, guys. We're going to map 5 on, I think, Sunset.
Yes, it is. And also another news wild after this map is concluded. Congratulations to Chaos Theory Recruit. They took down
nice.
FV in a 3-1 fashion, winning recruit title of season 10. So congratulations to them. But now that means we have 2 more grand finals here today to showcase, because of the fact of the matter is we have 2 live map bangers for you. Auxiliary 27-19, 6 first bloods. Really did it all. And then IQ, that last round on in overtime, was able to be the side anchor they needed. And now, despite the comeback, despite Casey storming back, they do not close it out in 4. They now have to go to a 5th map where, from the side of 808, they have more experience on Sunset than Casey does, because 808 has played it 4 times in the regular season. But that does not matter when it is a best of 5. But with that being said, Aki, we'll be going to another last break for the Apprentice Grand Finals. 5 minutes time will determine who will be crowned champion of season 10. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
See ya.
Chasing shadows, fighting battles. I've been on my own for a while, let them say I'm doing better. I've been broken, but now I'm going. I've been on the road of I made it through. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and all the waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take
just wanna see what's up. We just started dancing and I think I fell in love. We won't get this moment back, so please lift up my cup. Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? Do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love. But we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun? DJ keep playing the music. She throwing it back, she too thick. The way she moves, she ruthless. She straight to the point like a toothpick. She asked can we take us a photo, only if I can take you to Ruth Chris. She laughed and said that's funny though, we gotta do you really wanna see the sun? I see you vibing with me, so what's up? We just started dancing, fell in love. But we don't have to do it if you don't want. Do you really wanna see the sun? Do you wanna see the sun and have some fun?
And
All
welcome
right.
back, Aki.
Welcome back. I don't even know what's going on, but
I don't know either. I'm just here
Alright.
for the vibes.
Okay, let's do it. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are off on a banger of a night we are finally at the conclusion. No matter what happens at the end of this map 5, we're gonna have a winner for your Apprentice Season 10 in VDC tonight. And do I even need to sum it up? I mean, we got a back and forth tonight with KC and 808 winning back. I don't even remember the first map. It was Lotus, then Summit, then Ascent, then Split. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was bang.
Hey.
KC 808. It's been a really banger of a time. Every single map except for I think Ascent has gone to either regulation, full regulation, or to OT. So really banger of a map. Omni, how do you feel?
Honestly, I am very, very excited and proud of every single player in this lobby. They're giving it their all. They want to win. They want that illustrious trophy next to their name in the servers is what you get. And maybe even more later down the road. We don't know. Maybe I'm leaking things. We never know. Innuendos. But yeah, this is it. This is the decider. This is where you have to put it all on the line. Sunset. And Sunset has been a special map for me because of the fact of how many banger maps I have casted on here. This is where Ash was crowned their champion last season against LG on this very map. The KC versus GG Prospect game back in season 8 I casted where it was one of the best games or one of the best maps of the season, and Sunset has just been the home ground for a lot of teams.
I mean, yeah, I just think in general, any sort of 5 map series is always going to be a banger because that means it's been back and forth all night. And today's games have been no exception, not just in this lobby, not just in this series, but also across the other tiers. A huge congratulations, first of all, to the Cha recruit team for their 3-1 win over, I think, was it FV?
FV, yes.
On the 3-1 win. So those are our recruit champions for this season. But on the other side, Mythic, I believe, is going all the way the whole distance as well to all 5 maps. I'm not sure what the map 5 is specifically, but either way, another banger of a series. So I'm just hoping for the same results, another banger of a map to close out this Apprentice season.
Indeed, indeed. And obviously these two teams have been battling tooth and nail for 4 hours. We started the games at around 4, my time. Well, for you guys, you East Coasters, you guys started at 7. So obviously 4 hours is a long time to play Valorant. It's very excruciating, and you have to have the stamina and you have to have the willpower. And right now, Casey have shown they have the willpower, but we're going into Aiden Select. The last time Apprentice will be going into Aiden Select for season 10 on Sunset. And obviously, it's do or die
It's all or nothing. It's championship or bust for both of these teams. One team not even close to being expected to be in this situation, while the other team has been dominant and expected to be here. And this is where it all concludes.
I mean, but either map 5 aside, going on Sunset, a lot of the hovers so far are maybe not a lot. A lot of them are actually what I would expect, but I think the only one that's really is like, ooh, okay, so I was gonna point out Zupal's hovering on Gecko, but then they didn't do that. And then the entirety of KC locked, which is the first time they've actually locked before the timer has hit 0 this entire night, so I don't know what's going on anymore. But let's talk about KC's locks then while 808 figure out their locks and start locking as well. But a Breach, Sova, Omen, Cypher, Raze, which I think is not necessarily out of the question, especially a lot of these players have been either playing a lot of these similar roles all night or just something they're generally known for. I've been bullied by Brimmy's Breach so many times. Freak you, man. Don't like that. You and I will be having worse with corporate.
I mean, the last Sunset map that I casted that VK was involved in, I'm pretty sure was last season, season 9. It was against Apprentice. Shout out Jory, shout out Emily. They know what I'm about to say. I'm sorry I had to bring it up. 210 comeback.
Oh,
Ash was bringing it back. They were down 210, and they brought it back up until they went into elbow, and VK got a 4K, sitting it in the saucy off angle, and won the map. So that was the last time I genuinely saw Sunsets being casted, or me casting Sunset. So it's been a while since I've seen some action on Sunset with VK involved. Obviously, earlier in the season, we did see the MF versus, I think it was, I don't remember who MF was playing against actually, because I know it was WS. It was WS. Because MF just did a Cloverlets on Sunset, and it was probably one of the most entertaining maps I have ever watched and casted. Two-Way knows that because he casted it with me. Anyway, but yeah, the second to last pistol round of season 10 for Apprentice, and 808 is up 6-2 on the pistol rounds. Let's see if they can continue their dominance.
I mean, moving into this first pistol round, though, I mean, just really quickly want to shout out the comp before they do anything too crazy, but the 808 comp also I don't think is necessarily all that out there. I think a lot of these agents are either players that think that they play a lot or just generally what I would expect. But speaking of what to expect, they're coming into the B site hot and not. Hold on, KC's coming to the B site. Got my teams mixed up for a second there. But either way, the plant is going to come down without any fuss, seeing as 808 was nowhere on site. But coming into this round, going to get that first pick onto Yang from IQ's Headhunter. Looking like that Brimfline might get one, but it doesn't matter because Zupal's going to get that first pick onto BK, all up to Desi in main. Smoked off, not a lot, 1v4. All he's really got to his name is that camera. And being able to dip into that smoke for that initial pick onto Zupals, but getting traded out by Auxiliary regardless. And once again, another pistol round for 808.
7 pistol rounds. One of the things that I'm already kind of seeing from the side of KC on the attack is the fact that they're trying to take back site control. But when they play the 5v5 retake, when it's equal grounds, equal guns, like the pistol round and stuff like that, you need more space. You need to be able to take control of something, especially when you have a breach. So you do have Brimmy on breach, and you also have Omen. You have a lot of util to take into market. So that's something I want to see them do more if they continue to play retake on B. Go into market with a stun, with a flash, with a paranoia, anything you can do to take control of one place of the site.
KC here going to be going for that IQ going for that aggressive B main hold, going to get blinded off, so force a TP back relatively quickly. But either way, the rest of KC minus this lurk from Desi going to come in through, but VK trying to get a timing into that smoke in main, not being able to get anything. Zupal's going to be get another pick off of this. These sheriff shots are nice though, and all of a sudden this B site hit has been splintered apart, and with that trip being broken, that shows that the remaining member in Desi is in mid. Now looks, they're all aware. Everyone is watching. Okay, well, now they're no longer watching the B main angle, which is exactly where Desi is headed back. Looks like 808 also realizes this, and they've got someone coming back to watch that angle. But either way, a really solid site hold off of two really clean shots from IQ and another pick from, I think it was Zupals, but either way, Desi left it with it just a classic and huge thing, huge shoes to fill.
We'll see you in the next round, Desi. Unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, just clean shots from IQ with the Sheriff. I mean, he had an outlaw. He got stunned up. A lot of util to force him off the line. But then he just whips out the... You would think he whipped out the Headhunter and was clean, you know, doing what he does and taking heads off their shoulders. But instead, it was the Sheriff instead. And it still was just clean shots. And now on the bonus round, 2 players from the side of KC, because the bomb never went down, they're down onto light armor. So this outlaw can definitely get value if they're not careful enough.
Coming into this 3rd round, this is the first round that KC will be coming into this with 5 rifles. They're going to be going for this mid presence. IQ will be able to get this first pick with the Outlaw, but will get traded out by Gojira. Looks like the market door is either broken or simply open. I'm not sure which one, but I think it's broken at this point, but we'll get smoked off for its troubles regardless, so no vision either way. But either way, a 4v4, and once again, KC do have the slightly better weaponry, although the only one without a real rifle in this case is Zupals, as everyone else on 808 has a Bulldog or a Phantom, but... Looking like a lot of that noise from Miko is going to signal that A main pressure. Going for that hit with everyone from KC going to opt to come together and push the site together. They're not quite in yet, but looks like that tune is about to look a little different. But Desi going to be able to get taken out by Miko, getting one more onto BK before getting eventually traded out by Gojira. A 3v2, but Brimmy is so low. Now the real question is, are they going to remain boxed in? I mean, 808 definitely know at least one there, but I'm not sure about both. The recon going to be able to suss out that there's still at least one person there. Looking like both people on KC are just going to see if 808 will get a little antsy. Well, the answer is, well, yes, kind of, but looks like both these players will get a little tagged for their troubles, for their crimes, if you will. But either way, less than 15 seconds now on the clock. I'm not sure if KC are just going to try to save these guns, or just, I think I think Auxiliary hit his teammate. Wrong team, but either way, it looks like they'll just run out the clock. I believe that's the first bonus round converted for either team, so a 3-0 lead for 808.
Yeah, and it's at a very crucial time for 808 to be able to get that bonus conversion for the first time of the series. It was just a little... just lackadaisical on that sight hit towards elbow. The paranoia was used too early. The flashes were too early. A lot of the things were too early before VK was even ready to go out of elbow. And all it took was Miko to just hold down in the off angle, spray transfer over. And next thing you know, that is a bonus conversion. That's something you cannot do. That's a mistake you cannot make on a map 5.
Yeah, but heading into this round, a lot of A main presence. Auxiliary trying to hold that presence, but instead it's Miko to get the first few picks as VK will get taken up. But
what? Just a blender. It was a straight blender. The paranoia came in from the side of Chicka's in, which disallowed them to go forward to capitalize off the stun. And then Miko came in with the flash as well. And then the saturation from downtown just manages to get them. It was just a blender of a trap play in A, and there's not much you can do about it. And the timeout coming out from KC, 4-0 start. Not the start you want to see from KC. You need to be able to find the answers, and quickly, because right now KC, they're starting to run out of gas, and it's not the time to do it. But if there's any team you cannot doubt, it's this team. They've shown that they've been able to keep on trucking forward, bringing it back from the depths of despair. It's one of those times they need to do it again here. But what's the answer that they need? Well, I mean, they've been having a little bit of success towards mid, so I feel like they want to work towards mid, start to try to force them out of these bunkered positions on A. One of the things that they're probably going to be noting is that trip, the trademark from the chamber towards top mid, that's been holding it down. And they really haven't put any bodies towards top mid because they just let that trip do its work and they go from there. So I think Casey's wants to put more of an emphasis on trying to break that trip. At least that's what I think they should do. Is that what they're going to do right now? Doesn't look like it. So, but they're expecting a trap not to happen again from 808.
As I realize I haven't been following Frosty at all, I make sure my keybinds are working correctly. Okay, we're good. Anyway, looking like Exodus is gonna get that first pick onto Yang. Maybe the TP was a little too much out in the open, as Gojira will get that instant trade off of that initial pick. Miko, though, with the run it back, going to be able to get so much space, as well as that pick onto Gojira with a bomb down in A main. The bomb will get retrieved. I mean, it wasn't really in a spot for 808 to be able to hold onto it, especially with Miko being forced back after the duration of the run it back. But Zupos, I'm not spotting one in tiles with one more scan. Once again, that's the bomb down, and it's a little more of an open spot in bot mid so far. Again, it's a 1v2. The VK is really the only one contesting mid here. We'll be able to grab the bomb, but unfortunately, IQ will be able to grab Desi's life in exchange. A 1v4 for VK, and it's a tall order, and unfortunately, Miko being able to clean up that second pick means a 5th round for 808.
And right now, it's just not looking good. They tries to go towards A, but again, it's Auxiliary who has just been able to be stoic in getting his one, and then yeah, unfortunately, the refract was in a very, very bad position, but he still got his one. And then Miko running it down with the run it back and barely getting the kill onto the Gojira, which puts the Smokes players out of the question. It's just something that KC just needs to find. They need to find their voice. They need to find their gun.
Speaking of guns, they don't really have those this round, I fear, seeing as they have sheriffs and specters and stingers. But either way, they're trying to bunch up together, go for those lower gun buys, hopefully get a pick together with the market door broken. And no one's from 808 specifically in market currently. Looks like they're going to be able to get that market space, at least the front of that back part of market space, relatively freely. But that tag onto 5 HP, and Brew with a headshot of his own to get that pick onto IQ. VK being able to eventually clean up that remaining 5 HP onto Zupos. However, Miko being able to get a refrag onto Yang. Once again, it's a 3v4, excuse me, but looks like the bomb hasn't necessarily gone down yet, and the bomb will go down, but not quite in the way that KC want. That bomb drop, but only slightly so far. That Northlift going down, noting all the players on 808. But either way, the bomb down a little later than expected with all 3 members of 808 in this market space area. But KC, knowing this, have gone to opt to get the full site control. Now Miko will tap the bomb, and I'm not sure if, but oh my god, with the shorty, 2 bullets left. I'm not sure if it's all up to VK versus Miko and the showstopper. You secure the round by any means necessary. VK with a 4K left on 22 HP finally puts KC on the board.
Yeah, I mean, much needed to use the showstopper there in that position. You really needed that round, and it came down to 1v1. You're not going to risk it. You're going to use your ults. And now, I mean, Miko absolutely tearing it up right now. He was quiet, very, very quiet, compared to what he's been able to do throughout these playoff runs. But now, when it matters most, he's alive. 11-4 on the Phoenix. And right now, on the side of KC, that was a really, really solid round, a solid split that they were due. But now, is this operator going to be something they're going to be aware of?
I mean, this better be yes, as IQ managed to headshot Gojira. That's the smokes out of the round for KC, and that makes any sort of site take infinitely harder. But the Rolling Thunder, KC's hoping that the Rolling Thunder will at least allow them a little orange space, at least for BK, as he's the only one really all that far into sight. Stun going to be able to get, of course, IQ off that initial angle, with the rest of 808 there to compensate. Yang being able to get that first pick, return pick onto IQ. The converging pass, though, BK unable to see that the mark is coming in, but Bree trade to teammates, but Zupos with a pick of his own onto Yang. All onto Desi, but we've seen it in this position before, maybe on a different time, maybe in a different agent, but either way, the shots will not be going his way. A 6th round on the board for 808.
One of the things that I'm looking at, again, same mistake on pistol round. It's just they're not taking the market control on beat. The Rolling Thunder kind of clipped a little bit of IQ into market, and VK doesn't run him down. It's one of the things that you need on Sunset if you're going to be successful in hitting beat, is getting that market control. And it honestly costed him. That was something that 808 used very, very well there, and retakes mainly from market. Yes, there was a couple players from CT, but still, that's a big, big place of the map you need on the B side.
With both of these, both with 808 pushing both of these extremities on the mains and more or less being rewarded for having a lot of that space, really being able to put some pressure there too. But speaking of the mains, that is not exactly where they're going. BK caught out with that paranoia, being that first pick. Zupa's being able to get another pick up a second onto Yang. Auxiliary following up, leaving KC in a 2v5 with Brimmy at such low HP, but it doesn't matter when the shots land. Getting Nico out of the way, being possibly able to retrieve that rifle as well for Desi, seeing as Brimmy is considerably less healthy than he is. But hurt. Either way, the blind gonna come in. Looks like there's not gonna be able to much off of it besides maybe a few warning shots, if anything. But they're gonna be able to know where both players on Casey are at this point. All up to Desi, the only one with the rifle, but it doesn't matter as Chicken is there to back up his teammate. A 7th round and a guaranteed 1/2 for 808.
Guaranteed 1/2 indeed by KC. They're just looking deflated. They need an energizing play. They need somebody to rise up and bring some confidence into these players, because right now this is not the same KC we saw earlier on in this series. It just seems like they are just grasping at straws. But all it takes is one play, one heroic play from any of these players on KC. Next thing you know, they're right back at it.
I mean, this A main pressure is nothing new. Auxiliary maybe might have been able to get those picks onto VK, but that paranoia probably most likely saving his life there. Forced to dash back, lest he be traded out instead. But anyway, the run it back though doesn't matter. Chicken and Miko both getting picks of their own. Yang the only satisfaction that I have is killing that run it back before it does more damage. Auxiliary though, going crazy, picking up the remaining 3 to put 808 up to 8.
One of the things that they're just allowing Auxiliary to do is sitting in the mains and just refracting back instead of VK maybe using the satchels into the position as their second and last time out. Something they need to get these last 3 rounds, potentially make this 8-4, or they can make it 9-3 even. But one of the things that they're missing is that aggressiveness. VK isn't really trying to capitalize a lot on the util that Brim is giving him. And it's kind of costing them, because instead of satcheling into the main where Auxiliary always plays in, where they can stun him and then go forward, instead they're trying to use their feet. They're trying to move up, and Auxiliary has the ability to get out with that refract, with the dash. There's a lot of things he can do to get out, plus he has that util to help him survive. So one of the things I want to see them do is either contact into A main, go into a stun play, and then go into it, or contact into B main and then actually take market control. There's so many things you can change up how you're playing. It's a matter of, can they execute it? Can they actually find their confidence again? Because right now, how they're fighting is kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You have to dive headfirst in and start taking these fights, not only as a unit, but with confidence is the main thing you need to do if you want to continue on in this 5th map. Because right now, it's just looking like 808 is just that much more better in these kind of circumstances.
I mean, I feel like we said this 5 times over, but if there's any team that can manage a comeback, it's KC. But it remains to be seen if that'll actually get put into effect, as IQ with his offline a little farther back this time. Scanning through, but either way, that Silva Dart the recon coming in will be able to get 3, and with like so much util on the side, Brimmy being able to get that aftershock kill onto Zupals, the bomb being able to go down, and so much damage, getting that close angle onto IQ, Auxiliary being able to get one, not to Gojira, but possibly maybe getting traded out in the process. But either way, a 2v4, a really good start from KC. I think the best lead they've had so far. So either way, looks like Miko kind of putting DK's hands on hot feet on fire. But either way, Brimmy is there for that trade. That Sheriff going #bang, a 2nd round that KC desperately need.
Yeah, indeed. And now with 2 rounds left to go, that is more of what I want to see, is them just running at them together off of the util. They did a very, very good job of using the util and doing it together. The paranoia going towards like the right side to force the offer back, the fault line, the flash, the aftershock. A lot of util was able to claim the space they needed to take. Granted, they didn't take market like I wanted them to, but they still took backside and they took it together. It was more than what you should be able to do on Sunset.
I mean, going to this round though, I mean, I think IQ has learned from his lessons maybe. Going for a peak that isn't as exposed, either that or... It doesn't matter if it's exposed or not if you peek into several people. That Recon going to be able to scan several people, but either way, they know that the hit is coming in on B and it's coming in fast. Now the bomb is going to go down shortly. BK being able to get that first pick onto Chicken, but the conversion lies hopefully being able to give them a little more purchase into backside at the very least. Either way, Yang getting super boring picked out, but Auxiliary onto a 4K to pick up a 9th round for 808. What a round from him. Oh my.
It's the I'm a broken record at this point. It's the same exact mistake. They send VK in solo onto the side, and next thing you know, it's just one person backside. The convergence path comes in, Auxiliary just dashes in, and then saturates into stairs and catches 2 players. Yang did his absolute, or no, Desi, excuse me, did his absolute best to claw that round back in, but it was just the fact that they're going back on the same mistake they made. That's why they're in this position. Well, they're not taking enough space.
Either way, they're going for this as fast a main again with... Oh! Looks like Miko didn't expect him to push that Phoenix wall, but either way, VK being able to get that pressure in. I'm not sure if they expect this positioning though from Chicken, looking like he's going to eventually get traded out, and be able to TP back to safety. Either way, a 4v4, which is relatively good odds that Rolling Thunder is going to get invested to hopefully clear out the site, but it looks like Auxiliary is going to be taken out for over-peaking perhaps a little too much this time. The Neural Theft coming in from... Oh my god, I can't speak. The Neural Theft coming in from Desi in order to allow purchase on the other players. Looking like Chicken is going to get taken out by Yang with that Hunter's Fury. A lot of ults invested into that round, but especially... Oh, it was last round, didn't matter. But either way, a 9-3 half for KC, clawing it back maybe just a little bit.
I mean, yeah. One of the things that Aki had to point out is VK did not care. He jumped through the flame wall and got the kill on an unexpected Miko. That's the one thing that they needed the most of, and I didn't see much of it.
Oh my gosh, but heading into the second half, KC has a lot of room. No, sorry. Either way, 808 has a lot of room to work with. But if there's any indication, I mean, I think I said it when the other time there was a 9-3. I don't remember, but either way, even if it's a tough climb, the 9-3 curse is a thing for a reason. So, truly, I wouldn't count KC out at the same way. But 808 certainly has the lead on them.
Yeah, but now you're starting with 808 on the attack. Auxiliary, who's been off to a flying start on that waylay. They get scanned up a little bit. They're gonna break that market door. They want to go towards this market positioning. Now the smoke's coming in. IQ though, does he have a timing? No, he does not. Gojira's gonna find a kill, but now that here comes the saturation, he's gonna be under an immense amount of pressure. Auxiliary getting that trade again. Now Desi needs to find a kill. Has nowhere to go, has nowhere to hide. And he's trying to do his best, but that blind just barely catches him, and he will fall. Now at a 3v4.
Spike planted.
But it is the chamber down, so VK is having the luxury of being able to flank. But are they going to be aware about that? Miko, though, holding strong again. And this could be the nail and the dagger. VK can't settle the shots. The pistol round, as it's been going the entire series, goes to 808. 3 rounds away.
I mean, it's definitely difficult for KC. It just, at this point, it just definitely feels like they're trying to go for whatever picks they can. And they're trying to go for that one pick, that toehold that gives them the man advantage. But unfortunately, I feel like that round just kind of course, it's pistol. So a lot of rules go out the window. But either way, it just still felt like they're trying to they're giving ones in the hopes of, I'm going to make this hero play so my team can have a little more comfortability in the round. But unfortunately, every single gunfight they took was never good enough. But heading into the second round, they have to buy up. They have to make something work.
Yeah, they have to do with a fault line coming in. But Miko is just going to go right through it into elbow right off the bat. Ali going to have to try to see if they can make a miracle happen once again. And the paranoia ready. VK is going to take space towards the main, though. His timing could be beneficial for him. The flash coming in from Brimmy. There's
The drone comes in to save time. The dart. Not ready for it. As Yang is going to swing through the flame wall again. Trying to make it happen. IQ on the backstab with that outlaw. And VK
But VK.
getting close. He's going to trigger this on the first. He wants to try to make it more happen. He does find 2 for his trouble, but needs it more. Desi will find a kill in the chamber. IQ falls. Zupals. Look at the duel. It's strong. The Spectre v Spectre battle. As Desi is just going to give up the space, but Zupals is so aware that the bomb is not planted in a very good spot. As Desi's going to have to run forward. Desi's going to find one. Now needs to find the other. Needs to do it now. Championship hope on the line. And he gets the one. Does he have the time? Yes, he does. A beautiful round. And potentially the energy they need to bring them back.
Oh my gosh. I mean, they're really on the back foot there. They were forced to buy up that round. Otherwise, they're put on 11 rounds. And after that, it kind of just, that's way too close to series point, really, at this point, for 808. And really, VK being able to do that wrap in main around short, because no one from 808 opted to go that direction. I don't know if they were scared of a one-way or whatever was going on, but no one went there, giving him the space that he needed to shoot multiple players in the back. And Desi's just there to help him out.
Yeah, now 808 is on a low buy. Pistols in their hands. There's a ghost as well. The tripwire is going to be there. He's going to break it though. So Mika's going to look to flash into it and try to take his top side position. The fault line does catch on to all 4 of those players, stalled them out, but look at this fast pit from Auxiliary. He's going to go forward, trying to get the classic into his name, and no, Desi's going to be the one to find a kill. Desi again, holding it strong, but look at Zupals running forward, but BK finds the kill. It's down to 2v5. Trying to find any kind of damage, any kind of fights. But Desi holds strong, despite the HP difference. The paranoia coming in. BK is going to take the swing with the outlaw. They find their kill, and it's a flawless round. One they desperately needed.
I mean, it's just really just one of those rounds where KC are doing everything possible in their power to get things going. Granted, that wasn't their anti-eco, so of course, yeah, was there in that? Was it an anti-eco? It was a round that 808 didn't have very good guns either way. It was an eco. So it definitely had the gun advantage. I mean, they're trying to just do that top mid presence, and they did manage to get the space, but once they ran into an actual obstacle with Desi in market, it just meant reps. And going to their first gun round of this half, I believe they're really trying to be able to close out this first round, but that dink is a good start for KC regardless.
Yeah, Auxiliary trying to go fast and loose again. Gojira with that dink. BK trying to settle the shots, but IQ just settles it just that much more quicker. That's the raise out of the round, but yes, it's going to be the high out setup. Gojira will get the kill, and Yang gets the kill onto IQ as well. Now a 4v3, basically a 4v2 because Auxiliary's down to 35 HP. This is essentially a bonus round. And the timing for Desi is perfect, but the swing coming out. We'll find the kill. Chickens in. It's the one to find it. The paranoia coming in. They want to fight towards CT. They want to take this space. Chickens in. Look at the pre-fire. Look at trying to see if he can find any damage, but Yang says not today. The fault line holds the straw. He may be stunned up with a wide swing from Brimmy. Will deny him. And that technically is a bonus conversion for the side of KC.
Bang! That was Brimmy, because Brimmy did things, but I mean, it's again KC. I think I've finally found a rhythm that has at least worked for them so far in the second half. They're getting their second win truly, and it shows. It's showing. 808 is a little nervous about these rounds. They're like, hey, KC has gotten a few rounds this half so far. They've gotten 3 in a row. What are we doing? And I mean, I think a lot of it, honestly, is just coming down to the fact that KC has just been able to get a few of these picks in these spots, and they've been able to, KC, whether they know it or not, have been able to find the one spot in 808's attack in their push that has been the opening. Like, I mean, literally the second round of this half when KC bought up, VK was able to almost secure the round for KC simply because he was able to find the timing through short. And again, it's that one timing where I believe Gojira was up on that box in A link and able to get that pick onto, I don't remember who it was. I think it was Miko coming through A short. And again, it's all of these other little gaps that they're, and again, 808, I think, is kind of falling into that rhythm that KC did first half, where they're kind of trying to go for those picks, those one-offs that they're like, we need these picks in order to stabilize the round. But in doing so, they die. They get put into these open areas and they're unable to capitalize. They put the rest of the team in an even worse position. So Of course, 808 coming into, I believe it is an eco, so I'm not sure if the strat that they cooked up in their timeout is going to be for their next gun round, the round afterwards. But either way, they're going to need to find a way to find the rhythm that they had from the first round, and either way, it's going to be I still think it's going to be a rough road for either team, regardless.
Yeah, indeed. And right now, it's going to be that outlaw buy from the side of VK. There's only one person who actually decided to buy up full armor, and that is IQ, who does have the headhunter, so he can't afford to go up to the full armor. But this is an open, I didn't even realize this is an open A bomb site because of the fact that KC gambled that they might be going towards mid as the rest of the bulk, as IQ continues his journey to walk up. As now the execute coming in over towards A. IQ still waiting, hearing all the noise, but the retake's coming in now. I don't know what happened to our observer. There he is, catching on the action now. Yang is going to find a timing, and a lot of timing to find, and it doesn't fall. The flash coming in. A lot of blinds coming in at the same time. The aftershock needing to do it all they can to run it back. They need to defend their teammate. They need to defend him now. What's going on? But Zupals with the Odin and tried to use the showstopper, and VK denied at the door.
I don't even know what was going on, but there were so many good shots from 808. I mean, I just remember I saw so many good shots all the way back in map 1 on Lotus, and I was like, it doesn't matter if it's an ego or not. 808 still has some good shooters on that team, and unfortunately, VK getting unable to use that showstopper means it's unable to use, I want to say, if 808 plays their cards right for the rest of this game, for the rest of this series, that ult is out if they don't play their cards right. And oh my gosh, what a way to seal an 11th round for 808.
Yeah, and now they're on the back burner. From the shadows, it's going to be used, going to be canceled out, but now here comes the Hunter Fury at the same time. VK scanned up, nowhere to go, has to try to live, gets away with his life, just barely though. As for the side of 808, they're not going to go towards that B side. They're going to just look to play their own game and not give them an inch. The Owl drone coming in from mid is going to get a scan onto 1, might have scanned onto 2 as well. Or at least not scanned, but shown that there's potentially 2 other players there. It's now looking from the side of KC. They're just trying to see if they can find a mistake that 808 will give them. A lifeline they so desperately need. One that they were able to cash in to get here to the grand finals. But Yang is not starting it off right there. He is blinded up, can't see a thing. Auxiliary is going to find a kill, but Yang's going to find that trade. It's going to be basically on to Gojira, who does find a kill onto IQ. But Chicken's in. Is he going to play his cards right? Is he going to make the play that he needs? Auxiliary's going to find a kill, and that's the timing he might need to strike. When the pot is hot. Two pals, once again, it's down to Yang in a 1v2. This is going to be the drone coming in. It's going to scan onto him, the TP across, the crossfire. It's all or nothing. Map in series point or a 7th round. The tap comes in. As Yang just has nowhere to go, nowhere to see, nowhere to turn. 808 from the brink of destruction. They are on map and series points.
My God, I mean, 808 have opened the door. They just want to shove KC through it at this point. It's absolutely at this point do or die for them, unfortunately. And 808 just being able to wait out that smoke. I mean, unfortunately for Brimmy, he was waiting for that top mid lurk so long, but unfortunately they were just a little more patient. Their Chicken being able to catch him in the back, setting off the series of events, truly.
Yeah, and here it's going to be the case now. It is do or die. And while hopefully, I'm going to wait a little bit before I say it though, but looking like it's going to be he's going to come in. The convergence path not coming in. VK is going to be under immense amount of pressure. He's going to try to get out, but nothing he can do. His hopes and dreams of another championship whittling away with that kill. As Desi does find the trade, the Rolling Thunder ready to go, and Hunter's Fury at the same time. They need it all. They need to do it. Desi will look to capitalize with the Rolling Thunder. The flash coming in, and Gojira is going to find that kill with a Spectre. 2v4. Chicken's in and IQ are all that stands between potentially their win, standing. And it now falls to 1 as we potentially might continue. As it's going to be IQ looking to probably TP across the trip, and he will do that, but Brimmy is very aware of this possibility as he still jiggles, still holding his nerve, holding strong. That's IQ. Can he be the hero? Can he be the thing that stops KC's wonder story?
30 seconds left.
30 HP in a dream. No, it will not. They will continue. And finally, I get on to my thought. Congratulations to Wolfstora. Mythic. They have won after an excelling 5-map series against NB. They close it out. Congratulations.
Who cares about them? We got a banger of a map 5 at the round.
tried to get it out there.
Series point. Ah. But no, congratulations to them, truly. I mean, either way, even though KC did with that round, they did that off the back of the Rolling Thunder as well as that Hunter's Fury. So either way, I mean, a lot of resources expended that round. They had nothing to work with, I guess. I mean, neither does 808 really, but either way, 2 ults to get that round that they desperately need at this point.
Yeah, and a fast again from Auxiliary. The buy once again from 808 is back on Sheriffs and a Stinger. Does have the Tour de Force in the hands of IQ. The Owl Jones going to come in and get some sort of information to admit it. Does get the scan on 2. Midas onto Miko in that market position. As you're seeing KC, they don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to be the reason why their Cinderella run is over. But Desi needs to make a play happen. He will find the first. He's going to try to see if he can find a second. But he's trying his best to keep him alive, and he will stay alive. Auxiliary, we've seen what he can do with that Sheriff. Not to be done this time. It's still a 5v3. Desi is going to look to try to hold strong as Gojira falls to the Tour de Force. Now, VK doing it all he can. He finds the first, the blind, the swings, the util, the coordination. They find another round. They keep going. The Cinderella run is not over yet.
I mean, hey, I have seen comebacks come from worse. And truly, it's not over till it's over has always been the theme of so many VDC playoff matches in history. So I don't see why KC at the very least taking it to OT could be a very real possibility as well. But either way, I do, with 808 being on the lesser buy already, they were a little, I do believe their side take was a little bit more on the disjointed side, mainly because they had lesser guns to work with. But either way, I mean, it's still a really good shot at it regardless, and almost getting the shot to jump onto Desi backside there too. So who knows?
As we go back into it again, going into this round once more, 4 rounds different from them from overtime or potentially a loss. BK holding strong, holding his nerve. He's going to get flashed up and has to back away. Now the paranoia coming in, though, but he does not get blinded up at all. Miko dodging the flash. A lot of util going in straight for him. He's been in this position before, but Yang's going to find the one. BK's going to find a kill. And Brew with the heavy's going to find the kill. And they convert together. VK coming strong when the team needs it most.
Whoa!
And he holds it strong, single-handedly holding back the attackers.
Oh my god. I mean, VK and Yang both together being the duo that makes sure that being the unstoppable wall versus 808's truly 808's push there was really what gave them the 9th round. Of course, VK and Yang both being able to play off each other, make sure they don't get that round thing. I mean, even that last round too, 808, where I believe the only one going really short was IQ. So, I mean, a lot of this is a lot of the themes that they're going for their 8 ticks is they love their elbow. They love their elbow space. So I do think that is something that is maybe something that they could workshop if they wanted to go A again. But either way, I do think the last few runs, they've been a little choppy. But on the other side, I do think it's genuinely more because KC have finally realized, hey, we need to work together to win this. It is, if they lose one more round, they are done. Even they are going the run of a lifetime, none of that matters if they lose that one round in OT. So truly, everything is on the line here, and it really shows that they're really desperate for this trophy. They really want this chip, and of course, not to say that 808 doesn't want it more or less than they do, but of course, 808 have been the first seed, so they have had a lot more privilege having it by the first round, I believe, is how the bracket goes. So definitely a lot more leeway in that case, but either way for both teams, you can tell that they both really want it. Unfortunately, I do believe 808 forced back onto that eco, so let's see what they do this time.
Yep, and now going after the timeout, the buy for the side of 808. Only Sheriffs and a Headhunter. Once again, they want to go towards mid. They're going to try to dodge the drone. Miko's going to be the one to get tagged by it.
A little bit out in the open, just barely avoiding getting shot, but there's still 4 players ready to converge on his positioning from Yang. The tripwire is going to try to stall them out. There's no damage to be done just yet. Yang wants to be the hero, wants to continue on forward. He does take a cross, but auxiliary in tiles. Now they know where he's at. They know potentially there's more bodies in mid. That's Yang. Drops the shock dart towards him. But he should be kind of lucky. But oh, the timing from Desi. Gets the kill onto IQ. It's a 5v4. They still have that Hunter's Fury in the back pocket of Zupals if he can find any kind of value with it. As the dart comes in, though, it's going to be VK again. Sitting in elbow onto auxiliary. Gets the kill. And now it's a 5v3 VK, who's been so damn good in this position, trying to will this franchise, will this team forward. As now he waits the fault line, but Miko finds the timing to catch onto VK. That gets a gun upgrade in the hands of Miko. As now it's a 5v3 or 4v3, excuse me, with 13 seconds left to go. Want to go forward, but Yang is caught reloading. Miko trying to will this team to a championship. As VK could be kicking himself for the mistake of giving up elbow. They're running back. Miko is gonna fall. No value to be found. The paranoia coming in though. 3v3. They need to do something. They need to make a miracle happen. Here comes that Hunter Fury. Ooh! And that miracle may die here today. Desi falls. It's down to Brimmy. 1v1. The bomb is planted in Shen. It's down to it all. Zupal just creeps up. Walks over. God. A bullet between the eyes. 808 have won your season 10 Apprentice Championship. The Cinderella story dies within the hands of 808.
Oh my god. I mean, either way, a really, really good showing from KC. I really hope they don't beat themselves up too much. I know, speaking from personal experience, losing a map 5 in a best of 5 is crushing. And I just want to say, first and foremost, GG's to KC. Truly, y'all played y'all's hearts out. But either way, congratulations to our Season 10 Apprentice winners, 808 Seraphim. What a showing from them! I am hoping to talk to these guys soon, as we should have an interview coming along shortly. But either way, a really, really good showing, and I am so honored to be part of this.
Indeed, indeed. We are going to be taking a quick little break to get the interview set up. So with that being said, we'll be back in just 5 minutes time for not only the interview with the winning roster of 808, as well as the announcing the MVP of Apprentice. You don't want to miss out. We'll see you guys in just 5 minutes time with the winning roster.
Chasing shadows, fighting battles. I've been on my own for a while, let them see I'm doing better. I've been broken, but now I'm going. I've been on the road of I made it through. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and I don't waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take my freedom. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can take my freedom, now you can take my freedom. It's like I'm walking on water, and I don't waves don't even bother. This is my kingdom, and you can take
And welcome back. We cut the break a little bit shorter because we have everybody here already. We don't want to waste any more time. It is already getting a little bit late for some of the East Coasters. It's about to be midnight in just 12 minutes time. But with that being said, even though the midnight has crossed upon us, 808 is the one who shines above. But with that being said, before we get into the interview for 808, it's time. The moment you all have been waiting for, who will be the Season 10 MVP for Apprentice. Without further ado, after an exciting season of 16 match days and more teams than I can count, we close out with an incredible storyline in the playoffs and some incredible talent coming out of the regular season. Today, we are here to crown only the best as Apprentice MVP. The decision was not easy, as many outstanding players led their teams all season. That being said, here are candidates for the revered award. But prior to that, here's a rundown of how MVPs are decided. In case you guys aren't aware, every numbers committee member is given a chance to vote in a preliminary poll of their top 5 players. In order, we also gave every franchise a chance to nominate up to 10 players per tier. Points are awarded to the players based on those votes, and anyone over the threshold advances to the final MVP discussion, where numbers committee divides into recused members, those with a conflict of interest, like people in the same franchise, blah, 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 you guys know that, and deciders who discuss the who's and what's of MVP nomination. Any stats mentioned are also drawn from within the pool of qualified players. With that being said, now you know how MVPs are decided, starting with the honorable mentions. First one, the winner of the Apprentice, 808 Zoo Pals, is getting a honorable mention for MVP candidacy. As the second one will be over on Meow. Nero will be getting the other honorable mention as well. Both of these players were necessary for the success of their team, helping bring them wins all across the regular season. Their contributions allowed their respective teams to excel on both sides of the field, with Zoo Pals' initiator utility and Nero's fragging ability. Those are your honorable mentions. Now for the runner-up. I mean, everybody thought that this person was going to win the MVP. He was a favorite, but he is the runner-up instead. Over on Inferno, it is Oak Tree winning the runner-up position of MVP. Not winning the actual award, winning the runner-up. 32 maps played, 5th in overall rating at a 1.22. Second in ACS, 263. First in total kills at 624. First in kills per round at 0.94. And second in first kills to death ratio as well at a 1.62. One of the best fraggers in this league, Oak Tree led his team to second seed out of the regular season and regularly held his own against the other giants of the tier. As an entry duelist, he charged forward to give his team the space to win rounds every match and prove that kills can win rounds. But with that being said, drum roll please, without further ado, your season 10 numbers MVP is Meow No One Jag. 30 maps played, 4th in attack rating at a 1.24, first in defensive rating at a 1.39, 5th in ACS. I mean, the list goes on of how much he was doing this season on the Apprentice roster of Meow. First in a lot of these categories, like first in eco kills, first in anti-eco kills. He was getting them eco frags apparently. Second in first kills. Absolutely insane performance from Jag. But here's the question: why Jag? Jag came into the season after a disappointing performance in Expert last season and proved that LeBron is the only one who can maintain performance through old age. The stats above prove it alone. He holds top 5 spots in 15 of the 33 stats on the page. Through his chamber exclusive gameplay, Jag was a fright for any opponent that he faced and forced many teams to counter-strike him alone as he held one side of the map on his own. Meow would not have the success that they had in the regular season without the inclusion of Jag on the roster. And with that being said, that is your season 10 Apprentice MVP. No One Jag. Absolutely and paramount to the position. But with that being said, that is enough for the MVP. It is now time to move over to the champions of season 10, 808 Seraphim. And I will go down the list and just seeing how you guys are feeling before I open up the questions to Aki, who will probably want to ask a lot of questions. Chicken's in. First one with you because you're at the top of my list. How are you feeling after such a banger 5-map series?
Exhausted.
Fair enough.
That was a hard fought game, and I'm not gonna lie. Compared to how I played what was it? A few days ago against Gur. I just wasn't on my A game, and so I had to be that boaster, that vibes
Yeah,
man.
we saw that.
Fucking, what I do, like 4 and 13, 4 and whatever on one of the maps. So
Something like that.
literally boaster. So I don't know. I mean, I really don't know what else to say. I'm happy, but like I'm exhausted in the same time. So
I mean,
it's
5
like,
hours.
it was a hard fought game, and Casey really had run it to us, and it wasn't like a blowout game. Some maps it looked close, like it was gonna be like, Casey, you're gonna win, or 808 you're gonna win. Other than that, I mean, GG's Casey, you guys honestly deserve to be in grand finals. You guys played amazing, and that was the best grand finals I've ever had.
Yeah, one of the pillar grand finals we have seen. Thank you, Chicken, for your thoughts and concerns. Auxiliary now, I want to see, how are you feeling after such a draining... I know you missed the first map, so you're not nearly as drained as, as we say, the other players who've been here for the entire series, but still, how are you feeling after such an impactful 5-map series?
Dude, it's surreal. It's actually insane. Like I feel like crying right now, bro. Low key, I feel like crying. Yeah, I know expert last season. Koga. It was Koga that cried. No, yes. Oh my god, the man. 5 seasons in the making, and this team is just the best. And they've been nuts all season. KC, they so competitive. Like coming into playoffs basically as an 11 seed. Like, oh my god, they did not play like an 11 seed today.
And obviously, one of the things that I wanted to bring up that I didn't bring up earlier was the fact that this dude is 111 MMR.
Yo, wait, chill. We gotta keep that secret, bro. We gotta keep that secret. We gotta keep that secret.
Hell nah.
Yo, chill.
But you especially played very, very well. You had a slow start to the series, but you were able to kind of pop up when you really needed the most. But thank you, Auxiliary, for your thoughts and concerns.
Thank you
Miko,
very much.
the man who's been here since season 8. I've known him from GG. He was in Prospect. Now, all of a sudden, his first season in Apprentice, and he's winning a damn title. How are you feeling, Miko?
I'm at a loss for words. I mean, I was screaming. I've probably had 2 heart attacks by now, but this was like such an incredible game. Like KC, you guys are amazing. Like 11 seed, no, they're not supposed to be in playoffs, and they pushed us to our limit. No team has done this before. It was like, I might need to go to the hospital after this. I'm not gonna lie.
You're young. You can handle it.
Oh,
It's all good,
they had me stress eating Nutella.
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. But thank you for your concerns and thoughts, Miko. Over now to the MVP honorable mention, Zoopals. How are you feeling, brother, after such a banger of a series?
And I'm just tired.
You know what?
It's past my bedtime. Like it's whatever. But no, it was a very good game, good series. KC gave us a run for our money. Honestly, they played super well. They played as a team. But yeah, they had one heck of a run.
Indeed. And now, obviously, Zoopals, you're tired. We'll let you rest for a little bit before we open up for questions. So we'll go over to IQ. How are you feeling, IQ, after just bashing your head, seems like into a brick wall because of how resilient Casey was? Just how are you feeling after finally seeing that round counter hit 13 and you guys win the 5th map?
Dude, I have never in my life felt so drained by any sort of map of Valorant than the way that KC played against us. Like, well and truly, they, like, as all of my teammates have said, they pushed us to the absolute limit. There was no way in which that there's no other team that deserved to be against us more in this grand final than KC Apprentice. Well and truly.
Indeed. And now with the thoughts and concerns out of the way, now we can open up more questions. Now, Aki, would you like to lead the questions part of this interview?
Well, yes, I would. Hello, chat. I'm Aki Nation. I'm here too. I'll keep it brief because I think y'all are drained. Coming from one person who's been multiple grand finals sent into map 5, I know how y'all feel. Y'all must be tired. But congratulations either way. It was a wonderful showing from everyone all around. But going into the questions, first things first. I just wanted to get it out of the way. Y'all's Ascent was not the best showing for you guys. Put it a little lightly, but either way, like it was I was a little surprised because the other maps especially, it was a really solid showing from y'all's team play wise. Was it just like you guys didn't practice Ascent very much, or was there any sort of difference that went into your prep on Ascent versus the other maps?
I think we just got a little too overconfident because we had a huge split game. Like there's a lot of summit. Sorry, we had a huge summit game. There's a lot of momentum going out of that. And I guess we got too cocky, especially since we demolished the previous team we played on Ascent. So I don't think we were nervous. It's just like our ego's too big. But then we calmed down. We started to bring it back, but it wasn't enough. And then we made sure to make it count the next 2 maps.
Hey, period. You know what? Yeah, period. But speaking about yeah, what's up? Sure.
Also, out of all the maps, Ascent and Haven were like our least practiced of all of them. So definitely in a high stress situation like that, Ascent was bound to be sloppy, and it proved to be sloppy. That's really about it. Breeze by far was one of our best maps, so them banning it was really smart. And Ascent was by far, yeah. And what was I gonna say? By far, out of all those maps, yo, I'm tired, guys. GG's.
Yeah, that's
out of all 5 of those maps, Ascent was by far our weakest, even if we don't want to say it. So, I mean, that's about it, really.
No, our Haven is terrible.
Our Haven's awful.
That's why we banned it.
Right,
It took a lot of time to decide between target banning Lotus or banning our Haven. And I guess you could say we made the wrong decision. It was so close, but we won in the end, so I don't think it matters.
Season's over. We can leak scrims. We scrimmed Haven so much, and we just could not get it down at all.
It's so weird.
For the life of us.
So
I know. I was a part of those scrims. I've played against you guys.
Omni was a part of those scrims.
Yeah,
And I'm always going.
Omni should get an honorary trophy.
Slamming the cube
Honorary.
into the circle hole. It does not fit.
Yo, wait. Hold on. Why does Hushu not have a trophy?
That's true.
Yeah.
He's
part of the
He is
team.
on IR.
He
does
should
have the
get
match
one.
credit,
He
so-
doesn't have a trophy. Hashtag
maybe-
free Hushu.
Make a ticket.
Hashtag free Hushu.
Free
Hashtag
Hushu.
Hashtag free Hushu.
Hashtag free
But yeah. Hashtag free Hushu, but in order to not derail the conversation any longer, I'll move on to the next question. But I'd kind of picking y'all's brains a little bit on the scrimming and the prepping part. Is there anything y'all did to prep specifically against KC? Any scrims, anything specific that you guys would be willing to leak?
We just
You
asked,
actually had no time, Loki.
Yeah, this was a busy week. Auxiliary's moving. I'm packing for vacation. Like, it was a busy week. We had to scrim once. All we did really was to just ask him to play Phoenix because we know Little Square has a good Phoenix. Like, that's about it.
Awesome.
And like
probably
we
our
had,
most.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, our most prep definitely went into the Grizzlies game. Like, we actually VOD reviewed them and saw what they did. But Casey game, like, we were drained. We wanted to keep our energy for the grand finals, so we just tried to adapt and just try our hardest.
Sometimes we adapted, sometimes we turned our brain off and died.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
It definitely
I yelled at them
showed.
a lot.
Yeah, it definitely showed because there were some plays I was questioning it. But you know what? You guys are champions, and I'm on the desk as a caster, so something's going right for you guys, and not me. So it's okay.
Truth. But either way, I got one final question, and I'll turn it over to Omni if he has anything. One last thing. The only map that went to OT was Split, and that was after a lot of rounds on KC on the second half, winning a lot of rounds. Was there anything y'all felt going into OT? How did you guys feel about that sort of situation?
It was our map.
we just believe we're gonna win it, and this happened again. Like this, we've experienced this before. Like against Grizzlies, we went up 8-4 on attack, and then we lost on defense. So then we kind of just remembered how we were losing against Grizzlies. We were just playing stupid. I was not giving up sight as well. So we kind of learned from a previous game how to stop this comeback, and that's how we brought it back on in OT. We just treated it as a new game, new fresh mindset, and we pulled through.
Yeah, our mental was insane.
Big
Hell
ups.
Yeah. Big
Ego
dub,
makes me
big dub.
lose my mental.
Oh.
Yeah, and then I'm here to bring it all back together.
Fair enough.
Old man's just tired.
I do have a question going into Sunset because I know you guys like the only map aside from going into Sunset that ended in well, actually the only map out of the 4 that ended without playing all the rounds was Ascent. Going into Sunset, just what were the feelings going into? Were you guys overly confident? Were you guys just knowing that you guys were going to win because you guys prepped Sunset more? Like, what was the feeling going into the 5th map?
Oh, we knew we were gonna win it. That's why usually we played Vice, but like we're all feeling it. We put IQ on Chamber. He delivered. Like he had so many impact kills. I was just kind of like running it down, doing stuff. Like I think we had the mindset, the confidence to bring it home. Like we didn't scrim all this. We didn't become first seed. We didn't do all this for nothing, right? So we just in our brains we had to win this, and that skill transferred over.
We also just kind of just played our game. Like I feel like we were trying to adapt a little bit too much, or like we kind of forgot how we actually played. And when the map was like when we were switching into the last map, I think we were just kind of realizing like, hey, let's go in. We know we can aim. We know what we can do, and I mean, it showed on the last map.
Yeah, indeed. Another question that I'll have. I mean, more not really a question, more like a statement. But can be a question as well. Just the fact that Casey just wouldn't go down. There was so many times where you guys were kind of in this position where you guys should have won the round. Next thing I know, Casey just pulled a miracle out of their hats and convert a 2v4, 3v5, stuff like that, bringing the rounds back from being down, like on split especially. I think they were down 11-6 or 11-5, like what Two Ways told me earlier. Just how are you guys trying to maintain your focus and not allowing KC to revive themselves from the dead? Because it seems like they were reviving themselves quite often against you guys.
I think I might want to take this one.
Yeah.
So we've drilled basically our entire season has been drilled in scrims, in match days, in literally any time we've played together is to not let what the other team is doing affect us. And what I mean by that is if they're like, for example, if they're like in our opinion playing stupid or playing dumb, like we don't want to let that affect us. Like we know how to play our game. What they do, like if they win a round, it's the next round. It's not that doesn't affect how our next round goes, because it's just we can't control what happened last round. You know what I mean?
Goldfish memory. One of the things that a lot of people learn or try to learn to do, especially now. I mean, obviously it takes a championship mindset to have that goldfish memory, to forget about the previous round, move on into the next. But obviously, don't want to keep you guys a little bit longer than necessary. 20 minutes was kind of around the time frame I wanted to go with. So I'm going to close us off for the night. But I will give you guys a little bit of time to give any last words or any concerns or any shout outs you guys want to give. This is the time to do it now.
I just want to shout out like my amazing FM. Like these guys built this team. They listened to our feedback. The changes that we needed to make were made, and they supported us the whole way through. Shout out Mason. Even though he was running the expert team, he still VOD reviewed and gave us a lot of tips. And then shout out every single person, every single FA, every single team that scrimmed against us. Like it may be one map for you guys, but that it helped us out a ton, especially you, Omni. You were in majority of our scrims, and you gave good feedback when I asked. So just shout out to everyone who helped us along the way. And
you know who we can't forget? We can't forget Mama Chicken, bro.
Mama
Chicken.
Yes.
Mama Chicken.
Shout out Mama Chicken.
Shout out Mama Chicken.
Hell yeah.
Shout out Mama
Honestly,
Chicken.
I want to shout out Casey. They played a heck of a run. Like I want to emphasize on that. And you know, they played super well in this series. So thank you for the banger series, honestly.
That was so fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
So with that being said, I think IQ, do you have any last words you want to say before I close this off? I'm gonna take a silence
Oh
as
my
a no.
He's out of
I
here.
was like, guys, there's so many fun words going on that I'm like, I don't even know where to go. But either way, holy freaking moly, we're gonna with that. You close that series out with a hashtag bang. I've been saying it on series.
Hashtag
Aki Nation, Aki Nation.
Aki Nation, that's me. That's me.
Nation.
I'm even on the desk as Aki Nation. Anyway,
How did you get that entire-
With
I
that
just wanna build
being
an empire.
said, obviously we're going to close it out, but this is not the end of season 10 just yet. There's still 2 more grand finals to be played later in the week between Prospect and Expert. Prospect being another KC team going up against NB in the Prospect grand finals, and as well as the Expert juggernauts between Gur and KC, number 1 seed versus number 2 seed, will be happening later down the road as well. But with that being said, congratulations to 808 Seraphims for winning Apprentice Season 10, Apprentice Grand Finals, and winning the chip. And also, huge shout out to Casey for giving us a banger series. But with that being said, my name is Omni, joined here by Aki Nation on the desk, as well as our producer in 2A, as well as our observer who isn't here. He already left. And Frosty the Snowman. But it's great shout out to everybody who joined here. Shout out to everybody who watched all 3 grand finals. You guys make VDC great on a daily basis. But with that being said, have a great rest of your evening.
hooray!
Chasing shadows, fighting battles. I've been on my own for a while, let them say I'm doing better. I've been broken, but now I'm going. I've been on the road of I made it through. It's like I'm chasing the sun, and all my fears are on the run. Can't take my freedom.